You guys know how the Brady Bunch house was sold recently
Yeah.
to like a reality show or something, or at some channel? They were gonna make, because the inside looks nothing like the outside on the show, right?
Right.
So they were gonna turn the inside into looking exactly like the outside. But the actual house is one story. The house is two stories on the show,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
Anyway, I left a comment on some video because my grandmother actually went to high school with is it Robert Reed?
Mm-hmm.
You know, Mr. Brady. And so I'm getting like comments left and right from that because everybody, I don't know, it's nonstop. But hey, we're live, everybody, talking guitars and gear. 4:38 p.m. Pacific, which would be what, 7:38?
7:38.
Yeah.
Real time. And yeah, we're a little early today, if you guys don't mind. I'm actually thinking Fridays we should do earlier now.
Yeah.
Like a little bit. Like half
Pretty
an
cool.
hour, a day, a week or something. I don't know.
I cannot get used to Dave without the beard. He literally
I
looks
have it.
15. Yeah, I know, but it's not as bushy. You literally look 15 years younger.
Well, that's
You
the
look
way
like
it's
a
going to
child.
stay. I'm not going to grow it bushy anymore.
Well, you look good. You look good. You look great.
I also
really do.
I look better because you can actually see an outline of my cheekbone, because it's what happens when you don't eat.
Well, you look good, dude. You look good. Absolutely.
No more pizza for me. It's coffee and cigarettes. Just coffee.
I got a pizza downstairs.
Coffee and cigarettes?
Yeah.
Dude,
I'm gonna be 100 pounds in about
when I was 15, 16, coffee and cigarettes, that was I'd go to McDonald's and I would sit there and just smoke and drink their coffee.
That's right. Johnny used to smoke. Yeah, when I get down to see Dave on the 16th, he'll weigh less than I do.
No, there's no way. Even at my best, I couldn't. I'm just a big guy. I'm a big frame guy.
But you are a beautiful, amazing, gorgeous, sexy dude, and I love you.
Thank you. That's very nice of you.
Okay,
and I finally got
the highlight clip right there. And
I finally got to meet Johnny Beane. It was the coolest thing. We talked about this last week when we had John Mancudo.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
Johnny and John. Just want to let you know how great it was to meet Johnny and John.
Johnny and John. that was the funniest part, man.
Yeah, it was. It was.
I got Johnny and John and Johnny and
John and
that was awesome.
The funny part though is, seriously, I mean, I remember when I physically met Dave like 3.5 years ago. When I finally got
Wait a minute.
Yeah. Oh, that was that night.
Yeah, see that wall right there? We hugged that wall.
We did. No, when I finally met Dave, the first time I walked into his house, it's, really, all kidding aside, you see these people, on the screen, and you've known these guys for years, or gals, whatever. And you've seen their collections, you've seen the talent that they have. Johnny's a great guitarist, Dave's a great guitarist, great collection, whatever. You talk to these guys and do the hangouts, and then you finally have the opportunity to meet them. And I remember when I first walked in, I'm looking at Dave Nesdon, I'm like, whoa, this is the dude that I've seen on video. Oh, look at these guitars, and Pete and Craig and Jimmy Carr, those guys that come to my place, they say the same thing. But it was the same thing with Dave that it was when I met Johnny. And I remember him and Caleb were standing there at the top of this escalator at level 3 where the EVH booth is, and I come walking up and I'm like, there they are. It's surreal. I mean, these are people that you've known for years, and in Johnny, in my case, 20 years, 20 years we've known each other and talked and traded cassettes and done hangouts and guitar stuff. And all of a sudden, here you are.
And there you go.
Hey, Hef. Good to see you. Is he gone?
He's stuck.
He's frozen. Well, Rob, it was great. It was great knowing you. 20 years is the limit.
Nice, man. See ya.
Oh, man.
The powers that be had enough of him.
Oh. Oh, Dave, he's back.
Don't say nothing.
Somebody cut me off. No.
Man. Anyway, it's February 1st. Hello, February 2019. Yeah, we're a little early tonight, John BL. We're starting early, but I think we're going the regular time. So you guys are getting, I don't know.
You're getting a twofer.
You're getting 17 hours tonight. Whoa.
Yeah.
What was that? Jimmy Ka.
Jimmy, you called me today. I'm sorry. I was in the middle of something, and I couldn't pick up the phone. I'm sure you know what it was, but use your imagination, Jimmy. You and I have had many conversations. No, I will call you back later, dude.
You were already looking at the phone?
Yeah. No, I was actually supposed to go out and see Jimmy a couple weeks ago, and I was wicked sick. Oh, I came down with a flu, and it was just nasty.
Oh,
it was pretty bad.
Dave, did Rob's volume like drop?
Yeah, I turned it up on my end.
Yeah, your volume like dropped, Rob.
Dave, here's that thing you were talking about.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
How about now? Is that better?
Maybe that's why you're so sick, Rob.
I think your ear go like this. On the other side. Okay, it's still on. The volume, for some reason your volume went down.
My dominoes just went down.
Is that any better?
No.
Huh.
That's weird.
It's all the way up.
Maybe turn them off and turn them back on?
Yeah, maybe. Hold on. Let me try that. You guys can get a break. Actually, all kidding aside, are you guys getting an echo now that I don't have?
No, but now it's even less.
Really?
No, I think he's a little bit louder than he was.
No, because it's further away. You hear the room now.
Hold on.
Dave, I got these things on, man.
That's too bad. I was looking forward to using these headphones.
I just thought those were your ears, Johnny.
Huh? Rob, say hello.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, you lost them. I don't think they're even on. JJ, where's Mancuda? I don't know, but I'm sure wherever he is, that's where the party is.
Yeah, Mancuda's a good dude.
There he is. Oh, they're back on.
They're back.
Okay, now we're good.
Slightly. I don't know. Actually, wear them. Can you wear them like this?
Is that better?
Yeah. Yeah, that's better.
So much better.
Actually, no, it's the other way. You're hearing us through those, right?
Oh yeah.
So you have to wear them. Okay, because I was going to say if you go like this, we'll get more of the mic, but
I go like this. How about this?
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Or there you go, man.
Yeah, the cyber shades.
Jordy.
Like Alex in the balance tour. Cyber shades.
There you go. Speaking of Alex, you guys, I was at the store today. This is in my notes.
Take him with you.
I'll cross this off. No, not that, Alex. Not that, Alex. I was at the store today, and I'm wearing this jacket, right? Thanks again, Steve Anderson, wherever you are. You know, it's got all the Van Halen patches. You know, it's the official Van Halen women's camouflage jacket. Available at vanhalenstore.com.
And that does not look like a women's jacket. I've seen it firsthand.
No, it's inside of it looks like a woman. That's all.
Well, the buttons are on the wrong side. That's how you know. On a women's jacket, the buttons are on the left. That's how anybody would know. But anyway, so I'm at the store, and this guy in line behind me, he goes, Van Halen, and I look, and it's this dude. You know, he's probably in his 60s, probably 60s.
Right.
Yeah. And it's just a couple years older than you.
Just a few. You know, and being in Santa Cruz, I'm shocked that of anybody that knows who Van Halen is, because the music scene here is not that type of thing. You know. Hey, Alan's in here. Hey, dude. We'll take roll in a sec. But anyway, so I'm in line. This guy goes, Van Halen. And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, I used to play tennis with Alex. And I'm like, what, in Pasadena? And he's like, no, in Glendora, which is just another town, you know? So I'm like, okay, maybe he's telling the truth because he knows the town, right? So, anyway, so I'm like, well, hey, I do a show talking about Van Halen guitars and stuff. You know, I'm wearing the shirt, whatever. So I gave him a couple of my guitar picks. I'm like, do you have the internet? He's like, yeah. So I gave him a couple picks, Johnny Beane picks, and maybe he'll tune in. Maybe he's here. I don't know. Anyway, if you're here, man, it was great to meet you. And yeah, if you want to tell your story sometime, I don't know, send me a message on the guitar pick. It's just johnnybeane.com.
Yeah.
What's Fender Guru doing? What's going on?
Fender Guru. What's happening?
I don't know. You guys, I'm this close to taking everybody's wrenches away, and I'm not joking either. I'm not kidding. Anyway, I'm thinking about making a new rule, actually, where you have to use your wrench for good, like every so often. Otherwise,
you don't need it.
They're gone. Yeah. Tessie Switch. Hey, man. Hey, it was great to see you, dude.
Hey, what's going on, Alan? How you doing, buddy? Haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you, man.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, that was that story. What else? What's new with you, Rob?
Just kind of hello, Snickers. What's going on, Snickers? Just kind of getting reacquainted, being back from the West Coast. You know, we had a show earlier in the week. I think it was Tuesday night, Monday night, whatever night it was. You know, when John was on, we didn't talk too much about the NAMM show. Maybe tonight we'll recap a little bit more.
What?
You know, John
yeah, we did.
We did a little bit.
Dude, the whole thing we did. What are you talking about?
Well, there was a couple things we
didn't
missed.
Talk about it enough. Maybe that's what you mean.
Little less of this, Rob. Less of this.
No, that's cool. No, whatever you want to say, it's cool.
No. I mean, we did talk about it, and having John on the show is awesome. He's just such a cool dude. I mean, that Van Halen Charvel guitar that Eddie drew all over, I thought was so cool. I've seen that. Dave and Johnny and I were talking about that a long time ago, and to get to see that, you know, firsthand was pretty cool. But
yeah,
just getting, you know, reacquainted to East Coast time. I'm still kind of stuck in the sleep until 10, 11 o'clock in the morning, just because that's 7 o'clock in the morning on West Coast time. But no, it was just a great time. It really was. And hanging out with Caleb and, you know, Johnny, of course, and, you know, everybody, and seeing Pete and Craig and all those guys.
You actually saw those guys?
Yeah, I didn't see them very much, but they were kind of running around.
What happened? What happened?
No,
we need details. Details.
I think everybody was just kind of doing their own thing, and we were all trying to catch up to each other. And, you know, Hazansky was there. It was great seeing Mark. And it's just overload. You know, it's overload when you're out there. I mean, you have, you know, you got Friedman, you got Floyd Rose, you have Grover Jackson, you have Adam Reaver, you have Seymour Duncan. I mean, the list just goes on. I mean, we were walking around with Gerd and, you know, I mean, everybody, and we couldn't, Johnny, we couldn't make it 20 feet, and whoa, hey, there's so-and-so, or there's so-and-so, you know, got to meet, you know, one of the highlights for me was,
or I have to use the bathroom.
Or I got to use the bathroom. Or knowing me, I'm like, I got to get a drink. Where's the bar? You know?
Yeah, Rob. Yeah, right. You couldn't go 20 feet without getting a drink, and then another 20 feet without using the bathroom.
I know. But Johnny, I was impressed with you. You went a long time without eating. That one day, you were like, I mean, I thought you were going to pass out, but you made it. I
think the batteries in your headphones are dying.
Yeah, maybe I haven't charged it enough. But you know, one of the cool highlights for me though was we didn't talk much about this the other night. Was James Brown from Amp Tweakers. Johnny and I got a chance to go visit with James, and you know, James Brown is as you guys know, is the builder of the 5150 amplifiers, the version 1 and 2 from Peavey. And he's the one that worked with Eddie on those amps, and has taken it, mainstream now to his own company, Amp Tweaker. And James and I have been talking a lot over the last few days on Facebook through Messenger. And I got to say, I mean, I don't know what you thought, Johnny, but I only got a chance to play for a couple of minutes through his rig, but I was really impressed with the tone of that rig of his. It's very like Soldano-ish, Marshall-y, buzzy, brown sounding-ish. I really loved the sound that he was getting out of that amp.
Yeah, it sounded great. I mean, it reminded me of the original 5150s.
Right.
It kind of had that same kind of sound. And yeah, man, I was gonna take a video of you for of you playing the thing, and right when I hit it, you stopped.
Yeah, I think I got like a second and a half of playing, and then I stopped and put the guitar down. But it really had a great tone. It really did. James is an awesome guy, very friendly, very down to earth. I mean, he couldn't spend enough time talking with Johnny and I. Both Johnny and I got, pictures with him, and then we got a picture of the three of us together. And it was just a great time. It really was. Actually, I'm going to find that picture right now of the three of us, because I think it's pretty cool. Where is that?
While you're looking for that, hello, Dry Heat 480. How are you? Amanda Coombs, 7/8. Jay, get well soon. Was it get
Jay.
Get well soon. We hope you will get well. Whatever it is.
Yeah, get well soon, Jay.
Ben Coombs. Ben, do you know Amanda? Fender Guru, R2R3, Ken, Woven Chaos, Alan Garber, John Windsor,
Gerber,
JJ's House of Jams, Bozique, Robert Carstello, is it? Brian, is it Cote? Coty? Bozique says, speaking of amps, Johnny Beane, Rob Johnson, or anyone in the chat who went to NAMM, what'd you think of the new Marshall studio amps? And is it just me, or are they overpriced? I did not hear them, but yeah, probably. Richard.
Agreed.
Is it Richard Friend?
Richard Friend.
Johnny. He says, David.
Burp.
Terry's GG&G. What's up, dude? Yeah. Mad Dog. So yeah, if you want to say hello, say hi in the chat. I read it from the bottom, so if I miss it, gotta keep going. What was that? Half. It meant a lot for me to see the first picture of Rob Johnson and Johnny Beane after being friends for all these years. Where's the oh? Is that on here?
Kev keeps texting me from a different number, like every 2 months. Text like Jeremy. He's an awesome dude, good friend. But I don't know what it is. Like every couple of months, he loses his phone or it breaks, and then I get this weird message on Facebook. Hey, what's your number? I got a new phone. My phone broke. I'm like, oh, okay. Here's Hef again. So I got to send him my number. It's like every couple of months he has to get a new phone. But that's cool, dude. Here's a picture of Johnny, me, and James Brown. Really cool guy. The three of us together hanging out, and that is the dude.
Closer.
Yeah.
Go all the way. Go all the way forward, all the way, and more. Keep going.
I can't get any closer. My fingers are hitting the screen.
Otherwise, it's just blurry.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty bad. But that's the guy that was the original 5150 amp builder. So any of you guys that love that original PV, like Johnny has, he's got the block logo.
I do.
I have two combos. Great amps. But I'll tell you, this guy has dialed it in with his Amp Tweaker amp. Very, very, very pretty excited about that. And just a great guy. Really, really cool dude.
Okay, Hef says the 601 area code, that's him.
I know, Hef. I'm just giving you a hard time.
I know.
Hef, I'm not saving you in my phone anymore because in 2 months you're gonna break your phone. I'll be getting another number from you. So, no, I'm joking. Oh gosh.
Matt Duffy. Hey, good to see you. Vinny.
Hey,
what
Vinny.
What up, man?
What's up, Vinny?
Craig. Other Craig. A64 T-Bird. Why are we not talking about David Gilmour? But he's selling all his guitars or something?
Yeah.
Is that what happened?
Well, he's not selling them. He's auctioning them.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's a form of selling.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That guitar, that black Strat of his, that thing sucks. It's I mean, it's cool because of whose guitar it is, but it's really just a Fender reissue from the 80s. Well, the neck is anyway. The body's a 69, I believe. But, the neck is it's a reissue neck. It's not all that big a deal. I think his red Strat with the EMGs is cooler, and I think the original white one, which has the serial number 0001. Now that's a cool Strat, but the black one, it's okay. It's nothing to, I'm sure it'll make a lot of money. It will sell for a lot of money, but it's not that big a deal.
Well, is that one of his main guitars, the black one?
It's lately has been, but for, all through the 80s and 90s, it wasn't.
Yeah.
It's like the tuxedo, right?
Yeah. No, it's actually all black. Black pickguard, white pickups, white knobs.
Yeah, that'd be called like a tuxedo.
Yeah.
I've always been a huge fan of that look. I'm not the biggest fan. Well, I like Pink Floyd. I'll admit it. Hey, Jennifer. Hey, good to see you. I'm sorry I missed you at the NAMM show, John.
Hey, Jen.
I mean, I'm not the biggest Pink Floyd fan in the world. Maybe because I've never touched the stuff.
Come on. No, I'm joking. I'm kidding. I'm joking.
I know. I could have, ashes all over my jacket. You'd never know it, right? It's like, oh, you guys, hang on. That's good. No, I've never been the biggest Floyd fan, but I've always liked the tuxedo Strat, the black body, black pickguard, white pickups, white knobs. I actually wanted to. I tried building one of those some years back. I bought a black body. What was the deal with that? I just didn't have a neck or something. I ended up selling it. But at some point I would like. Well, it's like this. That'd be considered. The black with the white. It's a good look. I like it. Pink Floyd makes me sleepy. Ken? Yeah, I know what you mean. They got those sleepy songs.
They do. It's like watching baseball. You just like pass out. You're like catching flies.
Yuck. The American. What's up, dude? That's right. So what else?
So Johnny, let me ask you, what was your out of the whole NAMM show that we went to, from the EVH line to the Kramers to the Charvels to whatever, what was your highlight as far as the thing that you thought was the coolest on the cool factor that you got a chance to see?
Aside from a big hug from Rob Johnson?
Aside from a big hug from the coolest dude. Yeah.
Yeah, because, man, you get big hugs, man.
And he smells good. He smells good. That's thank God.
Do. Even when I fart.
If you smell bad and you hug someone like that, that would be bad news.
Even when I fart, I smell good.
Okay. All right.
Now we're going to have to delete the video.
That's not a bad word. You can say that.
No, you can say it. It's just it's not pleasant.
Well, it wasn't when Dave did it online like last year one time either.
I just did it a few minutes ago. When I moved up front, I moved like that.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, let's go. Okay. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's Snickers. That's Snickers, right? Barney, come here. Barney.
You mean stinkers?
Snickers. Barney, come here. Barney wants to say hi. Come here. Come here. Oh, Barney. Barney wants to say hello. Now this little guy missed me so much when I know. I already blew my nose. You don't have to clean my nose.
Yuck.
He does. He cleans my nose for me, so I don't have to use cleaner.
Oh, sick.
And other thing. No, I'm joking. Never mind. This little guy missed me so much when I was gone. Barnuchka. Yes, I know. Okay. He missed me so much when I was gone. He just wants to say hi. Say hi, Barney. I know. Yeah, you go, boy. Okay. Okay.
What is he? Is he a Chihuahua?
He's a Dave's still farting. He's a Chihuahua. He's a Chihuahua. I think he's got something else in him too.
He's an Applehead Chihuahua.
He looks like Bat Boy from the National Enquirer movie. He looks like Bat Boy.
Oh my goodness.
Poor little guy was sick yesterday. I felt so bad. I really thought yesterday I was going to have to bring him to the vets. My girlfriend, it's my girlfriend's dog, but I have him most of the time. But he was just having a really rough time yesterday. I'll just leave it at that. And I really was concerned. I think he, like Dave said, I think he ate something that he shouldn't have. But so Johnny, what were you saying? What was your favorite? What was your probably like highlight of the NAMM show as far as gear was concerned?
The shark guitar. That was the highlight. Definitely. As far as gear.
Yeah.
Right? I already said a big hug from you was that made the whole thing worth it. Well, just, seeing people, seeing my friends. I mean, there's people I only see, once every year or so many years, down there. And it sucks when we miss each other.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, the what you call it? The shark. The shark, which I didn't say this before, but thank you to VHND for sharing the video of the shark.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Jeff.
Very cool video. One thing about the shark I didn't realize, and this is brand new to me, and as soon as I got home, I had to do this to mine. And talking to Matt
Let me
Brown,
guess. Let me guess. Shake it a little bit. There you go. There you go.
So those of you guys that have a shark replica, you need to loosen up your turnbuckles, guys, because the original is just like this. They're like flopping in the
Loosen up your turnbuckles. It's Friday.
Loosen up your turnbuckles. It's Friday. So I had the opportunity to talk to Matt Brown, who had the original shark in his hands when he made the other one, and I asked him point blank, I said, are the turnbuckles loose on the real one? He goes, yeah, they are. Now, he didn't know how long they were that way, but they were loose. They were literally jiggling. Wow. We can really go crazy with that one, but I'm not gonna say that. But so for those of you guys that had that question, were the turnbuckles loose or should they be tight? Make them loose, because that's how they're supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
And that comes right
nobody likes a person with a tight turnbuckle.
Right.
That's not.
Have loose turnbuckles.
Loosen them up a little bit, you guys. Loosen those turnbuckles.
Yeah, fluent. More impromptu. Yeah, exactly.
Don't be a tight turnbuckle.
Don't be a tight turnbuckle.
That's right, Caleb. So, Dave, what's new, man?
Hi, how you doing?
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm excellent.
Oh, very nice.
I'm very good.
How's everybody in the chat?
We're loose.
Everybody's there.
Everybody's loose.
Okay, I'll be here if you need me.
Oh, Caleb, by the way, I was going to wear your T-shirt tonight. But it's in the wash, and I wore it for the last 3 days. I love it. and I had to wear the.
3
I
days.
actually had to wear the EVH T-shirt tonight. So sorry, but I love the T-shirt. Nerd Halen all the way, rock on.
Wait, that's Spider-Man. That's.
Wait a minute. Here we go.
Yeah, the difference between I don't know how to do it. They said one's Spider-Man and
Spider-Man's like this. He's got
one's metal.
Out. Yeah, one's metal and whatever.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Jennifer.
Fender Guru asks if there any truth to the Michael Anthony rumors. Yes. Yes, they are just rumors. It's the truth.
Yeah, it's true that there are rumors out there. That's true. No, they warned everybody not to ask him anything.
Yeah, we couldn't ask him anything.
They said don't even try it. You know, and they got that question right out of the way at that interview that we were at, Rob. Remember,
yeah,
you were there, right?
Yeah.
You were there, yeah.
Doogie came out and was like, "Don't do it."
Vinny, I'm sorry, hang on. Vinny, hey, Bozique, thank you very much, man. You guys, I appreciate all that stuff.
Keep it coming.
It'll really help because actually Google is getting rid of Hangouts, and we're gonna have to start paying to do these shows. So any little help really does. It really helps. We really appreciate it. Vinny, where'd your thing go? Vinny says, quick question for you, Johnny. Do you think the EVH Shark guitar will have a Floyd Rose on it?
No.
Nah, it won't, Vinny. That guitar, the original one didn't. And even if it did, let's say if EVH, did put a Floyd on that guitar, which I could see them doing.
I've seen one. I've seen someone make a replica with a Floyd on it. Looks cool. With a Floyd, yeah. No, I'm sure it plays great. Yeah. It's more versatile as far as doing the Eddie Van Halen style stuff. But what am I saying? But no, the original guitar doesn't have a Floyd Rose on it, and as some of you probably have heard, all the stuff on the first record that Eddie played when there was no whammy bar, it was that guitar. So you wouldn't have the same sound if it had a Floyd on it. Right. Plus you couldn't do the intro to Running with the Devil because he strummed underneath the bridge for that on that guitar. Yeah. It wasn't above the nut. Definitely a different sound.
Yeah.
Ken Stowe, the guitar behind me is a 1983 Kramer Pacer, an original 83.
And have to answer your question. I know you asked it a couple of times. The neck on the EVH guitar, the Shark, was amazing. It was just incredible. I had a chance to play it. I mean, the neck on mine's a Donnie Ward guitar, and I love that guitar. And the neck on mine is incredible as well. But and I have no intention of getting rid of mine because I love it. But I'm just going to say that the EVH neck was phenomenal. I really liked how it played, and I would highly recommend that guitar to anybody that's looking to, go for that type of a guitar, the Shark guitar. It's the color on the guitar. They nailed the color. It's, to put to bed any kind of, the guitar was white and red. No, it wasn't white. It was silver. We've been saying that for years and nobody wanted to listen. It is silver and burgundy. We always knew that, and it's always been silver and burgundy. They nailed the color, and they got the striping pattern is perfect. But as far as they even got the harmonica bridge is right. I mean, everything right down to, little bits and pieces. Amazing guitar, and I was very, very impressed with the action, and the playability of that neck was phenomenal. Great guitar. If I didn't have mine, I would probably be saving up to buy one. But if you get that guitar when it comes out, you won't be disappointed. It's an amazing guitar. I have nothing but good things to say about it. My opinion.
Yeah. It's one of the best ones.
Yeah.
Best sounding. Actually, Vinny, are you still here? that guitar probably sounds better because there is no Floyd. You know?
Right. I mean, the Floyds can almost sometimes make a guitar sound a little tinny. Sometimes, you know.
Well, you know when Eddie when they'd be in the studio back in the when did he put a Floyd on his guitar the first time? What year?
79.
What record? 79?
79, yeah.
So 79, 80 somewhere. I remember reading an interview with him, and he was saying that he would take the Floyd off the Frankenstein and put a regular tremolo on the Frankenstein for recordings. Like he wouldn't use the Floyd Rose for recordings because it sounded thin.
Yeah, if you listen to that,
like a brighter sound to it.
Right. That 1982 Guitar World interview with what was his name?
Eddie Van Halen?
Yeah, but what was the interview's guy's name? You know what I'm talking about. It's all over the internet now.
Steve Rosen.
No, not that one. Jazz Oberlet. Jazz
Oberlet.
Yeah. Eddie says
Obrecht.
that he says that had a little bit of a thin sound, and Eddie actually spelled out the word brass. He said, "I'm not really into all that brassy stuff," which maybe is why the Rockinger bridge didn't really take off, because that whole bridge was made of brass.
Well, that was the thing back then. All the replacement parts, everything was brass.
Right.
You know,
right.
You look at all those Boner jams. There you go. All hail Jay Hannon. Thank you, Boner. Yeah, Jay.
Wait, say that again. Say that again, Johnny. What'd you say?
Which one?
Thank you, Boner.
Thank you, Boner. All hail.
I said that.
Jay Hannon.
Night, actually. About 10:30 last night. Thank you, Boner. Anyways, I'm sorry.
You thank yourself?
No, it's two different heads. There's two totally different people with different minds and everything.
My goodness. Dude, you got 71 people listening to this.
That's it? Thank you, Boner. No.
Now it's 70.
No, it's 70. Hey, maybe it's 90 now. I don't know.
Boner Jams, thank you so much, man. We really, really appreciate that. And yes, Jay Hannon, get well soon, man. We miss you.
Yeah,
and
Jay,
I want to give Jay a big hug this time next year is what I want to do. I know he smells good. He sent me his shirt.
Yeah. Mad Dog says, Jay, say Rob is the poor man's Jay Hannon. Hey, Mad Dog, I was here before Jay Hannon was. 3 years before Jay Hannon was. Jay is the poor man's Rob Johnson. No, I'm just joking. Jay, feel better, dude. Feel better.
Jay's not feeling good, so.
I'm the Jay's the Sammy Hagar of Van Halen. I was the David Lee Roth. So.
Oh, look out.
Ouch! Now we started. Now
look out.
I'm joking. I'm kidding. I'm joking. No, I'm totally joking, guys. I'm totally joking. Totally joking. Totally joking.
Yeah. I love everybody equally around here.
I love everybody, especially Johnny. I got to meet him.
Yeah, I still can't believe it, man. That was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, you're not Sharon, Caleb.
James Gum says, thanks for turning me on to removing the tension plates and the shim on the Floyd trems. It does make all the difference. You know, honestly, for those of you guys that don't know, I mean, I'm not saying everybody should do this, but what I've been doing is on my Floyd Roses, I've been taking off the two plates on the bottom of the base of the Floyd, the 6 fingers that stick up that hold the screws, and then there's a plate underneath those. I've been lucky on all my guitars, but I believe, this is just my opinion, that they are tone robbers. And if you remove those items, you will get the base of the bridge will sit flush on the body more, and you'll get better resonance. I've had that experience on my guitars. Now, I'm not going to say everybody should go out and take those 2 pieces off. But I will say that I have taken those pieces off, and it's made a huge, huge difference. If you go back to the original whale tail bridges, Floyd's, they didn't have those two pieces in the first place. They didn't need them. And that's why they say that those particular bridges have the best tone. So I've been very comfortable taking them off all of my guitars, and I've been very successful. You have to adjust the action a little bit and the height of the string height, depending on how low you like your action, and a couple different things. But I've been very successful with that, and I like the tone better. That's my opinion. And I'm not saying that everybody's going to have the same results. Your mileage may vary. Dave, what is your thought on that?
I've tried it, and I've tried it a couple times on a couple guitars, and I didn't like the way the bridge was sitting on the guitar for this setup, so I put them back on. But I agree with you. I mean, my whale tail is on my 5150, and it's without a doubt the best sounding replicas that I have.
And of course, that has a big ass steel block on it too, which I think has a big difference. The steel block has a big thing to do. The only thing I've noticed on the Floyds that I've done this to, the bridge actually sits like this. It sits tilted back a little bit.
Yeah, and I don't care for that.
Right.
It's not doing it on that guitar.
Right. Again, your mileage may vary. I don't know.
Is that a disclaimer?
I've basically done it to all my Music Mans, EVHs, and PVs, and I'm kind of doing it on a lot of my Kramers now. And the only thing that I have to do is I have to adjust the truss rod a little bit, and then obviously the trem claw screws to adjust the tension, because I like a nice clunk when the bridge hits the body, because I think that gives it better resonance. I guess I don't understand what the purpose of those two parts are. Once you have tension on your springs, what do those do? I just don't understand the purpose of them. I guess I do kind of subscribe to they are tone robbers, but
Dave was dressed up like a tone robber the other day, the other night. Remember that? Uh-oh.
A tone robber. Oh gosh.
He's gonna steal the he's gonna steal the big block off your tremolo.
Yeah.
And put it on his guitar.
Well, anybody that needs those two parts, I have like 40 of them now kicking around. You can have, I'll send them all out to you guys. Like, actually, do you guys remember about 2 years ago, we did a hangout one night and we were talking about one of the Wolfgang guitars. I don't know if it was a PV or an EVH, and we were talking about the low E string, Dave, that little finger had been snapped off of. Why would anybody have snapped that one finger off?
Well, it's not anyone. They do that at EVH. EVH does it so you can pull the detune out quicker.
Okay, so it has a little less tension on it? Okay.
Yeah.
The only thing I have noticed, the reason I'm bringing that up is the only thing I have noticed is on the guitars that I have detuners on, when you have the detuner, popped out and drop D, without that little finger, use your bar and it slides back in. So I've almost have to kind of turn it around backwards if you're going to be abusing your bar.
Right.
And then thank it. And then thank it.
Yeah. Right.
Whoa! Look out,
Barney. Barney, what's the matter? What's going
on? Sorry. Yeah, I had a phone call. I had to deal with tomorrow.
Yeah, I thought you guys muted me for a second. I heard you guys talking and I couldn't see any. I just saw this. I'm like, oh, they must have muted me.
Weird. No, I spent all day in the studio today. I'm working with a group and we're recording. You guys know the song Hallelujah?
Yeah.
You know, Jeff Buckley did it. Leonard Cohen. Do you guys know those guys? They did it. Anyway, I'm working with the group and we're recording a version of it. And so we spent several hours in the studio today. I put the pictures up on Instagram, Johnny Beane, if you guys want to see them. Anyway, we're meeting at another studio tomorrow, like at 9 in the morning. So that was somebody who who's gonna carpool with me, basically. I just gotta save their phone number here.
Oh, Hef just changed his phone number again. No, I'm just joking. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking. Sorry, Hef. I'm just picking on you.
I think his phone broke or something. I think that's what happened. John BL, you play that in your how do you say that? Ensemble. Leonard Cohen's favorite version is John Bon Jovi's. So Jennifer says the song is ducking hard to sing. Yeah, man. Yeah, all I've been listening to the past 2 nights is Jeff Buckley. Actually, that's not true. You guys. The past 2 nights, all I've been listening to, and I'm not kidding, is Jeff Buckley and TLC, which is just the weirdest combination.
Wow.
Yeah, but yeah, that's been my my playlist the past 2 nights.
I've been listening to New Kids on the Block.
Hang on. Okay, what was that? Yeah, Jen. Yeah, No Scrub. Yeah, No Scrub. Chasing Waterfalls. What was their new one? They've got a more recent song. Oh no! Come on, man. Oh wait, you got to do the what's he saying when he's in the scene? Is he whistling? Wow, somebody's. He's not joking. You hear that echo? That's the bathroom. Come on. You guys don't go chasing that waterfall, you guys.
Don't chase that waterfall. Barney, don't you ever do that again, Barney.
Shoot.
Oh,
was that real?
Yeah, it was a real scream.
There you go, Jay. There's a new one for you.
Yeah.
And Amanda, what happened to those gifts? Wow. Soda pop. That was, man. Yeah, did you wash your hands? No.
Yes, I did. In the toilet.
You mean you just put your hands down there while you're going? So it's like washing at the same time?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like
that's
fresh
horrible.
water.
That's nasty.
It's like fresh water, vacuum hose to the toilet bowl,
If it's clear, I think it's fresh water, but not.
No, that's how you get your guitar next to it.
What's going on here, you guys? What's going on?
That's how you get your guitar next nice and weathered. You just don't use the sink after you go to the bathroom.
Oh, gross.
Yeah. And Johnny was hugging me when we were out there.
Oh,
he was
nasty. Anyway, whatever. Yeah, I wasn't kidding, man. TLC. I've been listening to TLC all night last night. Not joking. even the early stuff. Even the early stuff from like from 92. When they were like more like like early rap. Well, at least the look. you know, back when
I
Left
like
Eye,
TLC.
when Left Eye was wearing the patch, you know.
Yep.
I told you guys I listen to everything. I'm not kidding. I might be
How
sitting
about
here in a Van Halen jacket, but that's not. I listen to. I'm not kidding you guys.
How about Salt and Pepper? Remember them?
Yeah.
Salt and Pepper. Push it.
Mm-hmm.
Push it.
Mm-hmm. So what? Any questions from the chat room? Yeah, Jennifer, I was actually gonna tag you in something. I saw a picture. Maybe it was before the NAMM show on Instagram when Gibson talked about the Chris Cornell guitar. I was gonna tag you in it so you could see it, but nicotine patch. Yeah, those are good. Oh, you mean over the eye? Over the eye? Oh, yeah.
Wasn't that Sting?
Yeah, she I think she would put a condom over her eye too. Yeah. Yep. Anyway, what's
Real ladylike. A lot of class.
any new Jim Root Fender signatures? Boner Jam says that I am not sure of. Nesdal, do you know anything in that department?
I don't even know who that is.
Scott Nickerson tuning in from the bathtub. That's right,
TLC kicks ass, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I dig them. And for some reason,
I like them.
For some reason, the past year or something, I've really been listening to Slipknot. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I didn't see any. Maybe Jay knows. But what am I saying? Yeah. Anyway, I've been listening to a lot of music from like the early to mid 90s lately. And you know, some of the TLC stuff and the Jeff Buckley tune, you know, that all fits right in that timeline. I don't know.
I was listening to some Candlebox the other day. Speaking of early to mid 90s Candlebox, they were pretty good.
Rob, answer Hef already.
Huh? No, he's asking me. Yeah. I did. They're right here. I just have to put them on. Maybe I'll do a live what would you call it? A live stick on?
Stick on.
Stick on?
Unsticking.
Well, on sticking.
On sticking, yeah. No, Hef is the one that sent me a set of those. Thanks to Hef. He was for my Music Man, he sent me a set of stickers, and there was actually two. So one of the sets that I got, I said, "Hey Johnny, take these." So thanks to Hefner for that. Yeah, James, I always liked Candlebox. I thought they were pretty cool.
I just realized it's dark out, so I gotta go tuck the chickens real quick. I totally didn't wow, I didn't even realize what time we've been on for. An hour already.
Yeah, about an hour.
Wow.
Hey Dave, while we're waiting for Johnny, go get your 5150. Let's do some 5150 talk.
Hang on a second. Brendan B Squared has a question for Rob. I asked earlier, I want to do an EVH striped cigar box guitar. What's the best source for striping pattern? Well, it depends on what guitar you're looking to replicate.
Right.
If you're looking to replicate, hold up that guitar, Rob. If you're looking to replicate that guitar, it's all over the internet. Just type in 5150 guitar, and you'll eventually see striping patterns with the correct size tape and where to put it.
Somebody said a second ago, I think it disappeared. Rob, can you show your Rude guitar? Oh, John BL. Yep. Hold on a sec. This guitar is actually pretty new. I've had one for a while. This is my Rude guitar. I'm going to thank two people for this guitar. I'm going to thank Jerry Leica for the body and the paint job, and I'm going to thank Scott Smith for the neck. I did one myself a few years ago, and I loved it, but I had an opportunity to acquire this one. This is the 2-inch thick body, so you can see it's really thick. I got this body from Jerry. He did an amazing job on it. And this neck came from Scott Smith. And it's the Dan Electro style neck. Some people don't really care for this style, but since my Circles guitar is, you know, the standard Strat, I figured I'd do my Rude guitar kind of fair warning-ish. But let's see what else. So this is basically, I guess you could say, a Musicraft neck, 3x3 Dan Electro style, Floyd Rose. It's got Schaller tuners. Original Floyd Rose with a D-tuner. What is the pickup? It's a DiMarzio Super Distortion, speed knob, kind of like the Fair Warning era. And yeah, it's got the correct route in the back. Dave has the exact same guitar as this. It's identical body. He just has a Strat neck on his, and I decided to go with this neck. But yeah, this is the Rude guitar, and I love it. It's a great, it's not in tune, but I was way out of tune. But great guitar, real nice low action. Great guitar. I love it. One of my favorites. Yep.
Keep talking, Rob, while I go get my 5150.
So we're just kind of talking about the 5150s. Dave's going to go get his. Johnny's doing something. So I figured, you know, Dave and I have, we're two of the folks out there that have the 5150s that are the current version, the 6-tuner PV Wolfgang pickup. Chris Hubbard did both of ours. And Chris, you know, good friend of mine, good friend of ours, did an amazing job on these, right down to the, you know, the I don't know if you can see it. You can even see the oh, there you go. Here's a good picture. Here's the grain in the body. Every little relic you can possibly imagine. The eye bolts are dipped in rubber like Eddie's is, which he did on his PV Wolfgangs. All the holes, looks like Swiss cheese. The relicking, the grain, the 5150's got the original whale tail on it. PV Wolfgang pickup. Big steel block in the back. That's okay. No problem. Big steel block in the back. Black springs. B4 129. Headstock's got the fake crack in it. It's got the double tab Schaller tuner. And you're going to see Dave's right now, which is going to be almost an identical clone to this. It's going to be exact same thing.
Dirty neck.
Right. He's got his neck's a little dirtier. Yep. Which I think is cool as hell.
Same guitar.
Oh, yeah, Dave, I didn't show mine. I have the same thing. Can you talk for a second about the string tree?
Yeah. I mean, it's an original.
Here's
early 80s string tree. The screws that are, everyone seems to think that the screws that go in that string tree are black. They're not. They're just really weathered, so they look black, but they're not black.
They're kind of rusty looking, aren't they, Dave? Kind of rusty.
Yeah. So I just left mine silver, but yeah, it's the same exact guitar. This one happens to be my favorite of the bunch.
Dave, can you talk about the actual string tree itself for a second? I mean, we both got one, but The
well, it's round. It's round on you know, it's totally a round, where the new ones are longer and flat on the top.
Okay, I'm kidding. All right, I'm joking.
I wasn't. But
All right. That's a video on YouTube of 10 hours of that sound. Great. Now it's in my history, so I'll be what do you call it? Suggested all these videos of that.
Yeah. Johnny, go get your 5150. Is your 5150 handy, or is it not handy?
Sort of.
But sort of not.
Not really.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know.
We're talking about the
yours looks way realer than mine does, man. Is that a word? Mine doesn't look like the real thing.
Yeah, it's cool. Johnny's 5150 is more like 86-ish era, like 1986 era, whereas Dave's and I are more modern day with, you know, the PV Wolfgang pickup. For those of you that are wondering, from what we understand, and Dave can chime in here too, this particular guitar happens to be my absolute favorite Van Halen guitar. If I could only have one guitar, it would be the 5150 replica. That's just Live Without a Net came out. This was the guitar that did it for me. So this is my favorite. So this is my absolute favorite guitar of anything that I own or would ever want to own. But this guitar was built in 1982, late 1982, and Eddie brought it on tour during the US Festival. It didn't get played, but it was backstage.
Well, that wasn't really a tour.
Oh, that's true. Well, I mean, it had more people in the whole one show than the entire tour. Yeah, I know.
Probably.
Right.
But no, I think they rehearsed. I think they rehearsed for that like it was a tour, just to do one show. I think he said that one time.
Right. Yep. That's true.
And well, actually, that show technically is a Diver Down show.
Right.
Technically, they were just done with Diver Down, and then they did that. It's pretty much the same set.
They just finished the South American leg, right, of the Diver Down tour. Yeah, and then Steve Wozniak approached them on that. But that was the time frame where Eddie was kind of looking to branch out. He had just switched over to Kramer. He was playing the Kramer ad guitar. He was actually, you know, he was playing this one, the Kramer ad guitar, on the South American leg. And then
if you guys watch a lot of the Van Halen live like 1983 videos on YouTube, most likely they'll be somewhere in South America, you know, Venezuela. What's the other ones? I think there's one from Brazil. I think.
Yeah.
Sao Paulo. Okay, the guitar Eddie is playing is that other one that he held up, the ad guitar.
Right.
You know, so that's one of the cool things about watching those videos is you see a guitar that he only played during that one time period.
Well, actually, and I also found out that he also used that guitar for the Canada shows.
Right.
The shows in Toronto and Montreal for late 82 and 83. He used the guitar.
Oh, because the Montreal Diver Down show, it's that guitar, right? Because you see the headstock, you see the big headstock on the guitar. Yeah.
And then 1984 came along, and then Eddie started, from what we understand, actually recorded most of the album with a 5150 guitar, and then took this guitar on tour along with a 1984 guitar. But this guitar was one of Eddie's main road guitars, and basically replaced his Frankenstein, and was right in between the Frankenstein and the Ernie Ball Music Man, his amber one. And the cool thing about this guitar for me is, I mean, this was the 80s. This was the 80s Kramer Beretta hair band heyday. Everybody was trying to make these guitars. they were all modding something off of the 5150 guitar.
Mm-hmm.
And
the Beretta was kind of based off that,
right,
because technically that guitar isn't a Beretta, really.
right.
I mean, not it's not. I mean, it's not the same. It's not the same as the ones you could buy. Sort of. You kind of could, but kind of couldn't. I have to use the bathroom.
You actually couldn't.
Right.
That's a modified Mansion special.
Oh, okay, he's gone. He's gone. Why does Alex wear a neck brace? Because what happened? Some lights, some lighting fell on him or something. Right, Rob? During the balance tour. How come Alex Van Halen had the neck brace during the balance tour? What happened?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure. I know there was some kind of an accident, but I don't know what it was. He somehow got injured. I don't recall on that.
I think some lighting or something fell on him during like a rehearsal or a sound check or something.
Because it pretty much was the entire tour he had that on, wasn't it?
Probably. I don't remember.
As far as I know.
Yeah. Alan, you said, to the best of your knowledge, Eddie used the Frankenstein to record the 84 album. I thought that too. I really did. And I'm not going to say you're wrong, because I guess none of us will really know. But somebody corrected me about 6 months ago and said, no, Eddie used the 5150 guitar for the 84 tour. And I said, no. He used it live, but he used the Frankie for the album.
Well, there's also an interview where Eddie said he used the 5150 guitar.
Right, exactly. And then I actually, it was about 6 months ago, and then just the other day I was reading an article for 84 where Eddie actually said he did in fact use the 5150 to record the album. Yeah.
But you never saw any pictures of it in the studio, though.
You never saw pics of it. Yeah.
The only pictures you see from 84, in that studio is you see the Frankenstein guitar with the beak neck.
Right. Yeah, it's exactly. You see this is the neck that everybody sees, with the R and the A kind of cut off. It's this beak neck. The jump, we call it the jump neck, Cool neck. I love it, but kind of interesting. But as far as the 5150 is concerned, I mean, it was the 1986 5150 guitar. It was the 84 guitar. It was the 1988 OU812 guitar. And then if you watch the Japan 1989 show, it still has 6 regular tuners, and it's still got the original Duncan JB 59, whatever you want to call it, pickup. And if you see the Cabo Wabo opening with Sammy Hagar, where they went down to Cabo Wabo in 1990, all of a sudden now it has a 7 tuning peg, because somewhere along the line the headstock broke in half right where the seam was when they changed it from a Strat style headstock to the hockey stick. It broke right on the seam, so they added another tuning peg, and that's how Eddie played it. And that was right. I think Music Man replaced that, because Eddie had just started his deal with Music Man. And then the guitar kind of got put away. Nobody was using it. And then in 1996, when he went 95, 96, when he went with Peavey, he put a Peavey Wolfgang pickup in it and took off the Music Man logo. There was a short period of time where there was black electrical tape on it. And then you finally saw the Kramer logo resurface again. And there was also the barrel jack. The barrel jack was removed, and this plate was put on there, and the tape was taken off, and that's where you see the residue right there where the input jack was. Had a lot more relicking on it. The duct tape was taken off, and I mean, there's also, we're not going to get too geeky, but some of the saddles were replaced on the whale tail, and 3 springs were put in the back. And this is essentially the style and the status that you will see this guitar in today, basically. Also, the original nut was on there, but the humpback clamps were changed out to more modern ones. Dave, did I miss anything else?
No, other than the neck pocket being too large for that neck, you can actually see a big space on the top side.
Mm-hmm. Is that, Dave, would you say, is that why in 2004 when Eddie took that on tour they put the Charvel neck on it, because that fit a little better? Or
well, he widened the neck pocket for that neck.
Okay.
Because that neck was an R3 neck. It's a wider neck. It wouldn't fit in the neck pocket.
Right. From what I understand, the guitar is probably not a good player today. It's a wall hanger more than anything. I think it's hanging in Eddie's studio, but I don't necessarily know if it's playable with this neck on it. I don't know. Hard to say.
Hey, Pal Guitars. Welcome.
Pal Guitars.
Yeah. Oh, that wasn't me. So what else is what's going on this weekend? Anybody?
Not much for me. Pretty quiet.
The Super Bowl.
Although
I don't care.
Dave doesn't like baseball.
Yeah, I don't like baseball.
So I'm just gonna say here's, as you guys know, my vote.
There you go.
Hate me, but
there you go. Soda Pop. Yeah, Eddie used a Les Paul live in 1980 for And the Cradle Will Rock. Michael Anthony played an electric piano on stage, and Eddie played a Les Paul, most of the time with just a bridge pickup in it. The neck pickup was missing. And
he also used it in the 78. There's some pictures of him using a Les Paul in 78 too.
A white one, yeah. I think mainly when they were like overseas, I think that was like his backup guitar.
Yep.
I think, because when they would play shows, over here, it would be thank you, Pal Guitars. When they would play shows over here, and we're talking 78, right?
Right.
It'd be the Frankenstein when it was still black and white, and then the Shark, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Like when they would do after Eruption, his guitar would be all out of tune, and for You Really Got Me, the last song, he'd be playing the Shark.
Right.
I think.
Yep.
And so I'm thinking probably those pictures of him playing the Les Paul. We're just assuming, that's probably overseas. I don't know.
Somebody asked a question a few minutes ago. How many tours did Eddie play the Destroyer, the Shark guitar? Eddie played it live in the 78 tour. He played it live in the 79 tour, and also the Invasion tour, 1980. There were some times it came out. And I don't think that made an appearance after that, correct?
Right.
Yeah, I think the last time you saw it was 80.
Right.
Yeah. Where's it? That's all Dave.
What are you talking about?
All that echoing and stuff.
Finally, it's not me. Finally, I'm innocent. Where's Jay? Jay, I'm innocent. Jay, I'm innocent. Oh gosh.
Hey, Robert. Douglas Bador, welcome. He says, "Go Saints." I don't even know who's playing.
What not the Saints. Not the Saints.
Oh, they're not playing?
No, they got beat last week, 2 weeks ago. Johnny, what would your out of the Wolfgang guitars, the EVH line, what was your favorite new Wolfgang release this time? If you had to pick, I mean, out of just the EVH Wolfgang new ones.
Well, let's go specials and standards
Okay.
because there was new ones.
Yeah.
I like the blue special.
Mhm.
I really thought that primer gray special was really cool.
Yeah.
That was cool. That was really cool, actually. And then as far as the specials, it was. I think it's called the exotic series. Is it? Those guitars, like you had the brown one, and the one with the. Where's the picture? Where's the picture? I believe those are specials. I think.
I think they are.
They have the roasted. They have the roasted necks.
Yeah. Yeah.
I really liked. There was the one. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, there was like 1, 2, 3. There was 4 different. Yeah, those look like specials to me. There was 4 different finishes on the special guitars.
Those are standards.
That's what I mean, standards. On the standards. Oh, that's fun. It's just a tweet. I like that one.
Yeah.
I think that one's pretty cool. That one.
I didn't like the pictures of it when I saw it before NAMM, and when I got to NAMM and actually saw it firsthand, I liked it more. I did.
That's how it is. They always look nicer in person. They always look better in person. And then you got these are the specials. You got the white one, you got that blue one, and there's that primer gray one.
Yeah.
Caleb really likes the blue one. Caleb took a couple pictures of me holding that guitar where it looks really cool.
Yeah. I got a couple pictures.
Here we go.
Too.
Here we go. Here's one of them. And is that Herzansky back there?
Who?
Mark. I think that's Mark back there.
Who? No.
Right. Is that Mark back there?
Yeah, that's Mark. I'm just joking. Yeah.
Okay, but anyway, yeah, that guitar, that blue special looks pretty
great. Great
has a really cool finish on that.
Yeah, here's me holding it.
A guitar, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I know it doesn't look blue, but that's the blue one. And then I really love this. I love that red one. Thought that was cool.
But those are from last year.
Well, the red one was right. The red one.
That red one's last year's finish. Yep. Soda Pop, Johnny, do you have big hands like Eddie?
Big what?
Eddie's hands are bigger than mine. You know, if you guys, I've actually shook his hand, and I can tell you, he's got soft hands. It was soft. I remember. That's my handshake. But no, all at NAMM, it was all about the fist bump.
Oh yeah.
I'm shocked that I'm not bedridden right now. Totally shocked. You know.
After all the sicknesses and viruses floating around, you know?
It seemed like not many people were sick. Not many people were sick this year. But if you go to the Guitar Center, is it on Sunset in Hollywood? They got the rock walk down there, and you can put your hands in the cement in the man. Anyway, I did that a number of years ago, 10 years ago, 11 years ago, and Eddie's man, we're nerds. Eddie's finger came up to about there on me. Oh, get him!
What is that noise? Is that Snickers?
Yes.
That's Snickers. Barney, start barking.
Bite him.
What is it?
Who is it?
It's there.
Oh, hey, Hef has a question for you, Johnny. You and I caught this. Actually, you caught this. Read Hef's question. I know Dave doesn't care about the micro stacks, but
yeah, there's a new micro stack. There's a new micro stack. It's the is it the Stealth?
It's the no, it's the
EL34.
Yeah, no. It's the 5153S. Yeah, it is. It's the Stealth.
Which stands for Stealth.
Yeah, no, you're right, Johnny. Sorry, you're right.
I'll show you guys a picture. We were looking at it, and I'm like, wait a minute, I don't remember that one. Yeah, it's called the EVH Stealth Micro Stack. Let me.
Mad Dog.
There we go.
Mad Dog's post. That's funny.
There it is. I know that picture sucks, but
no, it's a good picture.
That's a new EL34S Stealth Micro Stack.
Yep.
Right there.
Some Dave dude says 1995's Balance Tour, dubbed the Ambulance Tour by his brother wearing a gigantic neck brace. You're right. It was because of Alex wearing the famous neck brace, and Eddie's hip was all messed up in the Ambulance Tour Balance. And as a matter of fact, there were a handful of shows where Eddie had to actually sit in a stool and play, sitting in a stool because he couldn't jump because his hip was bothering him too much. Yeah, that was kind of cool.
Did you see any of those shows?
Yeah, but I mean, I have a whole bunch of live recordings, video recordings, but of the Balance Tour, which is one of my favorite tours. But none of the recordings I have show Eddie in a stool. But I do know that I have some pictures of him on a stool.
You can't sit in a stool.
On a stool. But,
I guess unless if a stool had like arms around it.
Yeah.
Then you could sit. Then you could sit in it, but then that'd be a chair.
But he definitely wasn't jumping around nearly as much in that tour as he was, 93 or 98, before and after.
James, yeah, the blue tape of my hammer. Basically, that's
Caleb.
Just
different kind of stool. That's what I had after
I have a guitar pick. I have a guitar pick underneath my tremolo, probably acting kind of like a quarter, But I had duct tape holding it, and then it didn't look clean. I played a couple gigs recently. You guys saw, they're on here, and I just thought the painter's tape looked, better than duct tape.
Why don't you just get some black duct tape?
I should have. But hey, here's a picture. I don't know if we showed this on here. I think it was it? Who was it? Which Bertinelli? Well, actually, I can figure it out. Patrick Bertinelli posted this on Eddie's birthday last week, and it's a pretty cool picture. I don't think we showed this, but it's him playing like an inflatable Strat.
Yeah. That's cool.
It's pretty cool.
That has to be what, cool. 86, 87?
I don't know, maybe. Yeah.
Very
Gorilla
cool.
tape. Yeah. Good evening, Johnny Beane. Blah blah blah. When you just want to use the bathroom in peace. Man, I haven't used that yet. Have you guys? I'm blurry.
Yeah, you're blurry.
Either of you guys on TikTok?
No.
I haven't posted to it yet, but you get the most random reminders to get on there. So what? We've been about an hour and a half ish.
Somebody asked a question a little ways back. We got talking about something else, but I just kind of in the back of my head, they were asking what guitars Eddie had during the OU812 tour. During the OU812 tour, Eddie obviously had the 5150 guitar. He had the Steinberger GL2T for summer nights, and he did use a Strat. It was a Sunburst Fender Strat for Finish What You Started. And then he had a fleet of Kramer backups. One of them was the 1984 Kramer, which to our knowledge, he never played live. And I'm only saying it because I'd never seen any pictures of it in the OU812 tour, but I do know that he had it on tour. And then with like I said, a bunch of other pointy headstock maple necked Kramer Beretta style striped 5150 backups. That was about it, right, Dave? I don't think he had anything else in the OU 812 tour.
That's it. The 12-string Fender guitar that Sammy used was actually one of Eddie's guitars.
Oh, really? I never knew that.
Yeah.
That was one of Eddie's guitars,
Yeah.
really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Huh, cool. He used that for what, Eagles Fly?
Yeah.
And that? Okay. One of my favorite Hagar guitars, I mean, he's had, you know, from that tour, but he's used it before, was the yellow OU 812 Strat Beretta.
Yeah.
That
Cool
was
guitar.
a cool guitar. Yeah. He gave that away to somebody, didn't he? Wasn't that donated or?
Boom Boom Mancini, I think.
Okay. Yeah. Very cool guitar. That's probably my favorite Hagar
He traded
guitar.
it to Boom Boom for the shorts that he wore in one of the fights that he won, a big fight.
Oh, cool. Yeah, J.W. Parsons. Yeah, he had the Fu Manchu. Yep, with a neck brace.
Hef wanted to know what guitar I was playing. This one, same as Rob's.
Yeah, I think Dave's guitar and mine, other than Dave's neck being a little bit more weathered and you know, worn in, Dave's guitar and mine are almost identical twins. I mean, to a T. Yep. Definitely probably my favorite guitar. Probably the best 5150 replica I've had. It plays great. I mean, I love the whale tail bridge. It's just this real, I mean, Dave's got the same one, but this real meaty bridge. It's just got a lot of girth to it, you know.
Yep. Yeah, I got the same one.
Yep.
And the arm really is loose.
Yeah. Yep, they're cool that way. Dave, have you ever seen a guitar, a real Kramer, with one of the original 200 made whale tails, one of the real ones? Have you ever seen?
I owned one when I was younger.
Oh,
and
you
didn't know what it was. I didn't know what it was, but I knew it. The reason why I remember it is because I remember the Z plate, the plate that the saddles are on was thinner than the normal, original Floyd, and it didn't have the springs in the back, and it sat on the body, and it was on a 1982 Sunburst Kramer Pacer Imperial.
Mm-hmm.
I have never seen another one, but and I should have kept that guitar. I just didn't know what I had back at the time. I had it. I paid $400 for the guitar, and so I traded it for something else, probably a Beretta.
Yeah, that's so cool.
Oh, probably, you know what? Probably for a Klein painted Beretta.
Wow, you've had those?
Oh yeah, I've had a few of them.
Wow, that's cool.
It's kind of funny. Speaking of Floyd Roses, some of you guys that follow me on Facebook and Instagram.
Hang on. Okay, you guys with the wrenches.
What's going on?
You guys know what to do. So what?
I was just saying this picture right here at NAMM. I think Johnny took this picture. It's a picture of oh, there we go. Picture of me talking to Floyd Rose, and I'm showing him a picture of my whale tail on my 5150. This exact one right here. I got the opportunity to meet the legendary Floyd Rose, and we were talking about his bridges. And I was saying, hey, yeah. And he was showing me some of the improvements that they've made over the years, and I was like, wow, that's so cool, And I said, I have one of your original. I mean, I didn't get into where it came from or anything like that, but I said, I have one of your original 1982 style whale tails.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, oh yeah, that's what this is right here. And I'm like, Well, and here I am trying to tell the Floyd Rose what he did back in 1982, and because I'm just a geek, and he's done so much. But anyways, I showed him a picture of this bridge, and he looked and he goes, "Oh yeah, I remember it didn't have those springs in the bottom, and oh, look at the blocky style bass, and oh yeah, the big long bar with the long threads, and look how primitive it looked." And he was just like gassing on this particular bridge that I showed him, and it was just really cool to be able to have that opportunity to to be talking to the guy that actually made these things. It's just so cool. And he was just a great guy, nice guy, great personality, very talkative. And it was fun to be able to kind of just jaw jack with the guy for a few minutes, very cool.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Yeah,
he's awesome. Yeah, Soda Pop. You were saying, did Eddie always hold his guitar pick like in that picture? Yeah. Again with the wrenches. Be ready. Where's that picture? Where's that picture? Here we go. Actually, no, he didn't always hold his pick like this. That's just one style. Technically, I don't think he's not even holding a pick in this picture. There's no pick there.
Yeah, he's just kind of.
Yep. No, do you think Steinberger will ever make the GLT2 again? GL2T?
Not Ned Steinberger, but Gibson makes it.
Yeah.
How many bass drums does Alex use live? Depends on the tour. What was that, Rob?
I was just going to say, what did Steinberger start making a few years ago, Dave? It's not a trans trem, but it's like a synapse or something. They call it a synapse. It's kind of like a trans trem type capo or something. Oh gosh.
I don't know.
You guys in the chat would know what I'm talking about.
John BL probably would.
Hold on. I know you guys want to see this, so. Here's the real deal. Here's the 1985 Newberg Steinberger Trans Trem GL2T. But they were making Steinberger was making I think it's called the Synapse guitar. Somebody jump in. And it's not a bar that actually locks up and down like this one does. Like you can see the little teeth, and you can see the little teeth here, and then the claw here. So you pull up or down and just lock it into whatever position you want. But there's the Synapse guitar. I think is what they call it. It's like a moving capo on the neck, but I cannot recall. But it's something new that Steinberger was doing. Somebody's going to jump in here in a second and tell me what it is, I'm sure. But kind of cool. Dave, you want me to bring this down in a couple of weeks when I come down?
Sure, if you want to.
Okay.
Bring whatever you feel like carrying. Yeah, it's a cool guitar.
Oh, there they go.
Yeah, it's not in tune. Very cool guitar.
Yeah,
it always freaks me out when I hear that sound when you unhook the bar, the tremolo.
I know.
It feels like it's gonna break.
I always love that part when you go, Eddie does it and he goes, Wait a minute, hold on. It's amazing how it brings the strings up and down in tune with each other. It's really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely a cool little guitar. A lot of fun. But
Yeah.
But yeah, this guitar, I've had this for about 15, 16 years. It's a 1985 Newberg Steinberger GL2T. It had a black faceplate. I actually painted the faceplate myself and did all the work. And I had a brand new trans trem put on it because the trans trem was shot. And yeah, it's a great guitar. It really is a lot of fun. Definitely a priceless piece. Probably something I could never afford or, you know, wouldn't be able to have ever again. So definitely this is probably my favorite guitar. This is my 5150, just because this is something that I this was a dream guitar for me, and to be able to own it is definitely pretty cool. But pretty cool guitar.
Yeah, I like that guitar. I'd own it.
I still love that green one, Dave. Where's your green Peavey, your sustainer guitar?
It's on the other side, behind my head.
Oh, I have a question. Oh, yeah, Hef says the Synapse guitar. Yep. That's what I was thinking, Hef. Thank you. Yep. I don't know the details on that guitar, but I know it's kind of like a trans trem in that the capo moves, but it's not a bar type trans trem type thing, so it's a little bit different. But Dave, my question for you is: do we know on Eddie's Fernandez sustainer guitars? I'm not so concerned about the Purple Music Man he had, but obviously you have the green one, and I have the PV 5151 with a sustainer on it. Do we know was Eddie's guitar? His were 18 volt guitars, right? Or were they 9 volts like ours?
18.
Okay. So would it be safe to say that in the back he had 2 battery compartments?
No, it was one battery compartment that had the double door that held 2 batteries in it.
Okay.
The box.
Okay, so they went sideways instead of straight. Okay. Did you read Donnie's text?
No.
Just check it out. So we were talking about the Fernandez sustainer guitars. Here's mine. It's the 9804 type guitar. Dave's got the green one. So we're thinking that Eddie's guitars were actually 18 volts, not 9. Whereas Dave and I are only 9 volts. But
yeah, we'll go for another 5 minutes or so.
Okay, sounds good to me. Hef says, how much for the Steinberger?
Not for sale. Anywhere goes to me.
Yeah, it's a priceless piece. I've promised Dave that he would get the guitar if it ever goes to anybody. But yeah, you talking about this one, Todd? Yeah, this is a cool guitar. It's got a nice flame to it. It's really cool. I got the 2004 Hunkin thing. It's actually kind of cool because you can lay it on your leg when you play. So it's kind of cool. I love this guitar. It plays amazing. It's a PV Wolfgang Deluxe, just like Dave's green one. Same thing as Dave's green one, except it's tobacco.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love
JW. That. Dave, you want to answer JW Parsons' question?
Yes, he did break it at the end of the tour, but it's since been repaired and it's sold. I actually have played that guitar. 2 years ago, I got to play it, and it was incredible guitar.
Dave, what did you when you watched that video of him smashing that? It's hard to believe that guitar was even playable after the way he smashed that like that.
Chip Ellis is just that good of a luthier to be able to fix it.
That's awesome. Now, what did they do to it after that tour? They took the sustainer out of it, correct? So
yes.
Just they put a regular pickup in it? They
took the sustainer out, put an EVH Wolfgang in the neck, and took the 2 switches out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess the whole harness. The whole harness came out.
Yep. Yeah, very cool guitar. I think it was that guitar and the purple one that they sold, right? And the original '98 purple one.
Yeah, but Music Zoo didn't do that. Music Zoo just sold the green special.
Oh, that's right. Music Zoo had the green one, right?
Yeah, that's how I was able to play it. It was very hush hush too. No one was allowed to know that it was there. It was just it was a very quiet sale. Some guy in Germany has it, not Gerd, but some guy in Germany has it. I think he paid $100,000 for it.
That would have been a great guitar to have. Very cool guitar.
Mm-hmm.
Dave, do you happen to have your Vitus guitar replica handy? Is that close by? I was wondering if you would show that for a second, your Vitus guitar replica.
Yeah, let me see if I can go grab it. Talk to the people, will you?
Yeah, Dave is going to show a guitar that I thought was really cool. There's actually 2 guitars. There's a brother and a sister. One of them was the Vitus guitar, which is actually at Music Zoo, which I've seen. And the other one, they call it the auction guitar. So if you guys want to see the brother of this guitar that Dave's going to show, or the sister, whatever you want to call it, it's pretty similar. The paint scheme looks very similar, except that the Floyd Rose posts are gold and has a signature on the headstock. Eddie's got a signature on the headstock, and the striping pattern on the back is a little bit different. But other than that, they're pretty similar, and I think they were built about the same time. I think maybe there's the pickup in the Vitus guitar Dave's going to show the replica of has a white single coil in the neck, whereas I think the auction guitar was black. But other than that, yeah, I know, total nerds. Caleb, I know, we're total geeks. But other than that, it's a really cool guitar, and I think Dave's got a replica of it right now.
Yeah, there it is. That's the guitar right there. I don't know if I'm still on the screen, but
yeah, you're there. It's got the 6 screws in the back of the neck plate. Very cool.
These are original 1981 tuners, just post of the crowns, but these are original Goto Kramer tuners.
That's a very cool guitar.
Has the old nut on it.
Yep. Oh, that is a vintage nut. Yep. Very cool. Dave, does the original have a whale tail on it? Do you know? I can't remember.
No, it doesn't. It has a brand new looking Floyd on it.
Mm-hmm. Now, how did that guitar come about, Dave? Your replica, so to speak.
How did my replica come about?
I mean, what caused you to decide that you wanted to build a replica of that particular guitar?
Because, I mean, the original is at the Music Zoo, and it's right there for me to look at any time. Yeah. So I said, well, actually, I was asked not to make a replica of it. And I didn't for a long time. Tommy, the owner of the Music Zoo, who owns that guitar, said, please, I'd like to have this be the only one out there. Yeah. And for a long time, I respected that, and I didn't. But after a while, it's like, well, I want to do one for me.
Yeah.
I'm just going to do it for me. I'm not going to, make it for the mass public.
Right.
And I'm not looking to pawn this off as the real one.
Right.
I wouldn't do that with any of my guitars.
Right.
So I made it. And needless to say, he wasn't very happy. But
Came out really cool. Came out really cool. Yep, very cool guitar for sure. Actually, I saw Tommy Coletti at NAMM. I said hi to him real quick. He walked by. I didn't get a chance to talk to him for too much. Johnny and I were chatting for a few minutes, but yeah, that's a very cool guitar. I've been lucky enough to see the real one and play Dave's replica, and Dave's is you wouldn't know the difference. It's pretty good.
Pretty spot on.
Yep. I think I would like to do the sister of that guitar one of these days, and that would be the auction guitar. And Dave knows which one I'm talking about. I think the auction guitar is a little more grainy. The body's a little bit more grainy. It does have a whale tail on it, and the posts are actually gold. Caleb, jump in and call me a nerd again. Caleb just texted me. He's like, you guys are nerds. Nerds. Revenge of the Nerds. But and I think what I like about the headstock on those two guitars is the Kramer logo goes down, which I think is kind of cool. It goes to the downward stripe. Yeah.
Well, it's on a white stripe. That's right.
Yep. Very cool. Very cool. The only difference with the auction guitar is Eddie signed the headstock. Now, the Vitus Gerulaitis guitar, where did that go after Vitus passed, Dave? Do we know? Didn't it? It went right
to the Music Zoo.
Okay, I thought there was somewhere in between that. Okay.
No, the Vitus's estate sold it to Tommy.
Okay. Let's see. We got a question from Todd. How do you set your action and what gauge strings do you use? I like my action, Dave and I are pretty much similar on this one. I like my action about as low as you can go without buzzing. I really like a nice low action. For two reasons. One, because I'm not a great guitar player. I'm a good guitar player, but I'm not a great guitar player. So the lower the action, the easier for me to play. I don't like to fight the damn thing. So it's easier for me to do it's easier for me to do all that stuff with a nice low action. Plus, I just like the feel of a low action. I usually will use a 9 to 40, 9 to 42 on all my Floyd guitars. All my Floyd guitars are 9s, the light strings. On my guitars that don't have Floyds, like my Les Paul, my Strat, my Shark guitar, even my little mini Les Paul, and even my little 2007 baby Frankie that Eddie played, little guitars on. All these guitars I string with 10s. But everything else is 9. So basically, if it's got a Floyd on, it's going to have 9s. If it's a stop tail piece or anything other than a Floyd, it's probably going to have 10s. And that's kind of how I roll. What about you, Dave?
I pretty much at the moment have 9s on everything.
Even your non-Floyd?
I think my Les Paul is the only guitar that has 11s on it, but everything else has 9s on it.
Yep. So you don't notice a difference. I mean, when you play a guitar without a Floyd on it, you still prefer the 9s? Mostly
because I'm not playing every day. Yeah, if I was gigging every day like I used to, I would have 10s on most everything, and then go have 11s on the non Lloyd Rose guitars. But you get older, you don't want to work as hard. At least I don't. I like the feel of 9s. I don't hear a terrible difference. With all the distortion I use, I don't hear a difference in tone. Yeah. If I was playing cleaner, or if I was playing more blues these days, like if I was playing a blues gig, I'd go with a heavier string because I wouldn't be using all the distortion I'm using now. But you can't hear the difference.
Do you find it harder to play a guitar with 10s or 11s versus 9s?
Yeah, and especially nowadays because I just don't have the strength in my hands.
Yeah, I agree.
And quite frankly, there's nothing wrong with playing on nines. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing. I don't consider myself a wimp at all. Steve Vai, Eddie Van Halen, Eric Clapton uses nines. Everyone and their sister uses nines.
Yeah.
I mean, Billy Gibbons uses sevens. You going to call him a wimp? I don't think so.
Right. He uses sevens?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I prefer the nines. I just like the feel of it. It's just easier to play. I mean, I'm not, like I said, as far as I'm concerned, I like to enjoy playing the guitar. I don't like to work hard playing it. Maybe that's just because, I mean, I'll watch a player like Caleb, play, and he's a very talented guy. He's just very good at playing. And I'm sure, and I can, like I said, I have guitars that have 10s on them and I can play them. It's just, the way that my style kind of, I just feel more comfortable with the nines, I guess,
Mm-hmm. I like to do two-step bends. I like to be able to, bend more than a whole tone, and it's very hard to do. Very hard to do that with heavier strings. Jimi Hendrix, he played nines. Actually, he played. I guess they would have been what they call light gauge strings in the late '60s, but then he would use a banjo string as a high E string, which would be a 9.
Hey guys.
Hey, what's up, Johnny?
What's up?
Johnny wanted me to save you guys.
What's
I
happening?
didn't know we were hurting.
I didn't think so either, but hey, he sent me the link.
That's fine.
How's everything going, guys?
Good. How are you doing?
Wayne?
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Rob. I don't know if I ever talked to you. Have we ever met or talked?
I know we've talked in the chat and I've seen your videos, but I thought we did. But if we didn't, nice to meet you.
Well, we're fellow massholes, if you didn't know.
Yes, we are. And go Pats. Nice T-shirt.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice T-shirt.
Yep. So that should be an interesting game. Let's see if we can go for 6.
Darn right. So what are you up to tonight?
Watching the show. I'm going to probably pop on a movie and chill out later on. That's all. That's
nice.
about my plan. It's been a long week. I'm ready just to chill this weekend and relax.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
Soda Pop asked Rob, what about the neck relief at the 7th or 8th fret? I'm going to answer that for you, Rob. No relief at all. Totally straight neck. Me and Rob have our guitars set up exactly the same. No relief whatsoever.
Yep, agreed. And if there's a tweak that I can't do to my guitars as far as getting the action as low as I want, I'll bring it to Dave, and I'll have him lower it even that much more. Because, like I said, we're pretty much right on the same page. I don't know. I agree with Dave. He just answered it perfectly. Let me ask you this, Dave, and since we're talking questions now about neck relief and action height, you, I think, are the only one out of our group that actually had the opportunity to play one of Eddie's guitars. I think he played his Purple Wolfgang, and I know I've talked to a couple of other people that have played his guitars, but would you say that his action, how low would you say his action was? I know you said it was like a magical experience playing it, but
it was the same. It was the same as what mine is. I would imagine that it was about 1/32 to 1.5 30-seconds on the 12th fret off the fretboard, and that's really low. That's super low. That's right where we have our setup. That's. Yeah. I mean, I've always had my guitar set up that way, but it was just
That's pretty low. 1/32. I mean, it's to me. I don't think mine are not that low, and I've always thought mine were pretty low. But that's like a millimeter or 2 millimeters or something like that.
It's less than a millimeter. Actually.
Less than a millimeter. Wow. Yeah, that's. But hey, you know, if you have the fretboard for it, if your neck is in good enough condition and your bridge is set up correctly,
yeah,
there's no reason that shouldn't work.
Yeah. Now, John, do you prefer a nice low action? I mean, you know, on your guitars for normal players?
I think I'm kind of like Johnny. I'll play whatever I come across. I'd prefer it low, but you know, I've been playing in this acoustic group at the local high school. It's just a local community group, and they needed a bass player, so I grabbed the only bass that they had, and it's an acoustic bass with, like, you know, the action like this. So I'm getting a workout every night. I'm getting my fingers are. I mean, I feel they're bruised and battered after.
You have to walk on the neck to get it to fret.
Yeah. but it's good because, you know, in the end you get the strength in your fingers, and it's, you know, you can always get a new bass. I mean, not always, but you can always send it to the tech and get it set up. But you know, I don't own it, so
yeah,
I don't have an acoustic bass. But
I would say my liking of low action is due to nothing other than sheer laziness, you know. But
I think we always try and really try to get it as low as we can, without the fret buzz, without any problems. But like I said, you've got to have the neck for it, and you've got to have the bridge set up correctly. Everything's got to be perfect for that.
Everything's got to be perfect,
especially just that level fretboard. That's gonna, you know, and that's, I mean, I'd say most of our guitars, you know, if they've been sitting around for 2 or 3 months, they're not going to be level, and you're going to get the buzz and stuff.
Right.
But
it's funny, you know what? Strats buzz. As far as I'm concerned, if you don't hear it through the amp, it's fine. If it buzzes acoustically, I don't care.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. They say that I've read in different books and things like that guitars with higher actions get better harmonics. And maybe they're talking, you know, more of the, you know, the pick type harmonics. But as far as, you know, like tapping harmonics, I still say for me, I do so much better with a low action as far as it's just everything seems to ring better for me with a lower action.
I think it's the ideal situation, definitely. I mean, but I mean, a lot of times you're just not gonna. You're gonna, you know, the guitar you're gonna pick up may not have that.
Well, this guitar,
David Nesdahl action.
Well, this guitar here, I haven't played this guitar in a while, and the action's up a bit. It's actually annoying me.
Yeah.
You know, it's just a tweak of the neck, you know. But yeah, this it's a cool guitar, and it went together very nicely. I remember it having a little bit lower action, but I haven't touched it in a while. So you're absolutely right. The less you touch them, the more out of whack they get.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can see how that is. It's hard to tell. I mean, I don't know which angle would be best.
Yeah, that's pretty high.
But it looks high. Yeah, it does look high. But I mean, you know, I need to get a set of gauges. I've been saying that for months.
Yeah.
I got to get a set of gauges just to be able to do it right.
Yeah. Now, Dave, when you obviously, we're just talking about it. You know, when you're playing a guitar all the time, the action tends to stay the way you want it because you're playing it. It's getting the use.
Yeah, I mean, the more you play a guitar, the more it stays in tune.
Right.
Usually, it just stays stable. You know, the more you play it, the more stable it stays. In my opinion, and in my travels.
When you pick a guitar up that you haven't played in a while, like any one of these on my wall that I go pick up, you know, after a couple of months and the action's higher, what's your first adjustment that you will do to adjust? I mean, I know it depends, but on an average, normally,
the first thing I'll do is tune it to pitch, and then I'll straighten the neck.
Now, will you do that by the truss rod adjustment, or will you do that by check? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Because Go ahead, John. What were you saying?
No, I wasn't saying anything, but I guess what would the alternative be? Just adjusting it by the like a wedge, what do you call it? A wedge or something in the neck pocket, or
or maybe lowering the bridge.
Lower the bridge. But you got to assume that the bridge isn't going to move very much. The neck's going to move.
Right.
So
right.
You'd have to. Right. I'd go right for the neck, I guess.
Some people are very timid about making truss rod adjustments. I used to be that way, and now I'm not quite as timid of doing it as I used to be. It's more of a pain in the ass on a guitar like this because you got to loosen the neck screws and get in there with.
Well, actually, you don't have to. If you have a small enough screwdriver, you don't have to. You can get it in there. That's how I do it.
Yeah, you're right.
Really?
Yeah, you can jam it in. That's why Eddie's is all chewed up right there, and in the real one because that's what he did.
Yeah.
He never.
I'd assume. Yeah, he got in there.
You can still, I use a number one flathead screwdriver and get in all these and really no damage. You can see the truss rod adjustment.
Are they designed specifically so you don't have to take the neck off?
Well, yeah, kind of. Yeah,
that's kind of a hack that you can get in there without taking it off.
It's a little bit of both.
Yeah,
a little bit of both.
Well, I think his 5150 guitar, he was going in there with a friggin' pipe wrench, but that's
yeah.
But
I mean, the life that thing went through,
crazy. I tell you, we are spoiled with the EVH line though, because you just take a little Allen wrench or something, stick it in, and you just turn the truss wheel. It's so nice. It really is.
That's a great design. Yeah.
Oh, it amazes me that it took all these years for someone to come out with that.
Yeah, you don't even need a tool. You just need something,
Yeah.
long and thin.
Exactly. We'll leave that one alone for a minute.
Right.
Where's Johnny?
Right. So, Rob, I think we've been to a couple of the same shows.
Did you go ahead? What's the last Van Halen show you went to in 2015?
I did not go on 15, 12, 7, 4. I didn't go on any of those.
Oh, really?
But 95, I think we were the Centrum.
Yeah, I was at the Worcester Centrum in 95, and
then Great Woods. Did you go to see them, Great Woods?
Yes.
Or
yes.
whatever. It was
Mansfield.
Mansfield.
Yeah. Yep. I was at those two shows.
Yep.
That was that was an amazing tour.
Yep.
But,
I think
for
93, what was it, the Right Here, Right Now tour was the outdoors in the amphitheater. That was I just had a great time that night. And it was just actually, I got in a car accident later that night.
Really?
At the very end. Just in the parking lot, I got in a fender bender.
Okay. You were okay.
I don't know if you experienced it, but it was like, 2.5 hours trying to get out of there.
That's how it was.
Yeah.
That's how it was me trying to get out of 95 shows.
Yeah.
It was a bear. Yeah.
So, but
the ironic thing about me is I was a Van Halen fan since, well, I mean, I really started liking and taking note of the band in 83 when I was like 10 years old for Diver Down. But then 1984 came around and my buddy came on vacation with my mom and dad and I. We went to the lake house and he had this little cassette tape and, hey, you got to check out the new Van Halen album, and Panama and Jump and, all those songs, Hot for Teacher and all those obviously was.
Yeah, that summer.
Whoa.
I was 10 years old that summer. I can remember it. And that was just the cassette that everyone had. And we were passing it around. Everyone got to listen to it. Yeah,
exactly. And then 1986, I was 13, whatever year, whatever. And 5150 came out. And, I was in
you're just growing up
school.
With it. It's the same. Same thing.
And, Hagar was the anthem of my high school years.
Absolutely.
It was just For Unlawful Carnal Knowledge, OUN2. And the funny thing was I'd never seen the band live because I wasn't going to a lot of concerts. I had started doing martial arts and playing sports and, but I was always a massive Van Halen fan and I always wanted to play guitar. And then I remember the Live Right Here, Right Now album came out. And I was dating this girl and we were supposed to go to the show and she ended up taking some other dude with her. And I never got to go to the show. I know, seriously. And I was like, what? Really? Like, what? You know? And Balance came around, and I was kind of dating my ex-wife at the time. And I'm like, screw this, I'm going to the show. And I went to see Van Halen for the first time live. And, you know, it was like, they come out and Seven Seals playing. Of course, they had that big, massive, huge sound, you know, which some people don't like, but I love that sound.
What was it? The monks or the singer? I don't. Were they monks chanting, or I mean?
Well, actually, I
know there's a story behind it, and they came out on one of the shows, I think. And,
I have the bootleg show where they actually are standing there chanting.
Hawaii? Was it Hawaii?
No, it was Minneapolis.
Oh, okay.
Minneapolis. I mean, they might have done it. I mean, they might have done it somewhere else too, but I know they did it Minneapolis, and then.
Oh, there he goes.
We lost Rob.
He's gonna split in a second.
I think Johnny said he's walking the dog. I don't know what.
Yeah, he's gone. We're gonna end this in a minute when he gets back. But,
I'm surprised we're hanging on there though.
Yeah, let's see. Jeremy Dunn asks what I think. What do I think of the Jersey Star guitar? I think it's cool. It's not my thing. It's not my bag, but you know, it's a cool looking guitar. The original ones were great.
The Jersey Star is
I haven't played the one that came out here, but I'm looking forward to playing a Night Swan and maybe buying one. We'll see. Maybe.
The Jersey
I like that.
Star is it the Charvel?
No, it's a Kramer Richie Sambora.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I rock the blues. I don't know what the Jersey Star price is. I saw it at NAMM, but I actually asked one of the Kramer reps on pricing because I had a question on the Night Swan as well. And I did ask her on the Jersey Star, and she didn't know. I don't know what the price is.
I would imagine it's going to be somewhere in the $1,000 range. It just looks like a $1,000 guitar to me.
I agree.
Especially if the Night Swan is the MSRP on that is $1,750 or $1,799. So that means the selling price is going to be somewhere around $1,200 to $1,400.
Yeah,
I would imagine the Jersey Star is going to be in that price range, maybe a little less.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Great looking guitar. I didn't play it, but I did get to see it. I definitely liked it.
Well, they're all made in China.
I was going to say that they're not American made, right?
No, they're made in China. We'll see.
That's all right. I still, I say it every time I'm on pretty much. I love my BC Rich. It's a Korean.
Yeah.
It's like a third tier level, price level, but
yeah.
I can play anything. I guess I'm kind of like Johnny. It doesn't matter to me,
What's do you prefer for your players, you prefer a bridged guitar, like a Strat style bridge or a Floyd or like a stop tail piece?
Doesn't matter. I think my favorite, most reliable, like long term that I've never had any problems with is my Gibson SG.
Mm-hmm.
Just a standard or SG special. I think it's an 05, and it'll stay in tune for months and on time if I don't play it. It's the neck. There's no problems with the neck. In fact, it's a neck repair. The headstock was broken at one point.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it's just rock solid no matter what. Whenever you plug it in, the pickups, the pots. I don't know if it's Gibson or whatever it is, and it's a just off the line, cheap Gibson, but I don't know. It's the most reliable one that I have. That I can always pick it up and it's ready to go.
Yeah, yep. That's kind of like my my Music Man, my new Amber. I mean, I tell you, I would say my 5150. This one here is like that. But I mean, I'll tell you that new Music Man.
I'd imagine the original 5150 was just that. Like, I mean, it's just an axe. No.
Yeah, it's just a battle, you know, a battle horse, so to speak. You know, you pick it up no matter what condition it's in, it's going to play. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure. I feel the same way. You know, it's funny. We were talking a couple minutes ago about guitars. You know, you don't. It's funny when you live in the New England area here, like we do. You know, in the seasoned area.
Yeah.
You know, you'll play a guitar for a few weeks, everything's great, and then you put it down and you go pick up another guitar for a few weeks, and you come back to it and you're like, whoa, what the hell happened? The friggin' action's a mile high off the neck, you know, or it's the other way around. It's just funny how the seasons and the climate make
the temperature changes. Like in my place, the temperatures goes from probably within 15 degrees every day, because I'll shut the temperature down at night.
Right.
In the morning, I'll put it back up, or in the afternoon sometimes I'll put it back up. So it'll get down, 60 degrees sometimes in the living room. So the guitars go through at least 10 to 15 degrees of difference every day.
Sure.
So
it's funny, you know, they say guitars are a living, breathing, thing. I mean, they do that the wood on, especially on the necks, it breathes. It really does.
I never believed that until, when I was a kid, I never believed that, but it's absolutely true. I mean, it really is. They change like any living organism. It's
sure.
That's one of the charms of it,
Oh yeah. Dave, do you see that on your guitars? Do you generally go through, like say maybe within a 2-month period, do you go through all your guitars, or do you basically just stick to a few of them?
Well, I kind of just play a certain few, but every once in a while I'll pick something up I haven't played in a while. I'll take it to my repair desk and set it up. Not necessarily put new strings on it, maybe, but I'll set it up so that it's playing in perfectly and in tune, low action. And I'll play that for the day or for a little while, and then I'll pick up, then I'll be like, well, I played this all day. Let me go back to my other one. And it's like,
You ever pick a guitar up and you're like, holy crap, what the hell happened to this thing?
No, actually, most of the time I pick a guitar up and I say to myself, why don't I play this one all the time?
Yeah.
Because they're really good.
Well, I was going to say, do you notice a big difference across your whole collection? I mean, do you notice a big difference in the woods or the different?
Yeah, absolutely. The woods and the feel. I mean, my Fender guitars are going to feel way different than my Jen or even my Kramer.
Like Rob was saying, long term, like over the way they change over 2 months, over a few months.
Well, I'm at the point where I know which ones move more than others.
Right.
So, I monitor those every once in a while, but others, the ones that I know that stay, that don't never move, I can not pick it up for a year and then pick it up and then just play it.
Yep.
But the ones that I monitor, the ones that move a bunch, I keep a closer eye on them, and I keep them so that they don't go so far out of whack.
Right.
But there are like 3 or 4 guitars that I play more than anything else.
What's your main player? Like the one that you would go to?
My yellow gem.
Your gem, right? Yeah. Okay. How about you, John?
That guitar is it's ridiculous how good that guitar is. Crazy. That one and my 5150 are the 2 guitars that I play the most.
Yeah.
But that gem guitar is it's out of this world. It's Rob, until you put it in your hand. Oh, you did but you didn't really sit with it for a while.
I didn't get to really play it, but I did get to hold it and
when you do
real quick. But
when you come over and you play that for a while, you're gonna be like, dude, I understand. I understand exactly why this is your favorite guitar.
Yeah.
I can't wait. And plus, knowing how you have your guitars set up, which is exactly how I like my. I can't wait because I'm going to come over and check it out. But yeah, I will say, even for the 5 minutes that I held it and checked it out, it did have a certain mojo to it. It really did. It just felt nice. It definitely did. John, what were you saying was your main player, your main go-to again?
Well, my main player now, I mean, that I am usually playing these days is my BC Rich Mockingbird.
Yeah. Yep.
Just
That's
play
a
every
cool
day.
guitar.
I guess it's my newest. It's 2 years old.
Yeah.
You know, but it's got the original Floyd, solid mahogany, neck through. The back is the best shot. I always say that.
Oh yeah, look at that. That's beautiful.
It's just got a
I bet
great
that heel must be so comfortable when you get up.
It is. And in the resonance too. I really think it gives it a good resonance. But it's just a fun guitar to play. I mean, and it's got all the different tone options. It's got the baritone, which is just like it kind of takes a little dip in the tone, like it cuts out a certain frequency.
Yeah.
Like it's got 5 different stages. So
yeah.
It's got the coil taps.
What kind of pickups are in that? Dave?
Huh?
Can you hear me?
Yep, I do.
I can't hear John for some reason.
I didn't know he was talking.
I think he cut out.
He's gone.
Okay.
Oh, there.
Bad connector.
Johnny's back.
There you go.
Can you hear me? Hey.
You back, John?
I don't know. Am I?
Now you are. Yeah, I couldn't hear you for a second there.
Am I on? Can you hear me?
Yep, can now.
I think my mic's, I got a bad cable or something. It's a cheap little mic.
Go Patriots.
It's Patriots night here.
Are they going to win?
Most likely.
Who's that?
Are they going to win? Yeah, sorry, you guys. I took Howie for his walk because it's supposed to storm here tonight. And the second the rain stopped, I had to bolt. So I'm back, though. I'm back. I'm here.
He's back. He's back.
But
cool.
We were just about to say goodnight.
Well, you can go. That's fine.
You can go. Johnny said you can go.
John BL will take over the rest of the night.
I don't know. Can you hear me?
He'll take over, but you won't be able to hear him.
Right.
Yeah. He was showing us his BC.
Yeah, I hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good. You're
good. Good. Yeah. How's Howie doing, John?
He's good.
Good.
He's doing
John,
good.
I asked you before what pickups are in there, but we lost you. You were just about to answer.
Duncan's. I don't know what model. Okay. I'm not up on my pickup with designs. It's Duncan Designs, so it's not the real Seymour Duncan's, but it's Duncan's Designs.
Mm-hmm. Caleb, this might morph into that, actually. I'll just leave it running. Douglas, you want to jump in?
Nice soda.
Yeah. I'm just gonna leave it going. I'm here though.
Douglas,
welcome back,
bad call, boys.
What's up, man? John BL.
Been a little while. I really watching all that NAMM footage. I wish I was down there. One of these years, I don't know. You guys, I guess the East Coast version isn't as exciting as the LA version.
No, it doesn't exist.
It's not. It's mostly about audio gear, not really gear.
Well, I like that. That's what I'm into. I'm definitely just as much as guitars. I'm into.
Well, it's also a lot smaller.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
But yeah, one of these.
Yeah, Douglas, come on, jump in. Tonight will be the Douglas and Caleb hour.
Nice. Nothing like the Anaheim show.
Yeah. I tell you, that was cool though. It's just overload. There's just so much going on. It really is. So many cool people though. Great vendors and just, great equipment, amazing guitars. We were talking before Johnny left I asked Johnny what his idea of probably the best guitar that he liked the most of the EVH line. I guess I kind of like that Blue Burst. The Blue Burst was one of my favorites. You know,
is that the same one? The one that Caleb liked? That Johnny
yeah, the one that Caleb was like, because it was Johnny, Caleb, and I. The three of us were looking at him, and we were both like, "Whoa, look at that thing!" You know, I really like the Blue Burst. Would probably be my favorite.
Well, it's not a burst.
I was gonna say, is it a burst or
it's just a solid blue?
It's a solid blue.
Can you see the wood under it?
No, I mean, I couldn't. I mean, I thought it had just a real sweet, you know, style to it. And then the
I don't think it's solid though. Too. I don't think it's solid. I think it's like a.
You find that video.
Is it like a metallic blue?
Yeah, but it's a solid color. It's not a burst.
Right. But the thing is though, with the lights in that room, obviously, well, look at my avatar.
Yeah.
Look at the light on my avatar. I mean, that's, you know, they have special lights. They have like these purple lights in there.
Yeah, I mean, you guys won't be able to tell from this video just because of the lighting, but I'll just show you this video that I took real quick.
Oh, okay. So
see if I can just see it in a second.
Wait a minute. All right, so those are the ones, those are the flame tops.
These are the flame tops. I should get to the Blue Burst here in a second. Oh, hold on. Wrong video.
They had the whole series of the whole Stripe series there, huh?
Yeah. Where did
No, there was no star.
They didn't have the Unchained either, but
there was no circles either.
Oh, here we go.
There we go.
I think I saw it.
I think Caleb.
That's not Caleb.
You'll see him in a second. Here he is.
Was that me?
There he is.
That's like it was St. Patty's Day there.
There's Caleb playing it right there. Yeah, that was the one.
Green.
Very cool guitar. Blue translucent. Yeah, great guitar.
Okay, so it is translucent.
Boing.
Nice.
So, John, what's on the show tonight?
I don't know. You want to keep going?
Yeah. Whatever you want to do.
Hey, I'm up for it. Why not? At least it's not, you know, midnight to 4 a.m., you know?
Yeah,
that gets a little old. But, this
No. Douglas, how can you do what? This?
I gotta grab my sound machine.
Or maybe he wants to do this. Maybe not.
Man, this is awkward.
So, Rob, it sounds like if things work out, according to Caleb, I'm just, you know, going about what he was saying in the chat, we might be able to meet each other at Foxborough Stadium this summer for
absolutely
this 25-date monster tour.
I'm hoping.
I'll be there. I'll be
there.
If it's a stadium, can you imagine a stadium tour with AC/DC, Foo Fighters, and Van Halen?
Oh gosh, I'm there. I'll be camping out there.
I don't want to. I mean, obviously, this is just rumors, but you know, certain people think that this is, and certain people with inside information have a good feeling about it.
I have a good feeling about it, and that's nothing more than just a feeling. But I'm pretty optimistic.
I was saying that, you know, it's not up to the. You know, I think the management is pushing for it. No matter, of course, the management is pushing for the original 4 lineup,
right?
Which is still possible, very possible. You know, I don't think Sammy is as possible. But
I don't know. I mean, I think you know. I mean, I've heard the Eddie Trunk stuff, and I've, you know, I mean, if I had to guess, and this is nothing more than a guess, yeah, I would say probably, I'm sure you'll see Michael back again, and I think Van Halen's going to do something, but I wouldn't rule Sammy out. I mean, that band over the years I don't think there's any such thing as all bets are off anymore.
No, you're right.
Put it this way, money talks.
And Sammy, Sammy's going to be singing till he's gone, you know, no matter what.
My biggest thing, my biggest thing is, I mean, is it going to happen right now? Maybe not, but is something going to happen soon? I hope so. I really hope so.
It would be great to see that lineup.
Yeah, I mean, I love the Roth lineup. I'm not going to sit here and say what my opinion on that is or whatever or not. I mean, I love the Roth lineup. I think over the last, number of years, they've pretty much played all the Roth songs that we've all wanted to hear. I think it's amazing, but I also sit back and I say, okay, we've been doing this for 10 years. I want to hear 5150. I want to hear Summer Nights. I want to hear Good Enough. I want to hear When It's Love. I want to hear AFU. I want to hear Judgment Day. I want to hear Pound Cake. I want to hear The Dream Is Over. I want to hear Seventh Seal, Amsterdam.
You want to hear a 70-plus-year-old singing that?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what hurts me.
Let Michael sing it. Mike can sing it, Yeah. I mean, if you get on YouTube and you listen to the Sammy Hagar, Michael Anthony, Vic Johnson Circle version of When It's Love.
Mike could sing anything.
They freaking nailed When It's Love, and I'm like, whoa, that sounds better than Van Halen singing it back in 95.
Yeah.
And I was like, let Michael sing all those songs.
I was saying that years ago. That the trio. I mean, before Wolfgang joined, and when they were in limbo back in the '90s, I was like, just send the three of them out.
Right. There's so much history in both eras that I just don't think can be denied, and I would love to see.
I think the timing is right too.
Yeah,
the timing is right. Think about it. It's what is it? Is it the 35th anniversary of 1984?
What is it, Dave?
I think it's 35.
You know better than I do.
Yeah, 35. And could you imagine? A lot of bands are doing like the full album live type of thing. Rush did it. The Who always does it. Primus used to do their, they just a few that I know of that would do the whole album side, or Styx, you did it. They all do it. Could you imagine 1984 from beginning to end with Ed on live keyboards?
Oh yeah.
First of all, I don't think Van Halen has never been one to follow anyone else.
No, you're right.
I don't think they'd ever do that.
I can see where they're coming from, and I can see where it would make sense. But again, I don't think it's up to the management. It's up to Al and Ed,
Yeah,
it's up to the Van Halen brothers.
Right. And people keep saying, can Sammy still hit those notes? Can he hit those notes?
No, he can't. Because
Roth can't hit any notes from any of the albums.
I understand that. But Sammy, the only reason he hits the notes is because he has his band tuning down a whole step.
Right.
So their E chord is actually a D. Right. That's just it doesn't sound
not right.
You can't.
It doesn't sound the same. It doesn't sound the same. But and I agree with Dave 100%. It's not going to be the same. If you're expecting Hagar to go out and sing 5150 and Good Enough like he did back in '86, it ain't going to happen. Dreams, absolutely. But and I'm not saying they necessarily have to pick all those songs, but I think there's some songs that they could pick, and I think they could tune down a little bit, to hit some of that stuff. But
I think there will be some return of the Van Hagar era. But I mean, if you think about it, that's the era that has the most. They record at least it's been on record that they've recorded every video and audio for every show from 1988 on.
Right.
So it's professional video. Well, maybe not for all the 88, but after that, I mean, I remember when I saw them. Was it maybe not in 91 either? Did they have video in 91? Do you remember? Anyone?
Yeah, I mean, I there's a lot of bootlegs.
But arenas at that time were playing live video feeds for the special boxes and stuff like that. So they would go right. I'm sure their management would go in and take every tape that was in the building at that time, and not to mention they definitely recorded, you know, multi-track audio for all these shows.
Yeah.
When it became digitally feasible to have, you know, a couple of DA88s or whatever on the rack, and you can do a 24 track like nothing.
Yeah.
So from that Hagar era, I guarantee that's where the most material is, and you're going to get some of that, you know, down the line that will come out. And
right.
It's probably, I don't know if I mean, it's probably more musically appealing than a lot of the Roth stuff live, because that was so erratic. I feel
right.
like when they were with Dave was erratic, and not necessarily the band, but his voice was erratic. I could be. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I could be judging it by like the US Festival and just the stuff that I've seen, but when I see Dave live, it's more about the show than about hitting those notes. Sammy is a full-on professional singer.
And I think, you know, for us to sit here, I mean, us hardcore fans, I mean, we want to see Summer Nights, 5150, good enough.
We want to see Ed play.
Right. We want to see those awesome songs with, you know, but most Van Halen Hagar era fans they don't even know what the song 5150 is or good enough. They're like, what? Huh? What's that? They want to hear Right Now,
love,
Why
right
Can't
now.
This Be Love, you know, Dreams, Right Now, you know, that's, and don't get me wrong, I want to see those too.
Right.
But I really don't think at this point, I just don't think that there's anything that's off the table with that band.
No.
And,
you're right.
You know, I think you're absolutely going to see something very soon with those guys. I hope Michael Anthony's involved. Will Sammy be involved? Maybe not. I don't know. But I just don't think in the future, I think that band has just proven time and time again that there's nothing off the table. I mean,
well, I guess,
you know,
the other piece of the puzzle you have to consider is Wolfgang. He's going in his own direction, clearly.
Right.
So that does kind of leave a little bit of room for that chance that Michael will be back. That gives me hope.
Me too. My absolute dream, my dream, and you know, I hate to say this, but if Van Halen did this, I could care less if they retired after it, and then I'll just listen to all my bootlegs and play my guitars and buy the EVH line, and those guys can do whatever they want. Never see them live again. I could care less. And I hate to say that, but for that to happen, for me to say, okay, I've seen enough of that band, my dream would be, and I don't necessarily think it'll happen, but my dream would be they go on tour with Mike, Sammy, and Roth, and they do 2 songs with Roth, 2 songs with Sammy, 2 songs, you know, and then have Wolfgang open for them. And
you know what? To me,
that's going to happen. Probably
not. That's a revival tour. It's just, to me, that's just it's a circus act.
Is it even possible? Probably not. Probably not.
Well, I don't want to see it just for the sake of it, just because it can happen. I want to see a quality show that's.
I agree.
That highlights, you know. You know what we all know what we want to see. We want to see Ed playing. We want to see mostly Ed. You know, with, you know, it doesn't even matter. You know, if it's Dave or Sam or, you know, or Gary. Have Gary.
Oh, absolutely.
If Sam can't do it, I don't know.
I would just love to see some of those Hagar era songs, whether there's a singer or not, even do them instrumental. You know, just those riffs and the solos. And I mean, Ed he was so melodic in those days. I don't care who's singing. Bring in Mitch Malloy, let him sing it. You know, I mean, I just, you know, it's just such a shame to let all that, you know, that 10 years of history just go, you know. And I'm not saying
he just joined another band. What band is he in now?
Who, Mitch Malloy?
Yeah, he just joined.
I don't know, but he walked by me at NAMM last week, and I'm like, hey, that's Mitch Malloy. And I never got a chance to talk to him. Cool looking dude.
He just joined the band.
What would he be, the 8th member, the unofficial 8th member of the band?
Well, he was only in the band for, what, 5 minutes? So.
Yeah. And Mark, who's the other one? Mark Stone, the bass player?
He was the original bass player, wasn't he? Yeah.
But I don't think they were called Van Halen at that time.
Yeah.
Who knows? I mean, that's in the book. I'll have to look that up.
Crazy.
Yeah. Anyway.
Very cool. Very cool, though. I mean, it's good stuff.
Yeah. You know, something will happen. You know,
boy,
whether it's a tour, you know, I'd love to. I didn't see the last couple of Roth tours. I don't know why, for various reasons. The first time I was really adamant about, you know, oh, it's Wolfgang. There's a 16-year-old bass player. I'm really not into that. I don't.
Yeah.
You know, I don't see it. And I was reading this, you know, Ed was not in the greatest of shape in 2007.
Right.
And then in 12, everything was on YouTube. In 2012, everything was on YouTube. 2015. And, you know, I think the closest they came to Mansfield again. And they played Boston and Worcester, and not Worcester, but Manchester.
Yeah.
Did you go to that one?
Yes. Yeah, I was at that one. But I got to ask you, how did you miss the last few tours? How did you not make it?
It's hard to say. I don't, you know, I think for a long time I was really just off the Van Halen thing. Between, you know, after they had gone through, you know, right when they had the Tease reunion in '96, that just hurt. That hurt me. I mean, that really hurt me. And in 2004 I came close, but again I was hearing the stories of I didn't want to see Gary. I was like, you know, forget, you know, this is the third time, forget it. I've seen him 3 times already. I don't need.
Yeah.
And so slowly I was just like, you know, it's not the same thing that it used to be. In the past few years with you know, I mean, I guess the 2012 and 2015 would have been the same sort of thing. I guess I was still not quite back up there, and I was watching them on YouTube, and there was good quality stuff, and I didn't have the money at the time, I guess, so it was a couple of different factors, and because concerts are just so outrageously expensive, and I worked in the concert industry for so many years, and I'm jaded about it. Like, you know, I've worked so many shows for free and enjoyed so many things on the technical side, and I got to see all that. So I've seen enough concerts, and I know what bands go through, and like the how routine it can get for a band on the road, and that they are really kind of phoning it in sometimes. And as much as they do, and Van Halen Eddie gave it his all on the recent tours. Yeah, Dave, they all did, and I definitely respect Wolfgang as a bass player, and he's amazing. He's great, and he's a great addition to the band in every way. Where am I going with this? I don't even know.
Well, I think so, I didn't mean to interject, but I'm just going to say I don't think any of us really are going anywhere with it, other than we're just hardcore fans, and no matter what the band does, we may not really like it, we may not totally want to see it, but we're still there, whether we're going to the shows or we're in the backgrounds and watching YouTube videos or playing guitar. We all still kind of have this hope that you know, we're going to get a last hurrah.
You kind of remind me, as you were saying that, you reminded me of having these conversations with my friends about the new Star Wars movies.
The original three are the best.
Yeah, it's the same sort of thing, you know. Just and you can tie them together. It's, you know, the original versus the new versus the you know, the special versus every kind of different edition of it, you know. But I think there's enough out there. Well, there isn't necessarily enough. There's enough in the archives, but there's enough out there that we can access that it appeases us for now.
Right.
But when I will hold to this, that Ed will open or Wolfgang, someone will open the archives someday, and there's going to be, I hope I'm around to see it. There's going to be all those shows.
I just think that it's going to be after Ed is gone.
You may be right. Yeah, absolutely. You know.
And you know what? That's the other thing right there. You guys just tapped into that. And, you know, if Van Halen never got back together with Hagar again, even if they never did anything with Roth again, the amount of live video footage that they have from probably almost every tour, from from the last few to Balance all the way back to maybe say Women and Children First. If that band wanted to sit down, or somebody wanted to go
like
through,
Jimmy Page did for Led Zeppelin,
right? Put out a live CD and a live DVD. I don't even know if DVD knows what DVD is.
Live archive.
From every single tour. Can you freaking imagine how big and huge that would be? And that would hold all of us fans over.
Wow.
I would love to see like something from Balance and OU812 and 5150. And I mean, we've seen live.
Rob, think about this. 20 years ago, you probably said that same thing. And then YouTube came along and the bootleg sites and all that. And we had access to 10 times more stuff than we had seen before.
Right.
You know, that's, you know, any of us went through that. And now it's the same thing. We want the high quality stuff now, though. It's like a drop.
Yeah. But then again, you know, exactly. But then again, you know, people say, well, you know, I mean, the band, you know, want to make sure it's all perfect and this and that. Well, I was watching a 1988 Providence, Rhode Island bootleg a few weeks ago, and Eddie rips into 5150. You know, he just starts right, you know, and then his hand cramps up. And he stops in the middle of the opening riff, and he's like, and he's doing this. I love that. That's so cool because it makes him look like a freaking human being.
Yeah.
And I can watch that and go, okay, cool. When I do that, like every other time I play the song. But, you know, it's just like, I like seeing the mistakes. I like seeing the humanistic piece. Yeah. And not just the mess ups, but the improvisations that he did in those songs. I would love to see that.
Well, you're not going to see that live again. 2012, 15. He's much more focused nowadays. I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, he's just much more focused, and he was back then. Anything was game, you know.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I got to split.
Dave, have a great night.
20 after 10, and I got to get going. But, yeah, you guys have a great night, too. I'll talk to you soon. I'll talk to you all soon.
All right, Dave. Have a good night, buddy.
Later.
But, yeah, I mean, it's absolutely – I mean, who knows what we're going to get down the road, you know? But, I mean, that kind of stuff to me is just – that's the best stuff out there, you know?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. You kind of popping in and out, but I had you there. You're out now. I can't hear you now.
I gotta fix.
There you go. Now I got you.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. Got you now.
I won't touch it. It's out there. That stuff's out there.
It is, and I still say one of these days, you know, we'll get some bits and pieces. But I mean, you know, I know it's not about the money per se, but they would make a killing on releasing some of that stuff. You know, backstage. Don't
talk about money because it has nothing to do with money.
Right.
You know, and as far as the people who are in control, Ed, Al, it has nothing to do with money. They'll do it when they're ready.
Exactly.
And you know, and I hate to say it, it's not like. You know, like Jimmy Page is in there in his archive, finding every last Led Zeppelin show and every last recording he can, and he's doing it for the fans, and he's doing it for his longevity and for everything, and he's not doing it for the money. I mean, but he knows the demand is out there, and
that's the thing. Like you said, it's not about the money; it's more about just the right thing to do, and it's just such a huge success. To do something like that, you know, like you said, forget about the money. But I don't know. I mean,
can you imagine this being the 35th anniversary? Because I think somewhere out there is a full filmed concert of '84, like cinematic filmed concert.
Yeah.
Because they did the Detroit thing, and with the contest winner, was it? I can't think of
Kurt Jeffries, Kurt Jeffries,
the contest,
great guy.
That was all on like MTV film, like you know, and not only, I mean, you saw the guys throughout many tours with the big film cameras out there, and But I do think MTV filmed a couple of full shows because they, at that time in '84, they had the capability of doing that, and they.
Yeah, and MTV was like huge back in those days, and so was Van Halen. They were, they were on every single Rock Newsweek, MTV.
There's no reason they didn't archive a lot of that stuff in the most professional way they could, and just for archive purposes,
I mean, from what I've heard from a couple of sources.
We still got anybody watching this?
I have no idea. I don't know where Johnny went, but from what I've heard, they have so much live footage all the way back to like 1980.
Yeah. And
in the 1981 Oakland show, maybe they only have those 3 songs from that show, but I do know they have a lot of, they were rolling tapes way back in those days.
That's what it is. Yeah, they were. And I know Ed controls some of the master tapes for the US Festival. He made, throughout some of my reading and research, Ed and Al made a whole edit by themselves of the US Festival footage that whether it was turned out to be the show.
Your voice is gone again.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, right. I got you. Yeah,
Forget about the mic. But yeah, it's anyway.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see.
I could go on for hours, and it's sometimes it's upsetting, sometimes it's but it's always fun to speculate.
Of course it is, and I think that I look back at the albums that they've given us, and the shows that we have, and the concerts that I've been able to see, and the guitars that I've been able to to acquire. And I mean, it's the good news is that band is still moving. I mean, they're still doing stuff. They're not dead yet. They're still doing it. So to me,
they're all still alive. They're all
still alive.
In good shape. Yeah. They're all, like you say, they're all still making music. Ed's in there, whether we're getting anything from him or not. He's still out there making music in his studio, wherever it may be. And I still think I think he's got a solo album in him somewhere. I don't see why not. Even if it's just, again, archived stuff that he's wildlife stuff and that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Stuff.
There's just so much stuff out there that, that I think that they have the potential for. And I still, like you said, I still think we're going to see some gems come out. I really do.
Yeah.
And hopefully Mike comes back and we get that original lineup. That'll be huge. Who knows about a new album?
It's all the powers that be. It's all about the powers that be. And
for sure.
I just hope I'm around to see, all of it.
I know, me too. I remember it's like a kid in a candy store when something new Van Halen comes out. It's like, whoa, Van Halen, they're doing something, a new guitar, or, a new, we got the striped, underwear is out now. Like, I have that, or
all of it.
The flip-flops or whatever they are.
Yeah, what did I just... I'll have to show when Johnny comes back, or when there's someone else here, I'll go out and get a couple of things I got recently. I got a 5150 tour book. I got a
great book,
Eat 'Em and Smile album vinyl.
Yeah.
Couple of posters. So I got a few things in the last couple of weeks that are just little. I mean, because I'm so much back on the kick that it's like, this past year, thanks to Johnny, thanks to you guys, I've just really gotten back into it, and I'm trying to put together some kind of a video, some kind of a compilation of their career. I don't know how I'm gonna, there's so much. I have a ton of footage from every time, from VHS to YouTube to traders to everything.
Yeah,
I want to compile it into something, but I don't know what. Just like
I know,
I think I'm going to get in touch with our friend Jason McNamara and see if he can help give me a little bit of a guidance, because he's the video guru around here too.
Yeah, yeah.
So, but it's an ongoing project, and I just it's what I wanted 10, 20 years ago. Just a great, you know, something you can, like a cinematic type of thing, like The Kids Are All Right from The Who, or you know, Rush came out with, what was it, Beyond the Lighted Stage, and those documentaries that the bands, you know, towards the end of their career that they put out, and that are the highlights, all the greatest stuff. And
right. You know, it's kind of funny, you know, look at Van Halen too. I mean, the stuff that they've done, you know, since they've been back with Roth. I mean, those interviews they did with Roth, you know, Ed, Al, and Dave, you know,
the black and white ones.
The black and white ones. Those were kind of cool. I mean, that was so unlike Ed and Al to do that kind of stuff, you know.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of the times too, you know, we sit back and we say, oh, you know, we want Hagar back. We want to hear Good Enough. We want to hear 5150, you know, Judgment. We want to hear this. We want to see live stuff. We want to see this, you know. I mean, it's easy for us as fans to sit back and say, we want. But, you know, on the other hand, and don't get me wrong, I still want that stuff. But on the other hand, I look back sometimes and go, wait a minute, you know, we have been pretty lucky too.
Yeah.
For what, you know, they've given us in the last number of years too. I mean, who the hell ever thought Roth was going to come back in the you know, late 90s? I mean, we never thought that was going to happen. Yeah. And he did. He came back, and
it took another 10 years after the tease.
Yeah, it took another 10 years. You know, I remember when Hagar came back in 2004. I mean, it wasn't the best tour. I mean, there were some issues that tour, but I was pumped to see Sammy come back. I mean, I was always a Hagar era Van Halen fan. I remember when I started making all these striped guitars, you know, just sitting back saying to myself, man, I just really wished, you know, Eddie would release some striped guitars, you know, oh, that'd be so cool. Because back in those days, in the mid 90s,
it was nothing.
Eddie he didn't want to do any of that. That was his thing. Now, all of a sudden, you know, we're getting every kind of striped guitar you can imagine, and everybody's, you know, crabbing about the prices, or,
which
I guess
too
expensive, this or that.
Kind of his, that's kind of his way of releasing his art, his product, you know, to some degree, which is, you know, if we're not getting an album, we're getting a guitar, which is really cool.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I mean, we may not be able to afford all of them, but at the same time, we also have, you know, we have the means to, you know, there's movement in that, you know, in the stuff that we've been asking for a long time. So, I mean, I you know, when I start getting frustrated or I start getting ticked off, you know, oh, I'm not getting this, I look back and I go, you know, really can't complain. Right. You know, we got a lot of great albums to listen to, a lot of good live stuff you can see. I mean, you can pretty much type in any tour you want on YouTube and see them playing live.
Yeah.
We got a lot of choices, you know. So
yeah,
I definitely think, you know, I think we've been pretty lucky.
Yeah, compared to a lot of bands. I mean, there's all the sides of the spectrum. I mean, there are the bands that released nothing. That, you know, you know, I'm sure I could think of a few, but then there's the bands like, you know, the Rolling Stones, who release tons of shows and all kinds of stuff, and you know, Rush, who releases a lot of in the past 20 years, they've released a lot of great stuff.
Yeah.
But then there's bands like Aerosmith, who I can't find a lot of live stuff. I can't find hardly anything that's a full live concert from before like 2000 anything. You know, I think in the 2000s they released one, and in 2014 I think they released one. Before that they had the Texas Jam, which was half a show, and that was it. You can't find a professional good Aerosmith show out there. And not that I'm, you know, really an Aerosmith fan, but I would like to have seen them in, you know, in a couple of different periods throughout their career.
Yeah, I would have loved to have seen Aerosmith in like the late 70s. Yeah, you know, that would have been cool.
Well, we do have the Texas Jam, which is the only pro shot in which Van Halen also played on that day. But I think it was just a 60-minute video cassette, which was just highlights of a crazy, you know, show at the Cotton Bowl in Texas with 100,000+ people. With temperatures over 100 degrees, and just I love those stories. In fact,
I know
I got a new post. poster. I don't know if you guys can see.
I can only see the bottom half of it, but that's cool. Look at that.
The Eagles at the Yale Bowl, 1980. I just love it. It's kind of like the Van Halen shot of 1981.
Yeah, that's awesome. I love that.
Yeah,
I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I Johnny.
Hey, G, it was great to see you again, man.
What's up, G?
Yeah,
I would love to see the Van Halen Texas Jam in 86. Wasn't there one in 86 from the 5150 tour?
Yeah.
I'd love to see that.
Well, there's some photos of it, but you can see a good chunk of the audience. I mean, that was probably their biggest headlining show to date. With Hagar.
Johnny, isn't there a audio of them like right before the show started of that?
There is. I've heard that one.
Yeah. That's pretty cool.
Great. They're hyping you up and everything, and then
I put it in the Discord.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, that's there's a couple of I guess the one from the US Festival isn't genuine. It was kind of recorded before or after the show, but even the intro that who was it that would do the I Give You the Mighty Van Halen? Wasn't it?
That was Rudy.
Rudy, his tech, yeah. Was it Ed's tech? It was Ed's tech at that time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Rudy, yeah. And
Rudy Laren, yeah.
Just those intros with the the whole band's just like getting ready and at the level, like the sound is just coming. I could listen to that forever,
Yeah,
and,
Ed's just sitting there, he's just doing that.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, I give you the mighty Van Halen. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. But, we're talking about that Cotton Bowl thing in 86, the Texas Jam or whatever you want to call it. You can't tell me there's not video of that. There's got to be video of that somewhere.
But if they had house video, which is the story with like the Largo show and a lot of the bootlegs out there, the US Festival of Sao Paulo, they had like in-house video.
Do you guys remember how big camcorders were back then?
Yeah, there were these big, huge boxes.
It was impossible to sneak those things in your pants. Especially to a stadium.
Yeah, I know.
No wonder there's no video of that stuff.
I said this last time. There's a channel of the guys who did all that taping back in the 80s. There's a channel. It's called like the Master Tape Network on YouTube. And it's all they recently released the original first generation VHS of Montreal 84. It's not a huge upgrade, but you can notice the difference.
It's definitely
those are the guys. Yeah. Those are the guys who did it, who were, and they do kind of like what we're doing. They have these chats in there, and they're talking about how they brought the camcorders into the show. The duffel bags and the big coats that they would wear in July and to the stadiums and stuff like that.
How would they get duffel bags into those shows?
Whatever it was.
How would they do that?
How?
Hard to say.
It wasn't a duffel bag. I'm talking maybe a backpack or maybe they talked about strapping it to their back with a big coat over them. There's a story of when he went to
Yeah, I've heard those stories.
CBGB or CBG, the taper. He went to the Foxborough and Sullivan Stadium at the time, and it was like a 90-degree day, and he had a full winter jacket on just to bring his camcorder. And he thought he was going to get checked, but he talks about like some arenas would be really strict on checking, some wouldn't. He walked right in. So, and they would read the people. They'd look at the patterns that the people taking the tickets would do. They would pad every third person, or they would do, and so there was a way around it. I mean, and you read, like, not to just keep going off on a tangent, but you read the the Noel Monk book, and I knowing what like Noel Monk and his goons would do to people if they found them with a camcorder. Yeah, they were taking their lives in their hands doing that.
Oh yeah,
to some degree they were, and Noel and the guys could have done anything they wanted if someone was breaking the law against it. So.
Oh yeah, you couldn't get away with that stuff these days.
Yeah,
but crazy.
Don't get me started. Awesome. Don't get me started.
Well, guys, I got to run. I have to I gotta bounce. But John, it was awesome.
Rob,
officially
nice
meeting
you,
you,
man.
sir.
Definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, we'll get together one of these. If there's a show sometime, or
where do you live exactly?
I'm in Merrimack Valley in Haverhill.
Oh my gosh, I'm not even an hour away from you. I'm in
you're
Greenfield, Northfield, Mass.
You're kind of near like Ringe, you were saying, I think.
New Hampshire?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm only like 30 minutes from that, but I'm actually closer to you than Ringe. Merrimack, I'm 45, 50, well, maybe an hour away.
Yeah.
About an hour away. So yeah, we got to get together.
Someday. We'll work it out, definitely. Great to meet you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I got to have you come out and check out all my guitars. You got to check out the VH room for sure.
Definitely.
So, yeah.
Thanks.
But
am I on here alone? Where's Johnny? Is he back?
Johnny's there.
I'm here. I'm having dinner though.
Caleb, all right, guys. Johnny, I'll talk to you later.
Okay, see you, man.
All right, guys. Have a good night.
Later, Rob.
Bye, guys.
Yeah.
Who's up next?
I don't know. Who wants to jump in?
It's all me.
Anybody. I'll turn my camera back on once I'm done eating.
Yeah.
Unless you guys just want to watch me eat, I'll turn it on now.
Well, what are you eating?
I don't know.
You don't know what you're
eating. Like rice and I don't know what it is.
You're eating some grub.
Curry.
Oh, I like curry.
It's curry.
Indian style?
I think.
Sounds good.
But, boiled egg curry.
Wow. There was a great Japanese dish I used to like. It was called. They'd serve it in a stone bowl, and it was rice.
Is this a joke?
No, it's a real. But the name was funny. It was called like Kodo Bibimbap. I would order it every time I went to this place, and it was in like a stone bowl that they would heat in the oven to like 800 degrees and put the rice and everything inside of it and cook it. So that's my Japanese restaurant story.
Fender Guru, nope, not right now. Not now, but
yeah. What's going on in the chat?
Mad Dog says Taco Bell style.
Taco Bell style. Yeah, that's what they do something like that. Anything with chicken and rice, I'll eat, and lots of hot sauce. Yes, Fender Guru Monk. The Monk talks at length about in the book about the people that the bootleggers, not only shirts and recording devices, but photographers and everything that they would encounter and either beat and have arrested and all the above.
Any of you guys ever have a hamburger with an egg on top?
Isn't that like a Five Guys thing?
I don't know. Does Five Guys do that?
We just got a Five Guys recently near me, and I haven't checked it out yet, but I'll have to one of these days.
Do you have one near you?
Yeah, they opened one a few months ago. We're spoiled. We have. I will say in my area, there's dozens of great restaurants, and whether they're fast food or they're like dine-in restaurants. I think this area, Boston, north of Boston, there's so many great options for every kind of food you can imagine. Not just like the typical seafood of the East Coast, but everything. So that's my opinion, but but I am a picky. I would say I'm a pretty picky eater. I won't eat anything, and I won't eat anything left over.
No leftovers.
No, I can't do that. I see people like taking a bowl of cold spaghetti out of the refrigerator, and it just makes.
Oh man, that's good. It's better cold. Right?
That's like my worst fear. Just someone
it's cold spaghetti.
Force feeding me cold spaghetti or cold beans or cold soup. I don't know.
Probably depends, but no, what do you in the chat? What do you guys think about cold spaghetti the next day? I think it's awesome.
I can do cold pizza, which is I'm amazed I can.
It's the same thing.
It is the same.
Cold pizza is cold spaghetti. It's just in the shape of a cold triangle.
You're right. I'm not going to dispute that, but
yeah. R2, that's right. Leftover cold spaghetti is awesome. I agree.
Well, in college, I had friends from Philadelphia, and they'd get like a Philadelphia cheesesteak right from, what is it, Patty's or whatever the one right down in Philadelphia is. Mm-hmm. And they'd bring it, the 4.5-hour trip back up to New Haven or whatever it was.
New Halen,
and then they would microwave it, and they'd be like, "This is the best steak and cheese ever," and it's mush. It's just mush at that point because they get not only all the oils from the beef, but they get the cheese whiz, and it's just, hey, if you like it, fine, but that's not the way. I want right off the grill.
Mm-hmm. We have a chain of cheesesteak shops around here in the Bay Area called the cheesesteak shop, and it's so good. It's amazing.
What kind of steak do they use? Do they use shaved steak? Do they use like the minute steak type of things, or
they use it's not shaved. It's like ground.
Okay, so it's
like ground. Well, it's like ground steak, or it's ground up.
In New England, we have the shaved. All of our steak and cheese is all like shaved steak. It's kind of like really thin, just little. It's shaved steak. That's what they call it. And I think on Philadelphia, it's like the minute steaks, the little, and then they just cut up to like smaller sizes. And a lot of places will do just like the beef, like you're saying.
Yeah, not all cheesesteaks are the same.
That's right.
They might call them the same, but
lesson.
But there's different. But yeah, the best one I've ever had is called the Cheesesteak Shop, and they have one in Berkeley. They have one in San Ramon, California. It's amazing.
Well, California is another one of those places where, food's a big thing.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, you know what I mean. It's when I went a couple of summers, I would go on vacation up north. We'd go up in New Hampshire, or we'd go up in like upstate New York, and we were trying to find like steak tips. And you can't find like a good cut of steak up in those areas, and it just makes you thankful for being close to a big city where you can get quality steaks and beef and all that. Grillins, quality grillins.
Quality grillins. Yeah, that sounds like what time is it? 7:45. Yeah, that's our new show right now. Hey, everybody, welcome to Quality Grillins with John BL and Johnny Beane.
What do you like to grill? What's your favorite grillins? I like. I do like a good burger, but I like a good steak as well. You could put a nice mushroom on there, and I would enjoy it as well.
You like portobello burgers?
Yep. Zucchinis, a lot of that. Potatoes, tomatoes. Clamato.
Clamato.
You ever have clamato?
That's a drink, right?
Yeah. I've never had one, but it's a thing. Clam juice with tomato juice and alcohol.
Clam juice.
Isn't that what it is? Clam, tomato, alcohol.
Now I'm feeling sick, Jay. Clam juice. Mmm.
In the chat, what's a clamato? Does it actually have clam juice in it? I think it does.
Gee, you first learned of the Philly cheesesteaks when you were stationed in I can't read. In Maryland.
And Maryland's got the soft shell crab.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Here, I'll turn my camera back on. I'm almost done. Howie, come here. Howie, nope, come.
Uh-oh. What's Howie doing?
He's looking at my plate.
Johnny, do you ever give him little bits? Do you ever feed him from the table?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Got to give him a little treat once in a while. I feel bad for the guys, for the pups.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there we are. Yeah, yeah, he gets am I blurry? No, I'm not blurry. He gets different. Excuse me. Matthew Stewart, did you check out any of the amp tweaker pedals? No, I didn't. I did not. Although Rob and we hung out with James Brown over at Amp Tweaker. Rob was playing through the amp. One of the amps.
Johnny, I was hoping you'd get your poop shirt signed, and glad to see that you thought of that.
Oh, I did. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, it's great to see. Yeah,
I did. Although my I'll show you guys this. I was gonna upload this, but
oh yeah, you said the video didn't come out with you, Mike.
Well, no, I was ready to go up, and all of a sudden it said storage full, and just stopped.
Yeah,
and I'm like, oh no. Where is it? It's only 20 seconds long.
So, are you taller or shorter than Mike?
I'm taller.
All right. Yeah, Mike's.
I'm taller. Okay, this is how far the video got. Here, hang on. Here we go. This is it. That's as far as it got.
Oh, you got a good.
That's as far as it got.
Though. At least you got a good selfie.
Yeah, and then there we go. That's the end. Stops.
Man.
So yeah, so I got a good.
What did he say? He just said, "Oh, I've seen that before. I used to wear that." Pretty much.
It was basically the same thing. Oh man, I'm blurry. It was basically the same thing as in the Caleb video, where I remember I showed him the shirt. I'm like, "Hey, can you sign my shirt?" And he looked at it, and he looked right at me, and he's like, I used to have a shirt just like this.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said.
And that's what he said.
You kind of wonder what goes through their head, because I mean, he did just see that shirt 6 months ago, and it's like, do you not remember that someone just brought one exactly like that a couple months ago, and that was the last time you'd seen one in 25 years?
I don't know. He might not remember.
Yeah,
might not because he meets so. Okay, so here's like I got pretty much like a screen cap out of that.
There you go.
There we go. I don't know. He looks taller than me, but I think I'm leaning down.
You look taller, I think.
Yeah. I just slightly. Just slightly. Howie's signature burger, In-N-Out. Yeah. Yeah. Every time we'd go to In-N-Out, we would. You can get just a beef patty unsalted, and that would be his.
Oh, I used to do that for my parent when I would watch my parents' dog. We'd go to the local burger joint, and I'd get him a plain burger with fries, and just let him go to town.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably not great for him, but he loved it, man. I mean, once a year is fine.
Well, it's not great for us, but yeah, once in a while. Yeah. Once in a while. Gee, yeah, I did. I've met him many times over the years. I've talked to him on Rockline one time. Chickenfoot was on Rockline, and I called up and I talked to Mike. Although Sammy and Satriani, they were both there. It's a pretty good audio. Maybe I'll put it in the what do you call it?
Ding dong.
Oh crap. Oh, where am I? There we go. I'll put it over in the Discord. It's pretty cool. And then I did 2 Google Hangouts with Michael Anthony way back in the day. Yeah, they're on the channel here. Search Michael Anthony on the channel.
So
you'll find them.
You interviewed him for how long?
Oh, just
minutes.
Minutes. Yeah.
You didn't get around to asking the really deep stuff.
No, it was this was back when Hangouts first started, like 2011 ish. And they would run them, Michael Anthony would run them. Satriani would have one. Hagar had. They each had their own.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah.
And you could jump in and ask a question.
Right.
And so I jumped into 2 of the Michael Anthony ones. I jumped into a Satriani one. I missed the Hagar one.
Hagar has a radio show every week up here in Boston.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's probably syndicated all across the country.
Yeah, here it's like Sunday nights.
Yeah.
I've heard it. Yeah. Alice Cooper has like the same kind of show.
Yeah. He replaced Alice Cooper up here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, JJ. Hey, man. What was I going to say? Yeah, so I did 2 hangouts with Mike. I called up Rockline one time. And then I don't know. I can't remember.
I guess I would say he's the most accessible out of what, 6 out of the 6 or 7 of them. Maybe Wolfgang too. Nobody ever sees Al. Rarely sees Ed.
I said this earlier. I said this like 12 hours ago when we started this. When we started this video. I was at the store today and I was wearing this jacket. The jacket Steve Anderson gave me, right?
Yeah.
Which, you guys, you can get this jacket at Van Halen store. It's a women's
men's.
It's a women's jacket.
Only comes in women's. Okay.
It's a women's jacket, but if you're about my size, it's fine.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was in line at the store earlier today, just down the street, and I'm wearing this jacket, and this guy behind me, he goes, Van Halen. And I look behind me, I'm like, yeah. I'm always shocked anytime somebody knows who Van Halen is around here. Because in this Santa Cruz, Capitola, SoCal area, the music scene is so different. It's not, it's you rarely see anybody with a Van Halen shirt. I've seen maybe 2 people since I've lived here with Van Halen shirts. Right. So usually I'm pretty like, wow, you know who they are? Wow, awesome. Can wow, we can be friends now, But anyway, so I said to the guy, I'm like, yeah, Van Halen. And he said he used to play tennis with Alex.
That's cool, yeah.
He's like, I used to play tennis with Van Halen. He's like, Alex Van Halen. And I'm thinking he meant like years ago, maybe when they were younger. Because I'm like, you mean in Pasadena? He's like, no, in Glendora, which is just another town basically down the street,
So if it was in the Pasadena area, well, they live in the Hollywood area now? Isn't that different?
No, it's all the same. It's all the same.
Yeah.
Yeah. With California, you get on the freeway and depending on traffic, you can, with good traffic, you pass through 10 towns in like 5 minutes and you don't even know it.
How do you end up being just like a tennis partner with Alex Van Halen? It's just you got to have connections upon connections to get there.
Well, no, I'm thinking he meant when they were kids. I'm thinking is what he meant, because the guy was in his the guy looked to be in his late 60s. That's another reason I was shocked. Like, you know who Van Halen is? He looked more like a guy that would be like in the Grateful Dead or something.
Right.
But I gave him a couple of my guitar picks, and I'm like, yeah, I do a show. We talk about Van Halen guitars mainly, but check it out. So maybe he'll send me a message.
So Fender Guru says Al's at church all the time. What's the story behind Reverend Al? I mean, is he really like is it just like a nice nickname, or is he really like he is really an ordained minister on some degree, but what church is he with? Or
I don't know any of that.
Well, I think that's kind of related to like his sobriety. Like in AA was always like a Christian type of thing. So I'm wondering if it's connected to that, like with his sobriety, or what it is. I don't know. I never took any of them as kind of religious guys, or to any degree, and it doesn't sound like they were raised to be any, specific religion.
I think I heard in an interview that Eddie said he was raised Catholic.
Which would make sense, I think. with his, I think like in the Philippines a lot in the or what's his mother, Filipino or I forget.
Rob, come back.
A lot of those, yeah.
She's Indonesian. She's Indonesian.
Indonesians, okay, yeah. That Far Eastern, a lot of.
That's where they met, I believe. That's where the Jan Van Halen, I think he went over to Indonesia, and I think that's where they met. Excuse me. Yeah, I think he was playing gigs. I think he was playing shows or something.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's all in Van Halen Rising.
I got to reread that just because I know there's a lot of little things like that where. Was he in the military? Was he in like, because I mean, playing out in the, he was from Amsterdam or what is that, Dutch? He was Dutch, so I wonder how he got to the middle, to Indonesia and out there. It must have been the war or something like that, because he was around, that was, the 40s, and they could have easily met around that. Or Korean War, maybe. Who knows?
That would have been sometime, yeah, in the 40s, because the Van Halens were born in the
50s.
In the 50s, yeah, 55 and 57, I think it is.
Yeah, there was when I first got into them and was looking up information, there was a couple of different dates for Ed. What year he was born? It was 56 and 57, where a couple different sources said
it was
different years.
Yeah,
I always thought it was 56, but
I think it was 55. Roth had always said you gotta, you gotta make up. Don't tell them your real age or something. And so I think everybody said they were like 2 years younger than they actually were. So I think it was always Eddie. For the longest time, January, 1957. But then it turns out I think it was really 55.
Okay. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. Showbiz.
How to highlight your name in the chat? Whose name? Your name?
Get on Johnny's good side.
I don't know what that means.
I think he means getting a wrench.
Oh, a wrench? I don't know. I'm thinking about.
We'll look into that.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the wrenches.
Please don't take my wrench away.
I don't know.
But so, what time is it? 11 o'clock here.
It's 7:59 p.m. Pacific Coast. Mad Dog, you deserve a wrench? Gee, the ones that have wrenches. Yeah, I know there's too many wrenches in here.
You get a wrench.
The problem, yeah, I know. The problem is I'm thinking about taking the wrenches away, but once I do that, everybody will turn on me.
Yeah.
So and
well, I did see that about the Hangouts that they're getting rid of the Hangouts.
Hangouts is actually ending.
October, I think. Is what I read.
Yeah, Hangouts is actually going away. So maybe the wrenches might be going away too.
Yeah. Well, you had, what was the alternative? Well, you use OBS on a lot of.
When it's just me, I use OBS. Yeah.
You can't do a Hangout on OBS.
Huh? No, you
can.
You can.
Hangout? Yeah.
Well, technically,
technically, Google.
No, no. Technically, yeah, you can. I can actually use Hangouts with OBS. I've done that before in the past.
But that still uses Hangouts.
It still uses Hangouts. It still uses Hangouts. Yeah. And the problem with this is Hangouts is so easy. It's so great. Every time somebody talks, the camera goes to them.
But don't you think Google would come up with something else if they're going to get rid of that? They'd come up with something that's better, or.
Well,
like you're saying, you're gonna have to pay for it.
What I'm thinking is going on is I think they're getting rid of the free Hangouts, but they're going to move it into a paid subscription thing. Is what I'm thinking. Maybe they might do. So I'd have to start paying to do these shows, which I'm gonna have to do anyway eventually. Right. I know. Yeah, Skype. That's an option.
Periscope or something like that, I guess. I don't know.
Periscope.
Does that do group chats now?
No.
Well, no. Facebook. Does Facebook do group anything? No. I mean, like this sort of thing with when you can have guests from all over coming in.
Instagram kind of does.
Yeah.
They let, like, if you're hosting an Instagram, I think one person can jump in with you.
Oh wow.
But it's on
nothing like this.
Yeah. See, the Mad Dog, that's why you don't have a wrench. You guys, most of you guys can't see what he said, but yeah. Anyway, no matter what happens, you know, I really don't care. You know, I'll continue on doing this however I do it.
You'll make it work.
Yeah. Yeah. But the thing is, yeah, once I, you know, start using OBS, you know, full time, the audio quality will be much better. Video quality will be better. Audio quality will be better. We'll be able to actually play music over this stuff. Not copywritten music, but just guitar. And you guys know when I go live by myself, I play guitar. It sounds great, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's with OBS.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
You know? Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Gee, the reason why those people's names are highlighted is because they're mods. They're mods on the channel here.
Mod. Like that 1970s TV show?
Yeah.
With B. Arthur?
Yeah, which was a spin-off of Mary Tyler Moore. Right?
Or was it...
Is that right?
Or was it... What was the one with the diner? Was that the one with the diner or
Alice?
Alice?
That was Alice. I don't know if that was a
Mod
spin-off.
was a spin-off of something. Who knows? And then
Mod was a spin-off of Mary Tyler Moore. There were actually Mary Tyler Moore. See, this has turned into a late show. We're just talking about this random stuff.
I know.
Mary Tyler Moore actually spun off a lot of different shows. I think there was Mod. There was Valerie Harper. Valerie Harper had a show, which was a spin-off of that. Ed Asner. Was Lou Grant a spin-off as well? Was Ed Asner's character in Mary Tyler Moore the same as Lou Grant? I'm not sure.
I think so.
And then there was what's his name? The other guy. What was his name? He had a show. I don't think it was a spin-off, but he had a show where he was a writer in San Francisco. And it was him and that one dude. What was his name?
Yeah, so
it was almost like JJ something.
Rhoda was the one that we were thinking of, not Mod.
Rhoda was the Valerie Harper show.
Rhoda. Phyllis was another one.
Phyllis?
Those are all spun off from Mary Tyler Moore. So it spun off 3 shows. Rhoda, Phyllis, and Lou Grant, I guess, was the and then there was the Mary and Rhoda show in 2000, I think. So yeah,
wow.
a lot of those spin-offs.
Who was the other character in
Betty White was in
the guy with the white hair? What was his name? Who are the actors on Mary Tyler Moore? What were their names?
Let me see. Characters. Gavin McLeod.
No.
Ted Knight.
Ted Knight. Yeah. Ted Knight had a show in the early 80s where click on Ted Knight's name. I can't think of his show. He was a writer in San Francisco. And then he had that one guy.
Just looking at his face, all I can think of, what was it?
You're thinking of Caddyshack.
Caddyshack,
yeah.
Exactly.
So you guys, I know a lot of stuff. I know a lot of different things.
Too close
for comfort. That was it.
Yeah, I remember that one.
That was a good show.
Was that the one with what was the guy, the effeminate guy there? He was always on Hollywood Squares.
He was he was gay.
Yeah.
And I think he actually has at the time he actually contracted HIV. actually, and I think
Jim J. Bullock.
Jim J. Bullock, yeah, and he's I believe he's still around.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was always on Hollywood Squares and all those shows.
Wow.
But yeah, he
Back in the day, kids, that was all that was on TV. I can remember in the 80s, like, Saturday
Monroe.
afternoon looking for something to watch.
Monroe, yeah. I didn't watch that show. I was gonna say live. I didn't watch it when it was actually on. I watched Too Close for Comfort. I remember watching. It was on in the afternoons. I want to say back.
Yeah,
back when I had
80,
satellite.
80 to 83.
When I had satellite, it was on some channel out here. Well, up in El Cerrito, where I lived. What year was that? Like 2000, 2001, somewhere.
Yeah.
I used to watch that.
Yeah.
I remember, and I think there was another spinoff off Too Close for Comfort. I think there was a spinoff after that, where they moved to they moved.
Yeah, they retooled the whole show after they were off for a year. They came back in 84. They came back in syndication. They were on ABC for a while. Then they came back on syndication. It was like TBS or USA or WB or something like that. Back in that time, whatever it was, just a syndication. So remember what was the high school show, Saved by the Bell?
Saved by the Bell?
That was never on like ABC or anything. It was always like on just an off channel, one of the other channels. Or it may have been for a year or something. And it was
No. I used to watch that show when it was new.
Was it on Saturday mornings?
It was.
I do remember it on Saturday mornings too.
I'm thinking that show was like on I want to say Fox or something.
Then there was the college.
Actually,
years.
Just Google it. Just look.
The college years.
On Google, it'll say what it was. Oh, Three's Company. That's the best. That's the best, Jay. Yeah, I know every NBC. Episode of Three's Company. ABC? NBC. It was on NBC.
NBC for a few.
It was on NBC like Saturday mornings, right?
And then Disney Channel, and then syndication, and nobody liked it.
Oh, I watched it.
I watched every episode. I'm sure I did.
I watched it all the time. Did you see their little reunion on Jimmy Fallon?
It was a few years ago, right?
Look up on YouTube. Look up Jimmy Fallon, Saved by the Bell, and they actually do like a little skit, which is pretty good. Yeah. But yeah, Three's Company, you guys. I know every episode of that. Three's Company.
Well, like I said, that was all that was on before we had cable in the 90s. I think it took us till the 90s to get cable around here, and we had 5 channels or something like that, and it was just when there was just reruns of the Brady Bunch and Gilligan's Island and the Monkees and all that. That's what I remember from the 80s, and Maude and all those shows, and Too Close for Comfort, and All in the Family. It was those 70s kind of terrible sitcoms that are so dated. Sanford and Son.
Oh, that's what makes them good, though. Well, that's what makes all those shows so good.
It's all the nostalgia is great. Yeah, you can see what it was like in the 70s and just what people wore, all of that.
Oh, I love all that stuff. I love all that. What was the spinoff with the Landford? Oh, the Landlord? Oh, you guys are talking. Okay, yeah, the Ropers.
The Ropers.
Yeah, there was the Ropers, and then Three's Company. Actually, there was a spinoff of that as well, called Three's a Crowd.
Three's a Crowd, yeah.
Which I never saw, but I heard it was. I heard it wasn't. I heard it wasn't good.
Yeah. Well, all those spinoffs, like Joni Loves Chachi, they lasted a year, or if that, a season, half a season,
Mm-hmm.
And that was like the era with all the Brady Bunch had all the holiday specials and the showcase specials and the variety shows and all that. That was what was it? Battle of the Network Stars. All those.
Yeah, that was a 70s thing.
Yep.
Yeah, there's actually. I'm glad we're talking about this. There's actually a pretty cool show on either Netflix or Hulu I was watching it, and they actually talk about. It's actually footage from different. There's like the 70s, the 80s, and it goes through the decade, and it talks about all the TV shows that were on.
Oh yeah.
Have you seen it? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Was it the? I know CNN has a special.
Maybe it's CNN. Maybe
National Geographic.
Maybe it's a CNN thing where they talk about. They talk about 70 all the 70s and all the TV shows that were going on, and I was folding laundry a couple weeks ago, and I was watching it, and it was pretty cool.
It's interesting to see. I mean, it brings you back, man. For better or for worse, it brings you back to a time that, long gone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Don Knotts. Mm-hmm. He's my favorite. Yeah, my favorite era.
Mr. Furley.
My favorite era of Three's Company is the Terry era. Terry the nurse.
Was that the earlier or the later era?
That was the later ones. That was like maybe the last year or 2 years of Three's Company. Those are my favorites.
Yeah.
Mr. Furley is there. Yeah.
And what was it? The Regal Beagle. Then they had a spin-off on that too, like Jack's Place or something like that, or one with the Regal Beagle, a restaurant or something, didn't they? Could be wrong.
I
don't
know, but that was a part of the. I think during the later years of that, he became a chef, and he wanted to open up his own restaurant. And remember those episodes with his boss, the guy with the really fake looking beard? You guys think this looks fake? Check out the boss, Jack's boss, on some of those episodes. He's got this super fake looking beard.
I'll have to check that out.
Oh, it's funny.
What's his name? Larry Dallas?
No, not Larry. Let me see. My phone.
Yeah.
Let me look. Oh yeah, John Ritter. He was great, man. Yeah, I remember the day that the news came out that he passed away. I remember
that. I think it was was it 04, sometime around
03.
03.
It was actually on September 11th, I think.
Really?
Of 03, I think. Let me see. Wait, what was that?
Sense, yeah. Yep, September 11th, 03.
Yeah, I remember sitting at my computer, and I remember seeing that. Okay, let me see, what would that be called? Yeah, Mr. Angelino. There you go, Dan Halen. Mr. Angelino, Three's Company. Check out this guy's beard. Okay, there he is. Oh, and there was that guy. Let me see. Well, I don't know. His beard looks real in these pictures, but on TV it looks fake. Yeah. On TV it really looks fake, but in these pictures, does that look fake?
You know what? It's hair. It's the
look at it.
Just for men is what it is.
Look at that.
They definitely had a little Just for Men, and even the hair looks like it's a wig.
I think it was actually fake though.
Probably was.
Because in the episodes that I remember seeing, it looked like it was like glued on.
That guy's been in a few things. He's like the angry boss in a lot of movies. I think. What's his name?
Mr. Angel. Oh, his real name? What about this guy's hair? Do you think that's real?
What about his teeth?
Look at that. Is that? Oh man. If that was my hair,
wow.
I don't know.
But wasn't that the look in the 80s? I mean, even look at John Ritter. His hair looks fake.
Well, no, his hair,
the bowl hat, the Pete. What is it? Who's the baseball player? Pete Rose. The Pete Rose cut.
Mm-hmm. What am I looking at? What is that? Three's Company. Oh, they have Three's Company iPhone cases. Why am I looking at this?
Lego hair. Yeah.
Nezdal could rock that rug. Oh, I'm blurry. Dang it. There we go.
There you go. Yeah. So what else? I did get it. Let me show you a new poster that I got. Hold on.
Yep. Okay. All right. Hang on too. Oh, you can't hear me. I'll be right back as well, everybody. Don't. Well, if I turn my camera off, he'll come back and he'll be like, "What's going on?" Can you hear me?
See it.
You can't hear me though, huh?
You guys, it's too big to show further back. But
this guitar has seconds to live. Wow.
It's too big to. I wanted a poster grab.
Man.
Yeah, I got that with the. I got the Eagles poster too. I think that's gonna be my new collection, like the crowd shots of, Van Halen opening for the Stones, or,
Jay. Oh man. Yeah, we talked about that a long time ago. There's actually an episode where you can see right up his shorts.
Oh my god!
Where he's like laying on the bed or sitting on the couch.
I'm not surprised, man.
Well, sometimes you could see the microphone in the shot.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes the mic would come down, or a lot of times you'd see the shadow of the boom mic.
It was such low quality television.
You'd see the shadow of the boom mic, or you'd actually see the mic itself dip down and then go back up.
Yeah.
Oh, but hey, I'm gonna. You guys want to see this?
Oh no, that's all right.
It doesn't look. Yeah, it does.
Yeah, throw it in the trash, and you're done with that.
It's curry and eggs. I'm gonna get rid of it.
No, it looks good. Really.
I'll be right back. No. I'll be right back.
You gotta leave me all alone. So what's going on in the chat? Let's see. Don't worry, I will control the show, Mad Dog. Come on in, Mad Dog. Any other questions in the chat? John Ritter was awesome in the movie Real Men with James Belushi. I do remember that. Real Men. What, I can remember the James Belushi show, and I think that was one that was on HBO like every day, several times a day. That one, and there was another James Belushi one about he made a wish and his life changed, and like he came back and he had a different, like he was a millionaire, but he didn't have the same wife and he didn't have the same family. I don't remember. This is what I have to talk about when I'm all alone. Anyway, so I got that poster of Pete Townsend smashing. I got the when Johnny comes back, I'll grab a couple other things that I just picked up recently. Just little eBay things that you can get for like $12. That they're all reprints. They're not the real deal. But if you don't, like this one came with the Eagles live album came with that print, and you get the full size poster like back in 1980 as well. That Eagles Live was from 1980, and then we had when Women and Children First came with a free poster of Dave in the bondage there on the fence. Not as appealing as seeing that, but so what guitar was Pete smashing? Let's see. It's a Les Paul, 2 pickups. I'm sure he's got a number on it because back in that day he numbered them all. I can't really see it, but it's a lot of times he had the 3 pickup custom. It looks like a 2 pickup standard. I'd smash the standard instead of the custom anyway, myself. But that was, I think, the picture looks like it's from the mid '70s, and it was an ad for the Kids Are All Right reissue. It was the soundtrack. I think it was the that's what the poster's for. And so that would have been his Les Paul era when he changed from SGs to back to Les Pauls.
You mean when he smashed all his SGs?
Yep.
He moved on to the.
Well, I mean, if you wanted to smash a guitar, the SG is probably the easiest to smash. They're like the lightest, and they're
aren't they headstock heavy? Yeah. Aren't they neck heavy though?
And they're thin too. They're very thin. You know, compared to a Les Paul, which is a couple inches thick. You know.
Clayton, today is Frankenstrat Friday. That's right, Clayton. Clayton, you rock, man. Great to see you, dude.
Still Frankenstrat Friday.
Yeah,
Johnny,
look at this.
Let me take a break. I'll be right back.
Okay. Take a break. Wow. Yeah, welcome everybody. This looks like is this a first? Going from a main show into a late show, basically? Just rolling right along? I think we've been on for almost 4 hours, I think. It's all good. All good. But yeah, welcome. We're not going anywhere. We'll stay here. Leave a thumbs up. Subscribe if you're brand new. Maybe John will wash his hands. Jay says. Yeah, gee, I think this will be the late show. Although I don't think we'll be going till midnight. I don't think we'll be going that late. I think I don't know. We'll see what happens. The 4 hours power hours. That's right. I don't know. Does anybody want to jump in? Anybody want to join us? You're welcome. You're welcome to jump in. Man. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, why would it hide that? Richard, you're happy about your burgers? Burgers are awesome. Burgers are great. The lock and roll nuts, did I see them? I'm thinking I did. I'm thinking I did see them, yeah. What was I going to say? I can't think. Oh, I've got a rehearsal tomorrow in the morning. I had a rehearsal today. What's going on is I'm recording a cover of Hallelujah. Somewhat kind of like the Jeff Buckley version, if you guys know that. Except there'll be more instruments in it. I'm playing guitar. We've got another guitar player. We've got a female vocal. We've got bass. And I think we've got maybe couple other things, but so we did somewhat of a rehearsal today, and then we have a rehearsal tomorrow, and then starting I think next week or the week after, we're going to start tracking the song.
Here's my book of stuff that I've been doing with my guitar ensemble. Let me see if I can find Hallelujah. Yeah, here it is. Leonard, written by, or is it the same? I don't know. I know a lot of people have covered it. Who wrote the original? Was it Leonard Cohen, or he did a cover of it? Right? It's a traditional song, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know who wrote it.
Yeah.
Hey, Jennifer.
Well, the version we do is a traditional, but I know Leonard Cohen did do a version of it.
Jennifer says she bought the MXR Green Day Dookie driver pedal.
Nice.
And it's ultra freaking awesome. That's awesome, Jennifer. I'm going to have to check that out.
So what is it? Recreate his tone from that album?
Probably, yeah. Yeah, which would have been his Fernandez Strat that a friend of mine gave him or sold to his mom. Actually,
you met Billy Joe a few times, didn't you? Several times.
Oh, many times, yeah.
He came
him, Trey Cool, and Mike Durnt. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, met them. Oh, yeah, many times. I sold Trey Cool a guitar one time. I worked in a store, used store in Berkeley. Yeah. I sold him I want to say it was
Trey's the drummer, right?
Yeah. But he played guitar as well. He actually played guitar and sang a song on remember on MTV? Remember in like 95, MTV had like a Balance concert that they played?
Yeah.
It was
something live from that tour.
I don't know if it was live at the 10 spot or something.
Yeah.
Anyway, there was also a Green Day concert that they played, and I remember Trey getting up in the middle of the set and playing a guitar. I don't think it was that guitar, but anyway, I sold him a guitar one time. It was like some actual 60s guitar, and then I remember seeing them in Spin magazine. The three of them sitting in a bathtub with a guitar in between them. Oh, yeah? That was the guitar that I had sold him.
Nice.
I remember that.
Very cool.
Yeah, maybe I can find a picture. Or Jennifer, maybe you'll know. Jennifer, do you know the Green Day picture where they're sitting in a bathtub with a guitar? And the year, it would have been, I think when I sold him that, it was probably 1995. So I'm thinking it was 95, 96, 97 somewhere where this when I saw that picture.
When did Dookie come out? 94?
Dookie was 94. Yeah. That was their first. That was their debut. Major label record. They had like a couple records before that on what was
independent label.
What was the company, Jennifer? What's the street? There's a street in Berkeley. Adeline. Was it called Adeline Records? You have the poster of the bathtub? Do you have that? Let me look it up. They
were on 3 different labels: Reprise, Warner Brothers, and Lookout.
Lookout was the first one.
Lookout, yeah.
Yeah. Let me see. There it is. Awesome. Okay, that's a Vox. I sold Trey this guitar at the store. I remember selling him that guitar and then seeing this picture in Spin magazine like a year, 2 years later.
That's like a teardrop or
a Phantom. It's a Phantom. Yeah. It's like a Vox or Echo Phantom or whatever.
Wow.
But yeah, there it is. I sold him that guitar right there.
What year was that? Do you remember? Must have been 60s or 70s.
It would have been 60s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Man. So many memories, you guys.
Speaking of memories, I did pick this up.
Oh, that's an awesome book, man.
Yeah, it is.
That's awesome, Jennifer. Yeah, that's a cool tour book, man.
Of course, the best picture is with the crew and Zeke with all the guitars.
Mm-hmm.
All the stripes.
I had that book. I didn't see them. Oh, I just presented. I didn't see them on that tour, but I bought that tour book off. You know those ads that would be in the back of like
Hit Parader and Circus and all that.
Remember all those T-shirt ads?
Yeah.
Remember in the back of those magazines, it was nothing but T-shirts from tours and stuff. Look out. But yeah, some of those ads you could buy tour books and different merchandise. And I remember buying the 5150 tour book and 2 Eddie Van Halen guitar picks, supposedly from the 5150 tour. Rockabilia. That's right, Jay. Yeah. Jay, get well soon, man. We need you.
Something like this.
Let's see.
October 91.
Let me present you. Anyway, I was just telling everybody I bought 2 Eddie Van Halen guitar picks out of a magazine.
Classifieds.
Oh, hey, look at those photo ID things. Driver's license.
Front row concert tickets, backstage passes. 900,
wow.
28 tickets.
Wow.
I love the t-shirts, all of that. That's where here we go. Right here.
Yeah, I remember those ads. Look at that.
Oh, the
ACD.
show,
And they're all alphabetical.
Yeah.
And the Van Halen ones would have.
Let's see what they got for Van Halen. They got
if they had them. I
remember
remember
they got everything. Tour book 1750. Van Halen 5150. OU812. I can't read this though. But Van Halen's in every category. Earrings, VHS rock videos. Van Halen live without a net. Pillows. Glow in the dark flags. Let's see what shirts they had though. So it's got I need glasses. 1984. Well, it's got 3 different. I can't even read them. Anyway, Van Halen. Right there. Somewhere around there.
Oh, in the listing?
Yeah.
So I remember you rarely saw them in the pictures.
Yeah, the pictures are all like the really crazy, like the Misfits and
it's all like Warrant
Metallica
and stuff.
Just the crazy graphic stuff. You're not going to see a band picture or anything like a AC/DC. And
yeah. I remember what is that, Circus?
Circus, yeah. Yeah, Circus.
That's like a 90s Circus though.
91. Van Halen, the complete story, their amazing career, which I promptly cut out and, you know.
Thumbnail. Hang on, hold that up. Let's get a thumbnail. Say something.
Here we go. This is what I would do to all my magazines back in the day. Just cut them out, and that was undoubtedly like if it's towards the end. Yeah, it was the like
you just cut out where it's stuck together.
The real Sebastian Bach. You want to know who the real Sebastian Bach is? I met Sebastian Bach. He's tall. He's like 6'6" or something like that. He's a big guy. Alice Cooper, The Phantom Returns. Man, it's just funny looking at the titles of these articles and Dangerous Toys, Naughty Boogie, The Young and the Reckless. Kicks, still kicking around. Wow. And then you get the back issues of Circus here.
Oh yeah, let's do that.
We got June '86 with Edward. Up there. I think that's it.
I had that one.
Yeah.
I had that one. That picture's from '84 though. That's an early '84 picture of him.
Yeah.
Because
he's got that.
He's wearing the white vest, and that's the guitar before it had the decals. I think it's clean. It's super clean.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely '84. Yeah, because he had the vest and the Hendrix, the first Circus, I believe. The Hendrix.
Wow.
It's just Metallica delivers its fifth. Oh, fifth. I thought it said filth. Aldo Nova tries exploding again.
Oh.
There you go. Brett. Man. Maxell. Here's the giant Maxell ad.
Wow, how much did they pay for that? Dang.
It's like 4 pages long. But then I don't know where the rest of it is. I must have, either I cut it out or for some reason it goes around to the other side.
Weird. And that's an ad for cassettes.
Yeah, there's no other. He's just off the screen. There's no other part to that ad because it ends with the Axel tape. 3 pages with no person on it.
That's an ad for buying something that.
And it's the pullout right in the middle. Here we go.
Kids that were born that year that magazine came out have never owned one of these.
I'm gonna have to get this framed now. It's a full poster size. The middle fold out, and then you get the Axl Rose fold out too. That's the second. What's on the back? That's the Bret Michaels. So, yeah.
What's the cover? What's the cover?
Sebastian Bach.
I had that one. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you had to. If it's Van Halen, the complete story of their amazing career up until 1991. What is it? October.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's when they were on tour for Carnal Knowledge.
Yep.
I remember that.
Wow.
Jennifer, really? You have a 68 gold top? You got it for $75 at a yard sale?
Wow, are you serious?
Jennifer, are you sure it doesn't say Fibson on the top on the headstock?
Or Epiphone?
Well, I used to see those guitars.
That's
if
that's for real, Jennifer, you're sitting on a gold mine. That's like probably the most sought after guitar, or at least Gibson. 68 gold top. I mean, isn't that like at least in bad condition, that's a $10,000 guitar. If it's in gold, in perfect condition, it's like a $100,000 guitar.
Whoa! Look out! Hey, Big Rebs SC, welcome.
Anyway, here you go. Who's that?
Is that
is it Vinnie Vincent or Vinnie
Moore?
Vinnie Moore, that's right.
Right?
Yep, it is really Vinnie Moore. Name that artist.
That looks like Tracy Guns.
Yep.
Jay, it's me. I'm in a group text for tomorrow's session. We're trying to figure out who's driving who. And they're asking me if I'm bringing my own amp and stuff.
Well, name that artist. It says right on there, but I never heard of him. Warrior Soul. John Rico from Warrior Soul.
I think I heard of them. I saw Vinnie Moore at a Guitar Center one time, just like shopping.
Wow.
I remember passing him as he was walking out.
That's what you get in California.
Mm-hmm.
Could be anywhere. Here's my Mockingbird. With Slash playing it. Playing the Mockingbird. The Mockery.
Man, those magazines, man. Yeah, I haven't seen those things.
I got a stack of them here. But
do you have any with Van Halen in it?
That I haven't ripped out?
Yeah.
There's another Circus. No, I think I showed you the picture of my room back in the day with all of them on the wall. Everything I found of Van Halen, I unfortunately ripped out and stuck on the wall like a naive 13-year-old.
Yeah, I never did any of that. I would buy if there was a good Van Halen like article. Excuse me.
You'd buy 2 of them, right?
Well, depending if it was a Guitar World cover, I'd buy 3 of them.
Wow.
And I'd put 2 of them. I'd wrap them in plastic and then duct tape them shut. So I've got some copies of some of those magazines that are totally mint.
Yeah, let's see it. Headline, backline. Crate stack. Who had a crate stack on tour? Nobody.
Warrant did.
Warrant, yep. Headline. Warrant headlines with a crate backline. Paul Stanley. Rock and roll.
Oh, man, yeah. Some of those circus magazines, the pictures, they had the worst angles, like the worst shots.
They bought the cheapest picture. That they didn't have their own.
Is that what it was?
Photographers.
They would buy like the worst pictures.
Yeah.
Because those pictures, you would always see up their noses. You would always see like the hair in their nose and
like that. Kind of like that.
Oh no, that's a good picture for that magazine. But no, I remember some of those Gene Simmons pictures that were just
Stanley. Yeah, I mean every page is a terrible picture.
But I'm talking about like the full color ones, like the bigger ones.
Let's see.
They're always like all sweaty.
Well, like this. I mean, it's blurry.
They got the worst.
You know, it's blurry. It's like in who knows what's. It's not lit well and.
Yeah.
That's Warrant. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. He's one that I chauffeured. I chauffeured him from the hotel to the venue. What's his name? Is it Janie Lane? Yeah, Janie Lane.
Mm-hmm.
Get the funk out extreme. Yeah.
Whoa, who was that?
Lars.
Those pictures are crazy.
I could go on and on, but
Big Rebs. Yes, Balance is on vinyl. You can actually get it. It's out there. It's out there.
Vinyl.
I've owned them. Real quick. Yeah. The first copy of Balance I ever owned on vinyl was actually delivered by Sammy Hagar. There was this record shop I used to shop at called Village Music in Mill Valley, California, and I used to go over there, and they would have like a whole room dedicated to those magazines that you're holding right there.
Yeah,
that's where I got a bunch of the stuff that I had. They had records, everything, and I was in the back for like an hour digging through all these magazines. I go up to the front. The owner of the store, he's like, "Oh, you just missed Sammy. Sammy was just in here."
Man.
And I was like, "What?" You know, this is back in '94.
Sure, he wasn't messing with you?
No, because Sammy lived up the street. Sammy used to shop at this
oh,
store.
Wow. Yeah, he was from that area.
Yeah, but Sammy brought in a bunch of promotional items for Balance before the record came out, like one of the suction cup window. What do you call it thing? Actually, I have it.
With the babies, the Siamese twins.
With the babies.
Wasn't it the
no with the four members.
Oh.
And Sammy signed it. It was autographed. And there was like a Michael Anthony Balance pick and a Sammy Red Rocker Balance pick. And this is before the tour, before the record came out. They had their picks already made. And this guy, he gives me this stuff. He's just like, "Here." You know, he would give me the stuff. Nice. But I remember Sammy delivering vinyl copies of Balance when that record first came out to the shop, and that's where I bought my first 1 or 2 copies of that. Delivered by Sammy himself. Although I didn't see him do it, I knew he did it. I mean, I knew because the guy said Sammy just dropped these off.
I bought Balance on cassette the day it came out, and then I won 2 copies of the CD. On the we went to the show in like a radio station group thing, so they had like contests on the way down and like, you know, answer Van Halen trivia and stuff like that. So I won 2 of the Balance CDs from that. I didn't have the album though. Cassette and CD, a couple of copies of the CD.
I still have the album. I still have a vinyl copy of it somewhere. In a closet somewhere around here.
But I did get the just because of the artwork, I had to get this on vinyl.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you just got that, right?
Yeah, I got this like 2 weeks ago, probably.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that. I mean, does anyone know the story behind this cover? I mean, it's obviously he was going off solo by himself for the first time. Well, aside from the EP. But I think it had to do a lot with like the tribal stuff that he was seeing in South America and stuff like that. That's my guess. Because he was heavily influenced. And it's like with the tattoos nowadays from Japan and all the ink that he's got going. But
he's all tattooed up now.
This was all like just such a crazy look. I mean, and
I'm sure it's in his book.
Yeah, I haven't read that one, Crazy from the Heat.
Oh, I'm sure it's in the book. Yeah, I never read it either.
The back, I know it's reflecting a lot, but just that, I mean, it's so cool. And then, of course, you do have I'll have to show the full band shot, I think, is in the middle. But we get that, which is kind of cool. Is it the lyrics and model on that, but then you get the band. So is that Steve? I can't see. Billy, Dave, Steve, Greg, and no keys, unfortunately. He got shafted, the keyboard player. Very fashionable. I mean,
well, there probably wasn't enough room on the picture.
Even live, the guy was backstage. The keyboard
sure?
player.
I think the keyboard player was Greg's brother.
No, wasn't that Greg's brother was the bass player on Skyscraper, wasn't it? Could be wrong. Caleb knows.
I don't know.
I thought it was. That's a good question, though. Someone in the chat wasn't.
I've never met Dave. Matt
Bissonette. No, Matt.
Yeah.
Matt
Jay
Bissonette.
says Matt. Yeah, Matt Bissonette.
He played keyboards on Eat 'Em and Smile. I don't think so.
I don't know. I don't think I've even heard that whole record.
You said that you didn't hear. You haven't heard side.
What songs are on the B side of that? Yeah.
Yeah.
I never owned it. Although I owned the
Spanish version.
I owned either the Spanish version or the Spanish single. I owned.
Yeah, I remember. Just obvious. A quick. I was in 8th grade Spanish class. We went to see like a Spanish troupe do like a Spanish play. It was maybe it was Don Quixote or something. I don't even know. But we went into the city to see that, and it was like a whole Spanish neighborhood. We went to a Spanish restaurant. I mean, really authentic, deep Hispanic area. And then there was a cassette record store that had. I think at the time I was in like probably a freshman. I didn't have the money for it, but that was the one time I had a chance to buy the what's it called? I'm gonna have to look that up. It's got a different name too.
Well, it's in Spanish.
Right. But what is it in Spanish? So,
I think I did hear the whole record, but in Spanish. So does that count?
Sonrisa salvaje. Literally means wild smile. The Spanish version of Eat 'Em and Smile. So that's what I'm talking about. Dave's influence from South America. Sonrisa, which I would say is like sunrise, but I guess it's Sonrisa salvaje. Anyway. Side 2, Tobacco Road, which is a great song. Elephant Gun, Big Trouble, Bump and Grind, and That's Life. So 3 of them are Roth tunes: Big Elephant Gun, Big Trouble, and Bump and Grind.
That's side 2?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I didn't hear all of side 1, maybe.
Side 1, well, Yankee Rose, Shy Boy, you've heard those 2. I'm Easy, Ladies Night in Buffalo, and Going Crazy. You've heard most of those.
Okay. I've probably heard the whole thing then.
Yeah.
I used to have some of the singles too, like radio station, like 12-inch singles of those songs. I used to have a bunch of that stuff. I used to have a bunch of Van Halen ones, all from 5150. I had the huge 12-inch radio single of Dreams.
12 inches.
I remember it was a blue cover. I had the big 12-inch radio. Like when I say radio, I mean it says promotional copy not for sale on it and all that stuff. And it's the same song on both sides. I had the one for Dreams. I had the one for Love Walks In. I had the one for Why Can't This Be Love.
Brett Tuggle was the keyboard player we were thinking of. He's the one who was in the Even Smile band that played recently. So then was it Matt Bissonette played bass on A Little Ain't Enough.
I was kind of there. I wasn't at the show last weekend.
Yeah.
I was outside. Caleb.
I'd like to hear the story of that.
Caleb got a ticket. Caleb, are you around?
Come on in.
Caleb got a ticket for it. So he was in line. Our friend Jason McNamara, who we saw, we had actually just filmed a video with him. I don't know if Jason's ever going to put it out, but it'd be cool.
I need to get in touch with Jason.
We did a video with he shot a video talking to Caleb and I. So he went. He wanted to get in. It was a mess. We were trying to get him in and his friend in, and Jason ends up running into Jeff Scott Soto, I think his name is. He knows him, and because he was a singer that night.
Right. What kind of venue were they in? Was it a theater or just a club or a hotel? Or?
It was a room. It was a room at the Hilton. So it was in the hotel, but it was like a room.
Like a ballroom?
Like a ballroom, yeah. And I didn't go in, but I saw the set list. So I knew what songs they were playing before even the show started. I have a friend, let's just say, and they're like, look, here's the set of the entire night. And I looked at it and it said, blah, 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 all the people playing. And I saw the set list for the David Lee Roth band. And it only had like 2 songs on it. And so I'm telling Caleb, I'm like, I saw the set list. And he's like, what is it? What is it? Like he had to know. So I'm like, well, it's Shy Boy and some other song. I can't remember.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't think Roth is going to be singing either.
Well, he came close, the first time. It's too bad that didn't work out, but. Look at the dancing girl. You see the girl dancing?
Yeah.
That's kind of cool.
Is that the one filmed? No, that's not the one filmed by Jason, right? Jason filmed it. Jason actually filmed it as well, and he was like right up in the front.
VintageRock.com.
Jason actually has a great version of that. Look up on Jason's channel, and you'll see it. Jason McNamara. McNamara.
Full set, yeah. Oh yeah, he's got a very nice.
He's right up in front, yeah. Yeah, he had a pass, and he offered me another ticket to that show. He came and found me. He's like, Johnny.
So why didn't you go?
Because I was planning on going home and going to sleep at some point because my plane was leaving super early the next morning. So I really wasn't, even though he offered me the ticket to it, I'm like, yeah, I wasn't planning on staying. But I ended up running into a friend of mine just a little while later, and we hung out and had a lot of fun. Yeah. Had a good time. And then I remember when that show got out, because I came out of the bathroom and Billy Sheehan was just sitting like on a couch, like talking to somebody. And I could have gone up to him and just said hi or talked to him, but I didn't. But that was after that show.
So Jason filmed 17 minutes. So yeah, probably like a 3-song.
It was 2 songs. Yeah, I saw the set list.
So they jammed out quite a bit and
intros
and all that.
I saw the set list. Yeah, they went on about 9:30 ish, and it was Shy Boy and one other tune I remember seeing.
Yeah, that's awesome. I wish I saw
that. Oh yeah, Jason McNamara. Yeah, he'll come on. Yeah, he'll come on. Yeah, we had a great time seeing him.
Yeah. Good stuff. What else is going on?
Big Rebs SC. Oh, you see that? Yeah, he says he saw Sam and Dave in Charlotte.
Dave was embarrassing.
I didn't see any of those shows.
Yeah, I saw Sam and Dave separate. They weren't on the Sam and Dave tour, but they came through the venue that I worked at. It was probably close to the last show I ever worked there was David Lee Roth 2003. And it was awesome because it was Dave, and I think I had worked a Sammy show, but I had never worked a Dave show. Dave had been through there a few times, but yeah, it was the bleach blonde Dave era. It was, I think, the night before or one of the nights before, and I know this is a recurring theme with Dave. He cut himself with the sword. We know that happened on the Kimmel show.
On Kimmel,
yeah. But I think in Hartford the night before he had cut himself, and he was wearing that little nose like tape.
Wow, really?
Yeah, I believe it was, unless I'm getting something mixed up, but he did have an accident the night before. It was all over the paper and stuff. But
he got in a fist fight?
No, what did he? I don't know. Fist fight before the show, maybe.
Mad Dog, come on.
He's talking about the Sam and Dave. No, they got along, as far as I had heard. The two of them got along cordially enough. I don't think there was any confrontations.
Jay, feel better, man. Feel better, man. Feel better, man.
Later, Jay.
We miss you, Jay. Get well.
Bear.
See you soon, man. Actually, I have to use the room real quick.
All right.
I'll be right back.
Let's see what else I got in the pile here that I can pull out. Some of the, I did like this one, the Ibanez catalog '93.
Oh, I had that one. I had that. Yeah. Show some of that.
Friends are in there.
I'll be right back.
Let's see. Steve Vai showing off his gems. Is that the whole gems here, or it's all the? Yep, those are all the gems. Dave's favorite. You got the yellow. So the gem in the universe. Okay. So we got Dave's favorite and Jay's favorite right there. The gem in the universe. Who else? We got Satriani right there. This is like we got this is like the David Nesdahl collection here. The Red Beach. I always loved that cutaway design. I wonder how much it affected the tone of it. But I do remember seeing it. I loved that. Was out of this whole catalog, I think that was the one that I liked the best out of them all. Just because of that cutaway, it looks so cool. So you got FGM. Who's that? Frank Gamble. I'm not sure I know Frank Gamble. Chick Corea band. He played with Chick Corea. There's that one. I know we got Larry Mitchell's in here somewhere. We got Alex Skolnick. Johnny's buddy. Anyone still watching? Anyone care? Gary, yeah, somebody. Let's see. There's Larry. We got our Larry, buddy Larry, playing what do you have? The R series.
Is that Larry?
That's Larry.
Oh yeah, I saw Larry. I saw him. What night was that? Saw him for like a second. Just happened to see him walk by.
Little Stevie Vai, right there.
Thomas
McLaughlin.
Yeah. I did a when I got back from NAMM, I did a live Instagram video, just sitting here, just talking, and Thomas jumped into the chat.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I told him when I was at the the Keistel booth, I saw this picture of him, this huge, like his huge face, you know, because it was a huge picture.
Yeah.
And he's like, wow, cool.
So do you know any of these guys? Eric Turner?
Yeah, it's Warrant.
Okay. Chris Rizzola. John Petrucci. We know John Petrucci. Steve Fisher. You know, some of them have probably, you know, come and gone.
Ex Ibanez.
Greg Christian. Don't know him.
Oh, on bass?
Was it bass?
Greg Christian, yeah, Testament.
Yep, Testament.
Yeah. I don't know Greg. I have him on Facebook. I've met him. I've met him in Oakland at like some jams. Actually, I have footage of him jamming at a jam that we were at on the channel here, Greg. Yeah, he was a good friend of a friend. A good friend of a friend that's good friends with Jason Becker. Let me see. I got a call.
And I know, I'm guessing this kid, Zach Young, was he in Thomas McLaughlin's band?
Yeah. Yeah. He was the bass player in Bad for Good.
Yeah. So there's probably the pickups, all that. Yeah. Good catalogs. I got to go through all this someday. This is the
We've got time.
Little Ain't Enough tour book.
A tour book? I've never seen that. What's
my first Van Halen related show?
What does that look like, man? Let's see that.
Was it 90 or I don't know what year did Little?
That was 91.
91. Okay. So cool, very cool graphics. Obviously, mostly featuring Dave, but who was in the band? I know Jason played on the album.
Hey, by the way, the crank call that we're getting, dude, I have your phone number, okay? So if you don't want me to post your phone number everywhere, because I travel a lot, you know, knock it off.
Some cool random pictures in here. We got this must have been from one of the music videos, I'm guessing. This guy selling stereos.
Oh, that was one of the Roth. Yeah. One of the
and then the Dallas, the cheerleaders. And
yeah, that was Little Ain't Enough.
The big
Little Ain't
Jeep.
Enough as well. Yep.
The big Jeep.
Yep.
And of course, the one that everyone remembers. Well, we'll get to it. Here's the live shot. When I saw them,
that's pretty cool.
When I saw them, it was Cinderella, or Extreme, Cinderella, and Dave. I was blown away by Cinderella. At the time, I wasn't. Extreme was everywhere in '91. Extreme was just like, I mean, they were huge in '91, and they were local too. They were.
You know why? You know why? There's one reason. There's one reason. There's one.
Yeah, More Than Words.
More Than Words. Yep.
That was our prom song. That was our. Here's Dave jumping the shark. I think we made that joke before.
Literally.
But here's the one that I'm talking about. Just the wall of Marshalls. Probably fake.
Yeah. That was. Oh, let's look at those guitars. That was Little Ain't Enough. Are any of those Music Man guitars? Do you see any? Because that was when the. Do you see any of Eddie's guitars? I know it was a Roth video, but.
All right, let's go through. We got a Telecaster. We have looks like a San Dimas. Another San Dimas, a Les Paul. Can't really see that one. A Les Paul Studio. We've got a Flying V. Looks like a what's his name? Def Leppard.
Phil Collin? Phil Collin
Jackson.
I bumped into him. Did you know that?
We got yeah.
Or he bumped into me, literally.
He pushed you aside. No,
the other day at NAMM.
No Music Mans. Take a look though.
Let's see. Go slowly. Because I'm thinking. I remember when I was when that first came out. I remember thinking I saw like a Van Halen back there, but maybe not.
It could. It's hard to see a couple of them, but
Les Paul.
it's a huge collection now, whoever they are.
Well, it would be a stock one if it was.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be.
For
Well, you can't even see the one behind him. It looks like an Ibanez though.
Right.
Looks like Jackson. That looks like okay. All right.
Just a couple of Fenders, maybe, or G&L.
Yeah, maybe that second to last one. Maybe when I was younger, maybe I mistook that for an Ernie Ball.
Could be a music band.
Maybe. I mean, it's not. No, it's not.
Looks like a.
But maybe from a distance in the video, maybe I thought, oh, that's.
I can see that.
Yeah.
But
I remember that. I remember hearing that and hearing Jason play on that, and then.
Desi Rex played. No, Joe Holmes. He had 2 guitarists on that tour. Rhythm, Desi Rex, and Joe Holmes.
I remember Joe Holmes coming into the store I used to work in when I used to sell Green Day the guitars. I remember Joe Holmes came in one time, and
gets kind of background.
Here, let's see. Yeah, I wasn't there when he came in, but I remember him leaving a guitar pick.
Does he?
No, I remember my friend who worked there. He showed me the pick. It's Joe Holmes on it, and it's David Lee Roth.
I might have a Joe Holmes pick somewhere. Who else did he play with? Any idea?
No.
Yeah.
He played with Ozzy. Richard Friend says.
Richard Friend.
Thank you, Richard.
1984 songbook. Again, probably most of the pictures cut out. No pictures.
That's the coolest thing about those songbooks are the pictures.
I know.
So I remember there was was it a Women and Children First songbook that had pictures that were very similar to the tour book.
Yeah, I had that one. The Women and Children First. There was some. Yeah, there was some. There was one shot that I remember of the stage shot that looked like they were playing in the round, but I thought that because I looked the picture up recently and it wasn't, but it looked like they were playing in the round, but it was just the way Alex was kind of highlighted. But again, that was a shot that I cut out and it's gone for good.
You cut out all those pictures. And then what? What happened? You threw them away?
If I don't have my iPad near me, but I showed you that picture in my bedroom. They were just all over my walls. It was just plastered. Instead of wallpaper, it was plastered with just every clipping I could possibly find.
I did the same thing. But I would make photocopies of the pictures.
Yeah.
So my magazines were all pristine,
Yeah.
Piles, all awesome. But in my wall was all the same kind of stuff you had, but it was just photocopies. No, just black and white.
Yeah, see,
just black and white. I have an actual Polaroid somewhere of my wall.
Yeah,
back in the day, 1989, 1990. When was your wall? Earlier?
Oh no, later. 90. The picture I had, the one picture I found was probably 91 because it was there was
91.
Yeah, carnal knowledge stuff that I had.
I had my wall 1989, 89.
The first
89, 90, 91, early 92, because I moved in 92.
Yeah.
I remember tearing that wall down and crying.
Man. Yeah, I remember just like, I think I was about to go away to college and I tore everything down and painted the room. And, from that point on, I kind of, for a good 10 years, I was kind of out of the Van Halen thing. They were always there, but, it was the turbulent era between 95 through the 2005.
Man, can I find a picture of my wall?
Give me a second. I'll grab my picture.
Let me see. That's not a bad screen cap. With Michael Anthony. Could probably get a better one. Yeah, I gotta make it look like he's smiling. There we go. That's not bad. Well, I look kind of weird. That's from a video. Maybe I'll screen cap that right there. That was from last weekend.
Yeah, that's good.
That's not bad, right?
Yeah. You gotta have something to remember about.
There we go.
That's the best you got.
I'll screen cap that one. There it is. I'd like to show you my wall, man. If I know I've got.
I had a couple. This picture, the picture that I have is I've showed you guys before of me with my shop built crazy Bumblebee inspired guitar. If I can get this up and running.
I'll be looking for hours. Maybe I'll get lucky. Maybe I can find.
As soon as my iPad wants to cooperate, I can find it, but it's not really working.
When did I? Let me just scroll. I've got like something like, how many pictures do I have on my phone? I have 16,734 pictures.
Well, that's like on my computer. I've got all. I mean, I've shown you guys all the live without a net screen caps and all that stuff.
No wonder my phone sucks.
Yeah.
You ever see this? I drove past a Western Exterminator.
Oh yeah, you showed that.
Somewhat recently, cool. And this is what the front door of the place looks like.
That's cool.
That's cool, huh?
Yeah. Don't you just want that decal?
That decal?
That decal.
I
can't get my iPad to cooperate.
Here's a really nice picture of my favorite picture. This is like the whole shot. Oh, I'm blurry. This is my favorite picture from the guitar world.
Oh yeah, classic.
Right there. And look at this. It's the whole picture. Like you can see the background behind him and everything.
Yeah, yeah.
Look at that.
That's not a Lozauer. That's a studio.
It's a studio.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Here's another one. From that session right there.
Not as good of a smoke ring on that one.
And then there was some of him like close up. Like right there. You ever see that one, John?
Look at that. That's kind of a creepy smile he's got there. Let's see, which era do you want? Let's do the... Those are screen caps from right here, right now. Can you see that?
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's like a GIF.
Yeah.
Oh, no, my battery.
Random. Where's the rest of them? So are you dying there, John?
My phone battery is not doing good. Yeah, I'll never find that picture.
There's one. There's a live shot 86.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's playing the 84 guitar. Mad Dog, I guess we are nerds.
No,
I guess we are nerds. I keep saying, yes, I'm a nerd. I'm not a Van Halen nerd, but I guess I am. As much as I...
Last Jedi.
I'll never find that picture.
Yeah, I don't get much on there. Stop.
Here's a picture, kind of like in one of those like circus magazines or whatever. Like an early, maybe you've seen this.
Yeah, with the black Steinberger.
Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, I'll never find that picture. Doesn't matter. It's fine.
I know, I got... I got thousands of pictures, but yeah, none of them are labeled correctly. They're all like, you know, I don't know. I got to organize them someday. Someday I'll organize them. But, yeah.
Huh? You have dolls?
Oh, I didn't find that.
Mad Dog, one set in the box. Wait a minute, I bought two. The original Kiss dolls. How much can that stuff be worth, though? I mean, there's so much Kiss merchandise. I mean, there's so much of it.
And it was cheap stuff too. It was like, you know.
I mean, how do you gauge? How do you gauge all that stuff?
I guarantee there's a whole book of Kiss collectibles that's like, you know, Kiss. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure there is. Yeah, actually, I know there is a collectible. I can't even talk.
Collectible.
There was a collectibles book that I had back in the early 90s that talked about all kinds of collectible stuff. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You want a Gene Simmons axe guitar, you know. Or the Paul Stanley ice guitar, Iceman. I always liked the Iceman. Yeah, my iPad's dead. What's up with that? But especially when they came back with the reunion stuff, I mean, they just pumped out everything. Like you were saying, bobbleheads and all that stuff. Look at that.
Oh, there's me. Is that right now?
No, that's old. Right now, I'm looking at the back of my head. Right now. Right now, you could be doing something else, but you choose to watch this. Good stuff. Good stuff.
We appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Even though we lost like 10 viewers like instantly. I don't know what happened.
It happens.
I don't know how that happened, but like 10 people just dropped.
Yeah, 29, yeah. Well. Anybody got any questions? What's going on in the chat? Kiss stuff? Kiss memorabilia?
Yeah, what's going on? Anybody have a question? Anybody want to come on?
Peter Crystal from 1979.
Does anybody want to come on and show off their Kiss dolls?
Got to be worth $15 anyway. It's like an American Pickers episode.
What was that show that Mancuda was on?
Oh,
on Sci-Fi.
Hollywood Treasures.
Have you seen that?
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen it.
When it first came out, it was probably several years ago now, but I do remember setting the DVR for that because it was I love that kind of memorabilia, like you know, all the Hollywood type of stuff. I don't remember specifically, but I remember like the Wizard of Oz shoes. They had those. The ruby slippers. That was like one of the main episodes. Probably the first one.
So you saw him on that show?
Yeah, and I can remember it was, you know, a B-level show or a C or a D-level show. It was just like, you know, something. It's on Sunday afternoons or something like that.
He'll appreciate that.
No, but I loved it. I remember him, and I remember setting the DVR for it. You know. He'll be the first to say that, I'm sure, too. But it was a great show. It was just like they would do the story, like, you know, the whole Wizard of Oz story, like where the rubies. There were 5 different pairs, and this guy has one, and this guy has, you know,
and this guy wears them.
Yeah. Hollywood Treasures.
Wow. Yeah, Mancuda, he's awesome, man. We hung out all weekend at NAMM. Had a great time. He was on with us on Tuesday. And yeah. Look for a lot more of Mancuda on here. Yeah. He's awesome.
He's hilarious. Yeah, he's a great addition. Let's see if is he here? Let's see. There he is. I think that's him. Brian, there he is.
There he is.
John, Special Projects Manager. You see it?
Yeah.
Hollywood Treasures. Tracy? Yeah, and they would talk like they'd all get together, like say, "Oh, I found this lead about this story about this item," and then they'd go off into the field and they'd like investigate it.
Oh, there he is. He was sitting there at a computer.
Kind of like a TMZ sort of thing, you know. They'd be in the war room and they'd talk about it. Fong Sam, technical supervisor. John, yeah, there they are.
Yeah, that's him right there.
That's him. John Mancuda.
Oh, we're missing it. Hang on, we're missing it. Although I don't want to get flagged because of this, but
yeah,
there he is.
John Mancuda.
There he is.
Mancuda.
Yeah, you guys, if you're just tuning in, that guy right there, he was on with us on Tuesday. We hung out all weekend at NAMM. We ate. What did we eat? Chicken falafels. And then he
looks
kept
so young. Wow, his hair looks like it's dyed.
When was that? What year was that?
Good question. It was posted in 2011, so it's got to be around that time.
If I want to watch that, what do I look up?
Well, this is just I just searched.
It's just YouTube.
Hollywood Treasures Sci-Fi. So
okay. Yeah. I'm gonna see that. I haven't seen any of those.
I don't know if it's a full episode. It's the Ruby Slippers. I don't know if it's a full episode or just highlights. This one's about the DeLorean.
It looks like it's a good at least 10 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes
or something. It looks
clip. So they got the hoverboard. I know you'll probably get flagged for this, but
well, no, actually, I won't. If it's on YouTube already, I won't.
All right. So they go out, they investigate the stories, and Sci-Fi had a lot of good like this kind of show, and then they did like they would analyze like there was one show where they would analyze like videos of like UFOs or ghosts and stuff, and they'd recreate it.
Mm-hmm.
And so like they had all the early in the viral video days when when YouTube would or when like the networks would show these ghost shows and stuff like that. But they would the Sci-Fi Channel had one, I don't remember which show it was, but they would break down the video and they would prove if it was fake, and most of them they were fake. Most of them they proved to be like it was a hoax. But I remember that show and this show from Sci-Fi that were really cool around that time.
Wow.
And there's the DeLorean.
Cool. All right. Howie has to use the room. I'll be right back.
My goodness, Howie. So, yeah, I'd like to chat with Mancuda sometime. But that was cool when he was the last show. He was on the last show. I can't get my iPad working, but whatever. It's probably going to get charged. Anyway, let's see if I can get the chat back up here. I suppose if I'm the only one on here, I should have the chat up. I got like 10 windows. 70s stuff is money. Definitely. DeLorean's cool. That's another. I mean, we all, Dave and the guys, all have the recreations of the everything Eddie ever made. The other end of the spectrum is the people who are doing like the DeLorean recreations and the movie prop memorabilia stuff. So is that John? John, are you on? You listening to us? I see John in the chat. Is it the real John Mancuda? We're watching your show, John. I do remember it. I remember it. I don't know if you heard. I said I remember setting the DVR for it because I caught one of the episodes, and I said this is cool stuff. So I had to set the DVR for the rest of them. Very cool. It was great to see you, John, and I can't wait to see more of your collection on next time you're on. So, John, I was saying I remember this show, and I remember the a show where they would break down. I don't know how long you were listening, John, but there was another sci-fi show that I liked that they would break down viral videos of ghosts and UFOs and that kind of stuff. That was another cool show. I don't know if you were associated with. I don't think you were, but Sci-Fi had some great shows. So a lot of the reality stuff that they had. I mean, they've got the Sharknado stuff, and they've got the
Sharknado.
Isn't that Sci-Fi? Sharknado. And,
I don't know. I never saw that.
You don't watch TV, but
hey, John,
Destination
man.
Truth. Yeah, there it is. Destination Truth.
Dude, were your ears burning?
All right.
I was just telling everybody how awesome you are, man.
Yeah, Destination Truth, I guess, was the other one. Good stuff.
Huh. I want to see those. I've never seen any of that. I want to...
I think they're on... you can get the whole collection on Amazon. I'm sure John will tell you.
Awesome. Oh, Back to the Future? Wow.
Yeah, Back to the Future 25th anniversary. Well,
yeah, John. John, see you soon, man.
We're at the auction. See if we can get a shot of John. Just pause it. Anyway. There he is. Oh, well. I love those reality. I mean, they've gone so far with, reality shows, but I always liked the ones the quality ones, like, that would actually do something, like Mythbusters or American Pickers, where they'd go out and find really cool, that's about the only TV I watch. Other than that, it's Seinfeld and The Simpsons, and that's about it.
Yeah, Mythbusters. I used to watch that all the time. That's
your area.
That's based out here, San Francisco area, Oakland. Yeah.
Yep.
They used to do all those experiments, like right over by the bay. Yeah.
M5 Industries, Jamie Hyneman's place.
Yeah. Awesome. Hollywood Treasures is on Hulu. I've got Hulu. I'll check it out, definitely. And John, love you too, man. See you soon. Yeah. Anytime you want to jump on, just let me know.
Love the guitar collection. That guy's got an amazing, just the couple that he's shown already, or I'm sure he's got hundreds others or dozens of other ones anyway. But it sounds like he's got a great collection.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And I don't know if you saw all the memes that popped up from the NAMM show.
I think I did catch that, and before he even showed it on the show the other night, I think I caught it on one of Facebook or something.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's so cool. And he ended up buying it, which is awesome.
So funny. Yeah.
All right, let's get his mug off here. Let's see what else we got. Take a look at Edward.
Wow.
Godfather.
Wow. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This show is 5 hours.
Are you kidding me?
Right, we just hit the 5-hour mark, roughly.
Wow,
somewhere.
This has got to be a record, huh?
No, we actually did like an 8-hour show when we first started.
Really?
When we first started, dig back on the channel here.
Yeah.
One of our with Nezdal and I, one of our first shows, we did like 8 hours.
That's crazy.
John says, I'll show more every time I'm on. I own over 300 guitars.
See? Hundreds. That's what
the memes have been crazy fun. Awesome, man. Gee, did you meet Mancuda at NAMM?
Mancuda. Just sounds like a Sasquatch type of thing.
Mad Dog's been here for Mad Dog, you've been here for the whole 5 hours?
Wow.
Man. So what happened when I was gone? What happened when I was walking Howie with Rob and Nezdal? Were you here for any of that?
Yeah, I was watching it.
Was it just boring as hell?
I got a text from you, and you said you want to jump in. These guys are tanking or something like that.
I said I had to split because I had to go walk Howie, and I had to leave now because it's pouring rain out now. It's pouring.
Yeah.
And the rain had kind of stopped, and so I'm like, I have to take him now.
Yeah.
And I was texting those guys, and they weren't really paying attention to me.
Yeah, they were dropping hints like, "Oh, I guess we'll be on for about 5 more minutes," and then I think Dave thought that you were dropping out, and the 5-minute countdown was beginning. But
and then I sent you the message over on the Discord.
How's that going these days?
And I came back and you were here. Oh, nobody's in there, man. No, nobody gets it.
But I liked it. I always liked it.
Oh, I think it's great. I think it's awesome. He's online right now?
No, he probably is, actually.
Oh, there he is. Oh, that's in the Discord right now? Yeah. Those pictures?
Anyway.
Yeah. Gee, you saw Caleb walking around?
Caleb sighting.
If you did, he was probably wearing a Nerd Halen shirt.
I wanted to ask Caleb. I mean, I guess it's kind of self-explanatory, but the concept of Nerd Halen. What's the concept? Is it like you're a nerd for everything Van Halen? You're like a nerd for like you learn all of his parts like as a nerd, or is it just like the nerd like the 1984 Huff for Teacher look? I mean, I get it, but I kind of don't get it.
Mm-hmm. What's
your take on the whole Nerd Halen thing? I mean, you've got like Van Halen, you've got Van Hagar, you've got all the tributes. I mean, and it's perfect. It sounds perfect, and it's a great concept. But what is the deeper meaning to Nerd Halen?
Caleb? Well, I think if we stay here long enough, Caleb will end up jumping in. But I think, I think we're. I know I shouldn't say it. I think we're winding down, but
yeah. Bert from Sesame Street was rocking NAMM. Yeah, Bert. I like that. Yeah.
I don't know. I think we should.
What's your take on it for your 1 minute take on Nerd?
For me, I think it's just the look is just a nerd, a nerd playing Van Halen.
Yeah. Well, that's honest on the surface. That's what it is.
Yeah.
What's the deeper meaning though? Nerd. I mean, you got to put a lot of thought into naming your band, and there's
we'll have to ask him.
That's the question for next time. Yeah.
We'll have to ask. Wow.
I was just thinking of that the other day. I mean, like the Huff for Teacher is kind of the nerd. That's the quintessential Nerd Halen, and that's his favorite. I think that's Caleb's favorite. One of his favorite tunes. Mm-hmm. And you can't go wrong with that.
I'll tell you something once we're off air here. Okay. Remind me. Once I hit stop, say, Johnny, remind me something, and I'll tell you something cool.
All right.
Okay. Richard, friend, you've been watching this channel for a few years? Awesome. Awesome, man. Yeah. The thing is, unless you're in the chat, saying stuff, I don't know who's watching this stuff.
Right.
I have no clue.
Well, we got 24 watching now, according to me anyway. 60 thumbs up. It was 60 thumbs up. What was awesome. the pre-NAMM show with you were doing pretty well on 100+ viewers on a couple of those shows.
We hit the show right before NAMM. Yeah. Yeah, we had 100 people watching this.
Yeah.
100 viewers. Giant Human, what's up, man? Giant
Human.
Yeah, he's a good friend of mine.
Really?
Yeah, Giant.
Is he a big guy?
He is. He is a big guy.
Would you consider him a giant human?
Yes, definitely. Definitely. And Giant Human, great to see you, man. And I will see you soon. Very soon. Thanks for watching, man. Yeah. Subscribe to the channel.
Yeah, hit that subscribe. All right, I got the photos up. Let's see if I can find my my room. I showed this before, but I mean, it was.
Oh no! Your battery's dying too?
No, it's just a notification. So that was a guitar that I built.
Hey God, is that you?
Yeah.
Hey God,
I showed this before.
That's you?
That's me. This was
What's that shirt say? Bum?
91, I guess. Bum equipment.
Bum equipment.
You ever heard of that? It's like
1990, 91. That was like one of the things to wear though back then, right? Bum equipment.
The acid wash jeans there.
I had some shirts. Oh, you can see me in the reflection of that. That's cool.
But I built that guitar. I built that in shop class.
Oh.
I wish I had it. I don't still have it. But
oh man.
That was and the opposite wall that you can't see was everything else. I mean, that was the two walls in the ceiling were Van Halen, and then everything on the other side was. And I did show this before too, 1985. Halloween 85.
Halloween 85. There was people that were actually walking around back then that looked like that.
That's right.
Where it wasn't Halloween.
No, that was definitely Halloween. I wasn't the type to go out looking like
that. That should have been my actual look back then. That should have been.
I was never a punk. I never to this day I can't stand punk music like the Ramones or.
I'm gonna thumbs down this video.
Sex Pistols.
I'm gonna thumbs down this now, man. The Ramones. You don't like the Ramones?
No. I mean, turn me on to them. I don't really. There's nothing that really appeals to me about that. You know? I like the idea of the Ramones and the idea of punk, but the music never appealed to me.
Mm-hmm.
I was always the Who was always my second favorite band, and the Who was the original punk band, but or the Kinks. Don't you think
the original punk band was the Kinks
or the Who?
No.
Where would you go?
As far as punk, no. Okay. The Ramones. I mean, I don't know if they're considered punk, but I would say the Ramones are more punk than the Who.
Oh yeah, of course they are.
Definitely.
That's not what I'm saying. I think, but the Who
or the Kinks or the Kinks
paved the way.
That
grunge, garage rock. I mean, call it garage rock.
Oh, so the Kinks. Well, who was the guy in the Kinks? Ray Davies, was it?
Yeah.
So was he the guy that would stick the knife into his speaker to make distortion? To make the distortion, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I could see that being, and that was in the '60s.
Punk.
I could see that being the start of some of those tones.
Yeah.
Some of those sounds. Yeah. I could see that.
Back the fast, the 2-minute song that's just straight ahead rock.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just, like the Kids Are All Right, My Generation. Come on, I mean that's early proto punk.
John Mancuda. You see his comment about the long fingers. You do have long fingers, huh? You have to, because I did a thumbnail one time, and your fingers were like, it was like this. It was.
What do you want? I don't know what to say. Yeah.
Oh, that's great for guitar, though, man. Yeah, everybody I know, Alex Skolnick.
I'm 6'2", so
super long fingers. Long. All the awesome guitar players have super long fingers.
I'm not an awesome guitar player. I'm inadequate at best. I'm adequate at best.
They're too long?
Too long?
They go all the way around.
All right.
Ramones are punk. Yeah, yeah, the Ramones are punk.
Ramones, but then you get into like the neighborhood of the Clash and stuff like that. I don't know if the Clash is necessarily full on punk either, but I mean, because they had their melodic tunes, and they had, you know, Talking Heads. Talking Heads.
Well, you're talking the radio tunes. You're talking about the stuff that was on radio. Was the more
the Clash always they were always branded as a punk band, but I never thought they were necessarily. And I like the Clash far more than the Ramones or Sex Pistols or any of that. I like the Clash.
Mm-hmm. John.
Songs
Stooges.
Songs that have sex by 2-minute songs. Yeah, I mean the Stooges.
Not me.
And, well, I mean MC5 was probably even more so than the Who and that kind of stuff. What was it? Velvet Underground. They weren't really punk though. I guess they weren't punk, but they were proto-punk. If you want to get into it.
Mm-hmm.
London Call. Yeah, I love the Clash. I mean, all right. I can't say I'm a huge fan of the Clash, but I enjoy their music. You know, the stuff that I've heard. I own a couple of albums. I mean, back in the day, I always had the couple of cassettes of the Clash, and recently, I certainly haven't listened to them a lot recently, but they were in contention with Van Halen for the US Festival. They had the headlining slot on the Rock Night or the New Wave Night, whatever it was.
Oh, of the US Festival.
Yeah, the other night, the metal night,
like the night before Van Halen played,
and Bowie. So it was like Bowie on one night, Van Halen, and then the Clash on the closing night, or it may have been Bowie or the Clash chain. One of them closed.
Mm-hmm. The other day when we were at NAMM, we were hanging out. Me, Ben, who else was there? Craig, Hazansky, Pete. You know, all those guys. We were hanging out, and there was a guy. We were standing in front of the Anaheim Convention Center, and there was a guy standing right in front of us, and he had a shirt that looked like an US Festival jersey. Right?
Like an original one from the...
it looked like... Well, it was one. It looked like one, right? And so one of the guys went up to him and asked him, hey, is that an original? And he's like, no. He's like, no, it's a reissue. But it was a reissue of the US Festival that said on the back...
I don't care if it's a reissue. I love
all those bands, you know, of the heavy metal day with Van Halen. Right. You know?
That's another one of those crowd shot posters that I wanted to get with the US Festival. Because they had a nice poster of that. Yeah, this. You know, I just think I love like the stage setup and the you know, tens of thousands of people. That's gonna be my theme. I mean, I got the Van Halen 81 with the Stones, Eagles Live, Yale Bowl. I want to get Woodstock, US Festival. Instead of wallpapering it with just Van Halen, it'll be audience shots of, and then I can just stand up and play, and there's thousands of people watching it. So
there you go.
That's as close as I'll get.
There you go.
There's a question. What's the biggest audience you think you've ever played for?
Oh man. Well, I can tell you the biggest rooms that I've played. Maybe when I was in high school, I played for what I think was the entire school. How many people was that?
I don't know.
It was a talent show, and it was in the how many seats are at an auditorium?
My high school was like 400 people, so it wasn't very big.
How many seats do you think are in an auditorium for a high school? Actually, this was junior high. Actually, it wasn't high school. It was junior high.
I work at a junior high or a K-8 school, and there's 1,200 kids in it. So, I mean, easily 1,000 people.
So, and how many seats would be in one of those auditoriums?
Just like the bleachers, probably 1,000. I think you could get 1,000, probably.
Okay. So maybe I played for 1,000 people one time.
Yeah.
and there was video of it, and I wanted to get that video, and I couldn't get it. I played Pretty Woman Van Halen style.
Oh wow!
Through my crate amp and my Kramer guitar. Nice. This was 1990.
Wow. Yeah, we had those talent shows and stuff. I was never one to perform. I didn't perform in any of those. Although, go ahead. What were you going to say?
I was going to say I wish I had the video to that. I wish. I tried. Somebody filmed it, some teacher, and I tried to get it, and they wouldn't give it to me or something. And that's when, you know, I was high school, so I was just, you know.
Yeah. I for my junior year, myself and a couple of friends, they did lip sync contests, so we didn't really have live guitars, but one of my friends did Jimi Hendrix Star Spangled Banner, and this was like completely out of, like, he dressed up as just like a 60s character. I mean, it wasn't Jimi Hendrix, because he had like the big bell bombs, and he was playing the guitar that I had at the time was a checkered Cheap Trick style Explorer. It was a Hondo Explorer.
Oh, like so it kind of looked like a Hamer. Kind of looked like a Hamer.
Exactly. Yeah. So we had the full-on Hondo Explorer that he was playing through most of it. Then he had a double that I made out of like cardboard that I drew the exact same guitar, and he smashed it on stage. So that was like, you know, it had nothing to do with Jimi Hendrix, but he like was wearing like the full bandana, the big bell-bottom pants and everything. At that time, God, we didn't know what the 60s were. I mean, it was just like, you know, anybody with a pair of bell-bottoms and a weird-looking guitar was 60s to us at that time, I guess. So we lost. We didn't win.
Well, here, if my phone battery stays on. Oh, look at this picture. Only 5 people like this. You probably haven't seen this, man. Look at this. Alex, Dave, and Eddie. Look at this picture. I just opened up Instagram, and there it was.
Oh, wow.
Look at that. There's Alex down there. There's... Oh, no.
You lost
it just... The phone just died. Dang it.
That looks like one that may have been in... Was that from the Monk book or anything like that?
I don't think so.
No.
Oh, my phone died. Oh, crap. Anyway, if you saw that, that was Eddie in the pink pants.
Yeah, they had some crazy... Back like before the 78, you know, before they made it. You look through the oldest photos of 70, the Mammoth photos and that type of thing. And...
I was going to try to show you a picture of what I think was maybe the biggest room I've played. It's got to be on Instagram. Here, let me get my iPad to boot up.
Yeah.
I'll go to Instagram. We'll go it's about 10 till, so we'll go 10 more. We'll make it an even let's see, 5
6 hours.
An even 5.5 hour show today.
Wow. Sounds good. Yeah, I'm about ready to call it too. I'm glad it's not 3 a.m. That's good.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm thinking from now on we'll do the Friday shows earlier.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we'll carry through like this, like we did today.
You're gonna do a 5-hour show every Friday.
But I think I'm thinking Fridays maybe we'll start a little earlier. All right, let me go use the room one more time.
All right.
iPad will boot up. Let me
search. Entertain the troops.
I'll search a hashtag to try to find a picture of possibly the biggest room I ever played, which would have been in Chicago.
Really? That was in high school. So, okay.
No. This was when I was on tour at the Mayfire.
Oh, okay.
And we played this place called the Metro in Chicago, which is a pretty good place, I guess. And then then somebody came up to us after we were done, and they were like, "Hey, do you want to play a show at this theater?" So we played a theater the next night, and when you see this picture, cool. I remember being on stage, hitting. You know, it was this guitar and this amp. This was my rig for that show.
And it was at the Metro.
Yeah.
So they had a great. That's a nationally known club. That's a great club.
The Metro in Chicago?
Yeah.
That was my setup for that show. That case, that guitar, and that amp. That was my setup for the Metro. Exactly.
And so they had a great sound system.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Easily 1,000 people in the room. Close.
Well, it was us playing, so I don't know, but
yeah, right. But it can hold 1,000 people probably.
Yeah, well, I know Chickenfoot played there. I heard Veruca Salt played there. Well, they're from Chicago.
Blind Melon has a concert video. Blind Melon has a
okay.
show from that.
If you go to my Johnny Beane TV Facebook page, you'll actually find a bunch of pictures from that show. Actually, I might.
There it is. Right here. It's a big room. It's easily 1,000 people.
Somebody sent me a bunch of go over to Johnny Beane TV on Facebook and look through the pictures and you'll see pictures of me wearing a Metro what do you call it? Pass or whatever. But here, I'll be right back. I gotta.
All right. Any of these could be Johnny's. He may have posted them if he's posted them on. But there's a bunch of audience shots here from Metro. Maybe this was Johnny. Oh, they're all tiny. But yeah, is that Johnny? That could be. I'll leave that one up because that may be his. Is that him right in the corner there? Anyway, pushing 1 o'clock here in the East Coast. Johnny would be 1, 12, 11, 10 o'clock. Pushing 10 o'clock maybe. Anyway. Let's see what's going on. I'll show it, John. You're lucky I let that slide, Mr. Mancuda. Just kidding. Nothing beats good suicide joke. Okay. This show is so long, I just had another kid. Jeff. Boy or girl? What are you going to name him? Name him after Johnny Beane. Do the show, break for dinner, and then we'll all come back. Good night or good right. Yeah, sounds good to me. We boring you, John? Anyway. Who's planning to watch the Super Bowl? I'm not a huge football fan, to be honest with you, and I'm going to catch part of it. I'm just going to tune in to see if the Pats win. You know, I'm wearing the shirt and I'm from New England, but honestly, it's not the highest on my list. I know Johnny agrees.
Huh?
The Super Bowl, I'm not, even though I'm a New England guy, but I really don't care.
I've
Rob's
never.
Rob's a huge Pats fan. I don't know, but I'm just not a huge football fan. I don't really care.
John, come on. Not you. Oh my God.
I let that one slide.
Well, John, let's hope it was. I can tell you 3 of those members that it should have been, but okay. All right. What am I doing? I'm gonna show you a picture. I'm gonna show you a picture of the Metro. Oh no, not the Metro.
Wait a minute.
It wasn't the Metro.
Oh, was this you, John? I thought that might have been you. I don't know if you can see.
No. I don't know. Actually, we played a show. We played a show at the Elbow Room in San Francisco one time, and the line was down the block because the headliner was this huge band from Mexico or something.
Really?
Oh, hang on. They're from Argentina.
Mad Dog. Yeah.
My other producer is telling me they're from Argentina. This band, and I remember the whole place was totally packed.
Where was that? That was in.
That was in San Francisco. The band, look them up. They're called Baba Sonicos. Look up Baba Sonicos.
Baba, B-A-B-A?
I don't know. Baba Sonicos. Look them up. We opened for them in San Francisco at the Elbow Room. The line was just down the block. I have pictures from that show this photographer sent me, and it's nothing but people. It's a sea of people.
Yeah, I can't find that. It comes up with Baba song. Baba song. Baba song.
Baba Sonicos.
I did. I tried that.
Look up put Argentina in there. Let me see if I can find you a picture real quick, and then we're...
Yeah.
Wait, hang on. What?
Stop.
B-A-B-A
B-A-B-A.
S-O-N-I-C-A-S.
S-O-N-I-C-A-S.
I-C-O-S.
Yes. That works.
Baba Sonicos. Do you see them?
Yeah.
We opened for them in San Francisco at the Elbow Room. I want to say in 2008 or 9. They're probably...
Yeah, there's a couple of shots from it. San Francisco. Was it June 24th, 08?
I couldn't tell you.
Come on.
I don't know if any of the pictures I have are published.
Yeah.
Look up Baba Sonicos. Type into that same thing, Elbow Room, San Francisco, and then put in Mayfire. M-A-Y-F-I-R-E. 2 words. That was our band.
Zorif Khan, Elbow Room. Zorif Khan. Flickr, Hive Mind. Yeah, I don't know. There's all kinds of stuff here.
Oh, that reminds me, Mad Dog. Here we go.
The Oval Room to close after decades in mission.
There you go, Mad Dog. Mancuda is now a moderator.
You were just talking about getting rid of all the wrenches. Now you're giving them up.
Yeah, John gets one. Everybody else gets deleted.
Oh, poor Mad Dog.
John gets a wrench. I know John. I know John in real life. So anybody I know in real life, that's awesome. My iPad just froze. My iPad just froze. So we're gonna have to save any of this for the Discord.
12:59 in the east.
Okay. So we're gonna call it. My iPad just died. Screw that.
5.5 hours. Good job, Johnny.
5.5 hour show tonight. Thank you, everybody. Leave a thumbs up if you dig this stuff. John Mancuda, our latest wrench. I know John, Mad Dog. I know him. We hung out all weekend, and he's awesome. So what? I've got a rehearsal tomorrow. Tomorrow morning should be good. Depending on Wi-Fi, I don't know if I'll live stream anything. Who knows? Maybe I'll live stream something from there. Pictures anyway on Instagram.
Sounds good.
It should be good. It should be good.
It should be good.
Maybe I will if there is Wi-Fi. Maybe I will do a live stream. It'll be early. It'll be an early one. 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock. You know, Pacific, whatever. David Ennis. Hey, David.
Ennis.
David Ennis.
You're going to be playing the David Ennis Strat tomorrow night?
I will. I'll be playing the David Ennis Strat tomorrow at the rehearsal. Rehearsal for the recording. It's a rehearsal for a session, is what it is. So.
Excellent. Well, Johnny, thanks for having me on. And
dude,
always a pleasure.
Thanks for being around, man.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank everybody. Thank you for watching this stuff. Leave a thumbs up on your way out. Subscribe if you're brand new, like Giant Human, who I will see very, very soon. If you're still if you're still listening, you rock, man.
Jonathan Mancuda on Hulu. Hollywood Treasures.
Yeah. I'm gonna once we're done. Once we're done,
Yeah.
I'm gonna look that up. I'm gonna look it up.
Excellent.
I gotta see that. I gotta see that.
Why is that? I have to rethink my subscription.
Why does it look like that?
No, why did it ask for approval?
Because it says subscription. Oh. Subscription is a bad word on YouTube. Because
apparently we can say anything else.
Yeah, you can't beg for those. You can swear. You can say the F word. That's no problem on YouTube anymore. The F word is fine. And trust me, this is true. The words you can't... There you go.
What the fuck?
There you go.
Let's fucking wrap it up, Johnny.
I'm this close to just swearing nonstop on these things. I'm this close.
I do like it just to keep it that level of like professionalism and clean, you know.
Of dignity and class.
Yes, exactly.
Let me button my shirt up. Yeah.
Your women's jacket. Sure.
My women's. Let me button up my women's jacket. Johnny, available from VanHalenStore.com. VanHalenStore.com. You can get this women's Van Halen jacket, camouflage jacket. It's awesome. Thank you again, EVH, for the T-shirt from the NAMM show. Thank you.
You got that at the show? Wow.
Yeah, they gave it to me. Yeah. They're just like, hey,
you had one of those, didn't you?
I walked in the room. They're like, hey, Johnny, what size shirt do you wear?
There you go.
Yeah. I've got 2 of them now.
Important.
I've got 2 of them. So yeah. Okay, we're out of here. I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys maybe tomorrow. Live stream from the studio. Yeah, I'll live stream something. It'll be great. John, great to see you, man. This was great. And everybody in the chat, John Mancuda, you rock, man. Mad Dog, Quentin James, Jeff T, Richard Friend. Where are we? Thrash Metal and Fun Riffs. Whoa. Yeah, I saw her actually. Nita, she walked right past me. I saw her.
Quentin James.
Everybody.
Mad Dog, John, John, Jeff.
We have 5.5 hours to
John before he was wrenched.
Does it show it? Or is he's just wrenched now?
No, he was before pre-wrenched, John. If
you can see his texts, his chats before wrench?
Pre-wrenched. Yep.
Pre-wrench.
Anyway. Good night.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Have a great weekend. Go Pats.
Go Pats. Whatever. I don't care.
I don't care either.
Go team. Whoever wins, it's all good.
Go footballs.
Go footballs. And yeah, look for a live stream tomorrow. John takes a bow. You rock, man. All right. And yeah, remind me once I hit stop, remind me to tell you something.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow. John BL and Johnny Beane. Johnny Beane TV saying good night.